the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Surin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish you PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija Esports dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Day 2, week number 3 is upon us, which begs the question here, which teams are going to go forward and which team are going to be left behind? Hi, I'm Tash Bunny, your host for this week's PMSL SEA Spring 2023. And behind me, I have one of the biggest Thai teams that we know right now, which is FaZe Clan. And I'm really curious to see if Mormon is around. Mormon, are you? Yeah, although he was fast, and he was ready. Hi, Mormon, how are you?
It's okay. I'm fine. Thank you.
Whoa! He's just kidding. Okay, so he said that he's very fine and he's excited to be here. So, congratulations. Yesterday, you guys got 2 chicken dinners. So, I'm seeing some big confidence plays from you guys. Do you guys think you can get top 3 today?
ก่อนอื่นยินดีด้วยนะคะที่เมื่อวานได้ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์ไปถึง2อันเลยทีเดียวแล้วก็วันนี้เรามีความมั่นใจมากแค่ไหนที่จะคว้าในท็อป3ได้ค่ะ
ก็เรายังเหลือโอกาสอีก3วันครับเราก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
he still have 3 days left so he will do the best
Well, it's so exciting because the way he answers, like full of confidence, like he's so swaggerific, and it's really exciting to see. So, I think a lot of the fans are asking, why didn't Onsens play last week?
คือมีแฟนหลายคนนะคะถามเยอะมากว่าเมื่ออาทิตย์ที่แล้วออนเซ็นถึงไม่ได้เล่นค่ะ
ไปทำหน้าที่ของชายไทยครับ
He went to the military.
He went to the military. So I have one more question to follow up this one. Do you guys think it's easier for you guys to win without Onsens, or is it easier with Onsens?
คิดว่าเวลาเล่นมีออนเซ็นด้วยกับไม่มีออนเซ็นด้วยอันไหนง่ายกว่ากันค่ะ
ก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกว่าแตกต่างครับทุกคนเล่นได้เหมือนกันหมดครับแค่ว่าแบบแผนจะต่างกันตามที่คนที่ลงมาเล่นครับ
He said no different
No difference with or without Onsens. I'm sure Onsens feels a little bit sad to hear that.
No, because it depends on the team.
Understandable. I was just teasing. Okay, for my final question for you guys is, do you guys think that you guys would have any adjustments or for your team strats today, or will you guys be doing the same thing?
แผนการเล่นนะคะวันนี้ยังเป็นเหมือนเดิมไหมหรือว่ามีการปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรเพิ่มขึ้นไหมคะ
ก็พยายามแก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดครับแล้วก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับพยายามปิดจุดที่มันบกพร่องอยู่ครับ
He will fix a little bit plan, but overall it's still okay.
Overall, still okay. So before that, I have one more question to ask, which is, which team do you guys have your eyes on, and do you have anything to say to them?
คิดว่าทีมไหนที่เราจับตามองอยู่ค่ะ
ทีมไหนล่ะครับไม่มีครับ
No have.
He doesn't have anyone. So everyone is equally as dangerous. Thank you so much, Mormon, for that, and good luck for your games later. So now let's go to the next team. Let's rush there. Yeah, and that was a rush because we are going to go over to Sem 9. If you guys remember yesterday, Sly Didi did tell us that for Sem 9, they have a buff, the Puasa buff. Lung is currently fasting. But, you know, I think that Lung is sleeping. He looks really tired. So let's talk a bit with Dep. Dep, are you here? There he is. My man, Dep. I feel like we're always interviewing each other. How do you feel about that?
I don't know.
He doesn't have any feelings about me, guys. I don't know if that's kind of like hurting my feelings or not, but let's talk a little bit about yesterday. You guys had a 3 versus 2 situation with Boom Esports yesterday, and even though your teammates were down, you managed to clutch. Can you tell us a little bit about what your thought process was like during that time?
When my teammates already knocked down, I just do or die lah.
Do or die. Was it like a Super Saiyan moment?
No.
What? You mean like I was expecting like, you know, like my third eye was open and something unlocked within me, but it's okay. It's okay. He doesn't want to share with us what's going on inside his mind. But let's talk a little bit about your point system right now. You guys are 11 points behind the first place slot. And can you share with us if you guys are going to be planning to get more eliminations and kills, or are you guys going to focus more on placements instead?
We will focus on both, and we will try to make it to top 3 today.
Top 3, top 1?
Also can.
Okay, let's see what the results are like at the end of the day. Now let's talk a little bit about your fans. You know that Sem 9 has a huge fan base. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
Thank you for supporting us, and don't forget to vote us in PUBGM.
Wow. To vote for you guys. Speaking of that, let's do a vote between you and your teammates here. Out of all your teammates, who is your favorite teammate? Who is your favorite one?
Mamparang.
Manparang. He's like smiling in the back. Yeah, there he is. He's so excited to be here. I'm so excited to see more from them today. So don't forget, guys, because today is day number 2 already of week number 3, where this is a do or die situation, the final week before we move on to the grand finals. Thank you so much, Deb, for spending time with us. And for that, I'm going to be passing it over to the casters. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. I'm Chichen, this game is Sek. I'll be casters here. We'll be your casters here for today. And speaking of that interview, I mean, like, we do know for a fact that Mampa has not been playing, right? I mean, like, is that a sign that he's going to be playing today or something?
Ooh, maybe that's a hint from him, right? We have the last we saw him playing was during the PMPL Malaysia. He did play a couple of games, but majority was by other players. Maybe he'll make a surprise for us today, but no surprises in our format. You guys know it by now.
Yep, and so far we're down to the final week here, where we do have the last shuffle of groups A, B, C, D, and E based on last week's performance and their placement rankings. So 20 teams group up into 4 groups. 20 teams, 5 groups, and there's going to be 6 matches per day. There you go. And with total bonus point of top 16 teams, we'll go to the grand finals later on 14 to 16 of April. And so for the point system, you do know for a fact it's going to be a new point system based on the last few seasons. This is the latest one with 10 points for the chicken. And elimination points still the same though. But for the total prize pool, it's going to be $250,000. There you go.
Oh, that's a new way to put it. And anyway, so bonus points. Yeah, you guys definitely should know this by now. If you don't, where you guys been? So weekly bonus points will be collected based on the chart that you can see on the right, based on their rankings in this week, and then that will be the initial starting bonus points cut by 50% in the grand finals. But since it's week 3, we will also be looking at the bottom 4.
And speaking of today, week number 3, day number 2, we don't have Group A playing, which are going to be Hill Vampires, GE, and Team Secret. But Group B will get into their feet dirty when it comes to week number 3. Procedure, Evos, Geek, Slate, DX, and Void will start as their day 1 here. You did mention this about their heavyweight teams when it compared to all the other teams. I have a feeling this is going to be the group of death for this week, right? Every single week we have different shuffle, but this is going to be the overall ranking for the bonus ranking so far.
Yes, I do agree. Group B seems to be really scary. We'll talk a little bit about that later as we get into the game, but here are our top bonus ranking points. As you mentioned, look at the bottom 4 right now. Of course, we don't have the bonus points for week 3, but bottom 4, we do have Team Secret, PBE, DBD, and Box Gaming. So far, as of yesterday, Box Gaming looking pretty decent, so they'll be looking to try to get out of that. But for GE, on the other hand, their performance kind of dropped. They're at the bottom right now, so they will be looking to step back up today.
This is going to be the one that determines for the players whether to go for the playoffs or not. It's going to be the bonus ranking, not based on their weekly rankings of every single week in the league. So that's going to be very different. And when it comes to weekly rankings, we do know for a fact Team Secret have to get top 3. There's no way lesser than that, including PBE and GE. Those in the bottom 20 in the previous ranking, they need to get the top 3. But so far, we do have different flag waving up this cloud. It's going to come out from Vietnam this time, SLD.
Yes, it's nice to see a different flag. Not that we dislike certain regions, but it's just a refreshing thing to see another flag up there. But anyway, we just did day 1. If you kind of remember, in week number 1, Void was up there for majority of the week, but when it came to the last day, Vampire Esports called out. So we're also looking forward to see whether SLD can hold on to that number 1 spot, or maybe another team from another region might take that top spot. But before we head on to the recap and the game, top 4 damage, your favorite Choo Choo Beast Mary.
Yeah, it's going to be Rose Carey taking the number one for damage output. But so far, we do know for a fact when it comes to top Terminator, it's going to be coming up from FaZe Mela based on the numbers of elimination. But damage output wise, it's going to be coming up from Rosemary. Tony K on the third place. We see Napako as our RQ player squeezing on the fourth. Now, when it comes to the MVP of every single week, we do have different players back then. Mela Ayami scored in week 1 and week 2. But for top solo points, this is where things get interesting for week 3.
Yeah, so it's definitely depth. I mean, this guy, we can pretty much say that he is the key player for Sem9 now. I mean, we've seen multiple clutches from him, how he deals all alone at the front for Sem9 against multiple other players. So he has been a key player. And he came back from his hiatus, his academic leave, now slotting back into the PMSL straight up without playing a single game from the PMPL Malaysia. But it feels like he was never away. Other than that, we gotta give it to Get Slow as well as Lamborghini, also another key player for D Xavier.
Yeah, but for me, I'm loving how Gatslow managed to squeeze in for top 4 players almost every single week here. And surprisingly for Sem9, both players are coming in very strong. These are their 2 fraggers with, how do I say it? 2 fraggers of 2 different team. Even though they're the same 9, but Long always goes with low U, Devs always the other. So Sem9 always split it into sort of these 2 formation when they start to fight. But when it comes to the top fraggers, I believe both Sem9 players pull their own weight. And we can see that portrayed by the top solo points. But for the next one, we do have the highlight. In case you guys missed it yesterday, Alter Ego, SL Denver Pies. This is going to be the teams to watch out for.
Yeah, that was that one day I remember that we got all 3 highlights is from the Thai region.
Circle is here, so bear with me for a bit, guys.
Yes, I am still here.
For Alter Ego, so far, a lot of film mission coming up from Rosemary and the gang so far. We're going to call them that. But for the side of Alter Ego, they do have the consistency. It's just so hard for them to actually get those eliminations compared to week number 2. Instead of SLD, and I'm looking forward to the side of Vietnam today if they can step up their game, because SLD, the only Vietnam team that have been consistently perform on almost every single week.
Yeah, they got like 2 chicken dinners yesterday, so it's been a good outing for SLD. Obviously, they're on top. Alter Ego, yes, it was a decent day for them. In fact, there was that one round whereby they could have gotten the chicken dinner, but I felt that they kind of like they got a little bit overconfident in that Erangel map, and then they kind of got caught up. But a second place finish with decent amount of eliminations, not too bad at the other day. So, as usual, today's matches will begin shortly. And no surprises by now, we're going to start off in Sanhok.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have the top performers for Sanhok as well after this. So it's going to be Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar as usual. Now Sanhok, this is going to be the map that a lot of teams want to push if they cannot push Erangel and Miramar. In that case, it's going to be teams down there at the bottom if they want to have something new coming in. They want to have a tone for the day. Coming up from Boom, Vampire, Bigatama Hill, 3 out of all the 4 teams, they're coming up from ties. But we've seen a bit of a different trend these days when it comes to final weekend. Maybe we're going to see a different flag. But I'm not surprised if the tie is taken again for the Sanhok side.
Yeah, Hale has been pretty solid as well inside the Sanhok. But if you remember, like week 1, PBE is within that in week 1. But after that, they kind of... week 2 was okay-ish for them. They got a couple of chicken dinners. But at some point... they were inconsistent, and so far in week 3 it's not their week. So PBE, from their week 1 performance inside Sanhok, they started off pretty solid. Now they really need to catch up again, because they are also one of the teams that's in danger of elimination.
Okay, before we get into the match, right, I'm just gonna have to say sorry here because I'm not very well here today. I can't take my medicine because I'm fasting. So bear with me for a tiny bit more until the first half done, and then I might get better along the way because I have high fever and cough. I just have to give it out there, just in case. Now, we do have our storyline here as usual. DBD, the only chicken without, the only team without any chicken so far, and we haven't learned ourselves yesterday for different flags, right? So there's gonna be still 2 of our targets coming from the caster side. I mean, like, up to this point, We just want everybody to win now.
Yeah, come on, DVD. We're gonna give you guys another day here, okay? Don't disappoint us. You're still playing it today. And yeah, so there are two options like what you mentioned. We're looking forward to that. We almost got that like twice. Yesterday, the first half of the day, we got like all 3 different regions. And then when we came back from the break, then okay, that didn't really happen. DVD, the closest that they've gotten so far is top 3 finishes. And it was done twice, yesterday and also last week. So they're kind of pushing it. They're really pushing it. In fact, yesterday was a decent round for them. Sorry, 3 top 3s?
Yeah, it was 3.
Okay.
It was 3.
So if that's the case,
they got once number 2. They can't close it because of DBS. Yeah, I remember the DBS thing. That's why they.
Oh yeah, right.
And
Yeah.
that's the thing. So in that case, against, if I'm not mistaken, it was against the Bacon Time or some Thai teams or GE. I forgot between those two, but definitely they can't actually clutch with CQC. I don't know why. DBD. Speaking of DBD, right? It feels so difficult for them to actually secure those close quarters combat when they're being rushed in the last minute. I mean, in the first few, it's okay. They can do it, but when it comes to things that really matter to get those chicken, they just panic.
well, I mean, you know, that's the kryptonite for them. It's hard to tell, right? Like when they get rushed down by, if they rush a team in a compound, yeah, the fight takes a little bit long, but yeah, sometimes it's situational. But when they got a compound in the first place, a team rushes to them, they couldn't hold. I think that's really something they need to work on. Like yesterday, we saw like Hale, Esports rush into them inside of Miramar, and then yeah, basically they couldn't hold it, and they were even shot by behind by Boom Esports. I could remember that clearly. And today is arguably even tougher because of Group B. Group B has all those heavyweights, the heavyweights that are able to get elimination points. We got Void, we got Geek Slate, we got Pasija Evos back in the fray. So be afraid, people.
I mean, I agree. If you compare for DBT though as well yesterday, I have a feeling they are more comfortable in Erangel than Miramar. So if they want to score, it's gonna be definitely have to be the first 4 maps coming up from DBT, even inside of Team Secret, because they're nowhere near. Yeah, Team Secret, they're better when it comes to Miramar in that sense, but Miramar do have less plays there. If they want to win or get themselves into top 3, there's no other choice for Team Secret really up to this point, because they are bottom down there. They need to score 20-ish. Hi, Micro Boy. And also, speaking of 20-ish, they need to score more than what they can just get in Miramar. They have to make sure they got those 20-ish miraculous run of eliminations.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough run for them. And despite yesterday, they got it's the best day that they had in a long while. But it's not enough. They are still somewhere in page 2. And like what you said, page 2 wouldn't cut it for them. They are number 20 in the overall bonus points. So they will need to have at least a top 3 finish. Something remarkable like that in order for them to hopefully come out of bottom 4. And they got 3 more days to go.
I mean, 3 more days. Is it going to be enough, Cloud, honestly speaking? Honestly speaking, because this is what happened, like with this kind of new format in this season itself. It's very detrimental. It's punishing for the players if they can't pull it off since day 1. Now we're down to the last week here, final week, for you to play catch-up game like how it used to be, like back in PMPL South Asia back in the days, right? They always play the catch-up game last minute. They call it the pranking, whatever they want to call it, but it won't work this time.
Yeah, it won't work because of the bonus points unless it's something ridiculously remarkable like number 1 spot. Then maybe, then maybe. But then again, we see the competition as well. Look around them. The level of competition is crazy, especially with the Thai teams generally really consistent, able to put themselves up there. So it's also that kind of factor. And if they're not able to beat them with 3 more days to go, it's going to be super duper tough. Just looking over at the some of the lineups that we can see here, DBD with their kind of call out for Mosgoku to maybe it's time for him to show himself. But so far, DBD is still sticking with the same lineup as yesterday.
Speaking of DX, I feel like you saw what you should not be looking at,
yeah.
right? Chua has been the nicest guy there is in the lineup, where the others just having fun. They like to, you know, they love him too much outside of Chua. But inside of these Xaviers, I want to see, can they bring something new? Like how SLD perform here? Is this going to be the rise of the Vietnam in the final week? Because so far we do see SLD taking the reign on the podium spot. But that's not Group B playing. Without the Group B playing, can they maintain up there? I'm waiting for Xavier to show a bit of their fangs, like how they used to be back then in the days. I mean, that was just like last year.
Yeah, Xavier during the offline event, the PMPLC championship, that was something remarkable. The team that managed to get number 1 from the first game until the last game, number 1. It's a remarkable achievement there. But yeah, we'll be looking forward to see if they can really come back onto that. SLD will be pumped up for sure because they're at the number 1 spot right now. But it's all about maintaining because this is the inclusion of Group B. I personally will be looking forward to see, Chuchu, whether Voin can be like how they did on week 1, or is it a one-hit wonder, and whether they can survive elimination.
So much expectation when it comes to the final week here. Voin, we're talking about DX, we're talking about... we don't talk too much about the ties, that's one thing for sure. We know for a fact they're always up there, right?
Oh yeah. Cliche by now, right? It's like, every Thai team. I'll be looking forward to see whether other regions can really do it. Prestige EVOS, last week, they were pushing the Thai teams. It came down to pretty much the last day. Unfortunately for last week, Prestige EVOS didn't play the last day, so they couldn't put destiny into their hands. They had to depend on whatever happened with the other team, so they were not in control. But anyway, this week, they will be playing. They took a break yesterday, playing in the next few days. Let's see if they can put it back in their destiny inside the first Sandhawk.
We're back with Sunhawk here today for day number 2, week number 3. I don't know why I like this flight skin so much. I don't know why. It just gives me sort of a Lion King vibe. Rafiki, if you know the monkey who actually raised up Simba. If you actually watch Lion King, right?
Now I can't unsee it.
Yeah, I know, right? That's the first impression I actually got. Okay, but that distraction aside, guys, we're back on the game here. On northern side of the flight path, cutting across from the side of our team up to Camp Bravo. Whoever wants to drop on Bantai, if Zerka happen to drop in Camp Charlie or Cave, it's doable because it's the smallest map there is. It's 6x6. So far, this is a smaller map. But, sorry, 4x4. But the problem is, there's going to be one direction only for the teams. We haven't seen the circle yet. We always have ourselves a bit of start of a fight here.
Yeah, looks like we'll need to leave the circle for later. Alter Ego and PBE. Ooh, PBE, not the fight they want to lose. Yesterday even, PBE got eliminated very early inside of Sandhawk. So from the first week of this is kind of like their favorite map. Now it's not really, but probably this might be a change for them as they managed to knock down the Starman, Rosemary. As always, Rosemary becomes the first one to get knocked down in almost every map for Alter Ego. But if they can save him, they stand a good chance of getting a lot of elimination points.
Bit of early hot drops here coming up on northern side. That's going to be a very generous one if you ask me, really, because it's right on top of those flight paths. The problem is there's not much land to play. We talked about in between there's going to be river, there's going to be 30% of water as well, and right now Alter Ego PB already start fighting and they have to move as well. Speaking of which, you don't have any gears, you don't have any loot. If it does happen to be a third party coming in now, it's going to be the end for both teams, honestly.
Oh, okay, but considering that in Sandhawk, like, vehicles are not like the main priority, so that might not be the case for now. Looks like pretty okay for them. It's also a little bit of a risk there. SLD shot down, I believe it was trying to shoot down, it was RRQ if I'm not mistaken, but it's going to be A-OK. But coming back to PBE, the rest of them, they have the high ground, they know what Alter Ego is doing. I'm be looking forward to see if Bomba and Cool will pull the trigger because they got M4s and that's suitable for that kind of range.
But right now I'm looking at how sad for both teams right now, who forced a fight early on, including Alter Ego. Alter Ego won the skirmish. If you compare with PB, who lost 2 members, and not just that, they don't even have time to look up now. Due to how they invested, way too committed to that fight before this. Definitely will be detrimental for them. And Gigsley on the other hand happen to be moving on the same sort of a mountain or small hills for now. But lucky enough, they're not crossing this side for PB, so they do have time to just reassess the situation before they have another go. DX and DBD. Now we still haven't scored any for DBD. Come on, DBD, this gotta be it, right? There's no way they ended up a PMSL without any chicken so far.
Yeah, I mean 31 points in the day arguably is one of the highest that they gotten in the day, but still close to getting that chicken dinner. I mean at the end of the day, because even like every other team has gotten their own chicken dinner, I'm sure DBD will want to take home a poster for themselves. So and of course that will also help their campaign in trying to escape the bottom 4 too. Void, surprisingly they are in danger considering how they performed in week 1.
I would say they are in the middle pack right now. They got themselves quite high number. You know what? If it's like too contradicting, when it comes to your first week and second week, it's okay. I have a feeling you might ended up in the middle pack as the average, because they were in the second place first week. They scored themselves like 19 or 18 points at least, or the least. Last week they scored themselves at the bottom, so they are in the middle pack, but they need to score something by end of today still. They cannot afford to be the last place, so that's going to be not too punishing still coming up from Void, but we do want to see the best out of them.
Yeah, because in week 1 they were really aggressive, like a lot of clutches, but hang that thought for a second. Looks like PB is busy with Gig Slate. Cool is coming for the other side. Oh no, damn good. He's nowhere nearby. But hey, there's still an opportunity here, but no opportunity for Snipes. Cool will finish him off. Stuxnet and damn good coming by. Mika can still be safe.
Same time, PBE from the pan to the fire and now straight into a sinking hole. Honestly speaking, PBE, they might actually can pick up for now. But in the meantime, we talk about the entirety of Gig Slate is here. I mean, like they can pull the impossible if they want to, coming up from PPE. But the problem is, do they have enough firepower? They do. They have M4s, they have SLRs, but at the same time, they don't have manpower. They do have the angle for now, but they're a bit separated. There's no for them to actually got 2 angles at the same time by one singular player. And Gig Slate, they do have a tree, so it's doable. But from what I've seen against the side of early fights before this, they not really setting up any tone here.
Probably the tone is going to be now. Let's see if they can do it. Now Gig Slate is getting close by. We see 2 DBSs and 1 M4. So an M4 is going to go for the off angle. DBSs, they're going to try to find an opportunity to go in. But hopefully they have the information that, okay, it's only 2 players from PBE. So far, one boy we see, he does not have a DBS, so the close quarters combat might not favor him. But cool, he has a shotgun of his own, so he's going to be A-okay. Pretty much similar. So that's why Gig Slate, maybe they're aware of that. That's why they're not rushing straight in.
They're not making... They can't afford to make any sort of minor or big mistake here. We talk about every mistake is a big one when it comes to PUBG. Face taken on DX. Chua happen to be having a bit of a problem on the side of Gig Slate and PB. Having a bit of a stalemate and tension has been built over time here, while Momboy and PBE prepare themselves with their rifles. While do have a sort of Stuxnet with those DBS. This DBS just broken. That's gonna be Gig Slate finish off the side of PBE, the first team to be out in the first map today.
Yeah, typical DBS gameplay there, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see the next piece on Circle, but at the same time we'll focus on the fight between D-Xavier and FaZe Clan. The Circle still on top around the areas of Thematic. So it's still going to... There's still some level of water there, about 40%. So the teams will need to make do with that. And now Mormon comes in. Beautifully done by Mormon with the DBS. And of course, He'll finish that job, and that's going to be another point for Faceland 2 in the bag for Moment.
Great start. I mean, like, they had a great run yesterday, including Hill, who's still going for chickens yesterday, but they're not playing it today. Oh, I mean, like, fortunate for all of these teams down there. RRQ and BTR happen to be having a bit of skirmishes again. I mean, like, every single week here, we're talking about the Indonesian team having way too early for the brawls, and they're tracking each other at, especially in Sanok.
Oh.
Nepeko, lastly, though, Valve remains with those bandages. He will work out quite okay for now, but Asa and the rest of RQ don't seem too good here. We talk about a lot of choke points based on the last few circles. But Assad, no forfeit, they have to force to take up the fight anyway. Here comes a nade, here comes a spray. Assad going in, and the rest of BTI, the backline now do have the time to reset themselves as well.
Oh, look at this. More than Voldemort going to come in for a north angle onto BTR. So 2 players from BTR still biting the zone. Nepeko coming to finish up the job. He is alone at the forefront. Got to be careful. Nate will be cooked up, and now he will toss onto the smoke, but nobody's there. Deuce on the left, he heard the footstep from Genforce. Tosses his own nade onto Genforce. It should land onto him. Yes, it will. And now Genforce, super duper low. He can't fight without healing himself up, and Nepeko will take advantage of it. But the counter fire from Deuce. But his teammates are there to finish up the job.
Oh, BTR. Now I'm worried about BTR, honestly speaking. When it comes to overall rankings, they're not great, Cloud. They cannot afford to be down there again this week. They might be relegated.
Yeah, they're in danger. A star-studded lineup. A big brand name from Indonesia. I mean, if before this event starts, like, nobody would ever predict that BTR will be in the bottom. And if they do go out, it's going to be big news. So now we're another game down for them. Oh man, we are like counting down the games now for BTR, especially because they played yesterday.
BTR, nowhere near safe. We're talking about BTR at 15-16. Same goes for the side of Box Gaming. Cannot afford to have any sort of room of error. Have to push themselves quite high up there. They have to have minimum top 10 by end of this week to secure those slots in the grand finals. There will be some to having a bit of swaps here, but not on the side of Alter Ego. So far, they are pushing to a side of Gig's Slate. And Gig was fighting a different team before. And that was PBE. Now, damn good knockdown. Rosemary going for a mission with the rest of Fnatic and Potato in a triangle formation. Stuck's next, the last one remaining coming up from Gig. I mean, like, they got one more player. I'm not sure where he's at.
Ooh, do they? Okay, yeah, they still do. Okay. Hopefully we get a visual later on, because they moved from the Ruins Island up north and they're kind of stuck there. Omika, there you go. He already got inside to the main peninsula. But now we do see the movement here from Boom onto Yudo Alliance. Pretty sure the circle will go on the main island. And yeah, there you go. So it's going to be the areas of Cow, going to be the center point, and we got a couple of teams there. But now Ade look all alone, 1v3.
North all the way for the circle. Everybody just move in one direction. That means there's going to be a lot of brawls there. And we're down to maybe during stage 6, we're down to only 3 or 4 teams left. In that case, possibly. You do Alliance look, being surrounded by Boom, Yummy May, Pombe, and Keyman. Come on, every angle there is. But nobody's willing to check this area. Nobody's willing to check this building, surprisingly.
Wow. Probably they are going in a certain formation just to check that. But oh, okay, they're going to let go of that building. So it's good for Ade Luke, obviously. He'll be like, ah, man, prayers answered for now. Unless they choose to like go wrap around, and that'll be tough for Ade Luke. But if they don't clear Ade Luke, there is a possibility that Ade Luke could shoot from behind later.
And the others calm before the storm right now. Moment trying to peek out if they can find any sort of a peak frag. It would be incredible as the opening for FaZe. But they're just super surrounded. They definitely will be spotted at the moment they start to open fire. Set of Alter Ego on the other hand have a different mission objective entirely. Hunt down those Gig Slate players. This is going to be the last member that is. It's going to be Mika. Left, right, center, you name it. They just cornered him. And really going for a hunt here, Alter Ego.
Yeah, he was kind of caught in between because 7-9 had the high ground behind Mika, so there's no way for him to exit behind. It's kind of like pick your poison. It's either you give the point to 7-9 or Alti go, unless he pulls off a clutch, of course. But he was going up against DBS. He only had rifles. The possibility that we have seen in recent meta is that DBS with a kind of range is the possibility of winning is higher. So hence, that's what happens at the other day. I'll be looking forward to seeing the fight between Boom Esports and SLD maybe later on. But now Bacon Type happened to be behind Boom, so that will be a distraction for them.
You know what, whenever we call the fights like maybe this team will clash with this, is actually the one that coming in later as per usual. Well, here comes Bacon Time. They're coming in so strong and so fast with those vehicles, but DPS will go is the answer. Key mine. You know what, DPS, this is so broken. We do know, I mean, like, let's throw away DPS in this game. It's just nasty shots coming up from those DBSs. Hardly you can actually miss. If it happens in the radius, you're done. But on the side of Amstar, Bacon Time, they're trying to finish off from afar, keeping the distance and just keep spraying with a mid-range distance between them. Key mine just tapped himself on a landmine. I think that's coming up from SLD Tronji Nate just now.
Wow, SLD taking the proactive approach because they want those elimination points. That's why they're trying to steal it away. Tronji, he does have a molly though, but he's not using it. He's going to go in for the rush. He has an M4 in hand. He's going to go in for the left. Just right in front of him, if only the smoke is not distracting him. But Bombit wins the fight. Of course, it's going to be the broken DBS, like what you say.
Amstal taking on Yummy. This is not great for Boom. They are being hammed down by two teams at once. At the same time, Bacon Time and SLD just compressed on the side of Boom. Now left with only Pumbit in the center. He got the elevations, yes, but the problem is those elevations are not the places you want to be at because you can't see who's coming up as well. You can't see unless you go for a pick. Now Pumbit is trying to stay at the ledges for a bit more longer and try to save his mate while the smoke is still there. But when the smoke dissipates, it's going to be another rush coming from both teams. But Bacon and Procedure Evos being forced to fight each other at the back line first. Going in for the push, start playing around the rock, but it's going to be Procedure Evos needed by the side of Noise. It's just going to be last play, I think that's going to be it. Coming up from Boom. They finish off Bacon Time. Never mind, Procedure Evo is still there, just a very separated. Bacon Time, this is rare for the Thai teams to go out early.
Well, at least you still got FaceClan representing the Thai region. And they are really close by with RRQ. Adelu finally found out by Void, and he'll be taken out by Redface. Spent too much time on the zone. And he'll be taken out by the zone as well. Razy knocked down. Boom, Esports seems to be in trouble. Momon. DPS gameplay, DPS fight with RRQ somewhere else.
Oh, here comes another fight going at it. You do Alliance. That's just it. It's going to be Void. Now, we did mention about Void being aggressive, and this is one... You know what? When they turn on their beast mode coming up from Void, there's no stopping them. We saw that in the last few days. On the side of Procedure Evos, the same goes for them. But it's going to be box stealing it away from far. When he just finished off Pumbit. And that was like, what, 200 meters, make it more far apart.
Oh, such a heartbreaking moment. He was focusing on the one. He got the knockdown and that just to happen. Kind of like a fake hope there. But Luxy, oh man, teams just too close to each other. Boss giving to advantage of it and Luxy will be eliminated. Zaxi gives himself to the zone, so the point will not be given away. And now we'll see the next middle circle. Micro Boys next to RRQ. But everyone inside of Kakao needs to come out.
Tap mock. DBD, we mentioned about DB, always every single time they know for a fact how to select those circles. They can read the circle very great. Excellent, brilliant minds of that. But the problem is when it comes to closing those games, it's going to be a bit difficult. With Microboy down for the last play of Procedure Evos, now have to face the wrath of the entire team of RRQ. They still have a 3. Asa is just leading off with 6 elimination for the entire team, 6 taken by Asa only. And Asa just wants to go for more. How he is eyeing out for the side of, I think that's going to be DBD in the inner circle. You do have 9 more teams remaining, just heading to a side of stage 6. But on the side of Void, after they're done with Yudu Lions, they're going for the hunt. We're talking about Void getting on those kills non-stop, including now. Look at how casually just flush in people.
Oh yeah, they just rush into the compound, get their elimination point, gets Gosu, and now they can still reset because they have the numbers, but they don't have the zone, so they need to move. But at the same time, notice that Micro Boy in the mini screen got eliminated from afar. Besija Evo, 3 eliminations this time. But then again, Void, they are not stopping yet. They already got 5 in the bag.
So they definitely have the fight in them, trying to fire back, getting on Max's counter fire on side of Chuan Ji. It's Chuan Ji we're talking about against the entire team of Void. Trongting got knocked down. He prepared DBS, but the Blues are just clipping away, just impeccable timing for the long side of Void. Then Lapa, it's been a while we've seen any micro Uzis plays, but here comes Chuan Ji, but that shotgun. Oh man, Alva managed to actually clutch. If not, it's going to be a huge one coming up from Chuan Ji. But now they are suffering in the blue zone. Still going to secure as a 3 if they don't manage to... Never mind. Plaza finish it off. The entire team of Void maybe.
Oh, only one left to go. Unfortunately, Alva, he was too low to tank out the blue. And only one player left, and that's going to be Maxius. Not sure how long he will be able to last. But look at this issue. DBD gets the circle. Now it's up to DBD if they can defend their compound. We've seen it before, but this is another chance for them.
Yep. Many times I've seen it coming up from DBD. Many chances given as well. But can they close the deal here? Coming from Void, they have to run away. They got themselves 7 eliminations by far. Nobody hitting the double digit just yet. Instead of Void, they are definitely just drowning in the blue zone right now. Box taking the around the lumber area, lumber mills. Sam 9 popping off the smoke, spotted out the rest of RQ from afar. We'll try just tapping it out and spray him, trying to save him, but I'm not sure if they have any sort of smoke. But lucky enough, they got a rock in between, so that gonna be their temporary barricade while they try to reset. While Lung and the rest of them keep tapping it out, making it so hard for the side of RQ. They can't even push in here.
Oh yeah, RQ, and plus they are caught on the outside of the road, so it's a little bit more difficult for them. And they need to be careful because Rabis is in this house. Voldemort is actually moving in. Rabis is ready. If he opens up the door, Voldemort could be shut down. And now Rabis ready with the UMP in hand. Nate will be cooked up by Rabis. He knows that someone... Okay, he saw the shoulder, but then again, Voldemort moved away. Probably hurt the pin being pulled.
Not just that, he knows for a fact if he steps in, he's cooking up another nade as well. There's going to be a bit of exchange of nade. Whoever holds the angles right and the trajectory is just flawless, it's going to be one on the other. That's it. Both goes down at the same time, but DBD, here comes the rush coming up from Box Gaming. And it's not great so far. They lost 1 man, trading to none. No value out of it. Coming up from 6. They're dying in vain as Yen trying to control some damage over this side. DX be eliminated next. I'm not sure what happened, but inside of Box. They're definitely winning this one out, but DBD Echo trying to outflank them from the outside. Now, this is what we mentioned before. DBD, CQC, always a big issue.
Yeah, it gets even worse for DBD because the zone moved away. And now 7-9 have the opportunity to close this game. But then again, we need to see what happens between Box Gaming and DBD. Nice knockdown there onto Yen. Echo goes down as well. DBD, a 4th place finish. Again, no chicken dinner for them.
But for side of Box, it's not done yet. They just managed to win just that win against the side of DBD. But Sam 9 got himself in the center. And Box been charged right into Sam 9. When they step out from that warehouse, it's going to be an open area for Sam 9 to shoot them down. Even a DBS just easily finish it off. And Sam 9, without breaking any sweat, that looks so easy coming from Sam 9 to secure those chickens.
Yeah, no sweat for them. They had the circle and then they controlled the circle. On top of that, they had those structures in between them and Box Gaming to just hold themselves. So it was great positioning by Sam 9. Just like yesterday, they started game number 1 with the chicken dinner, and now game number 1 with the chicken dinner as well. Week 3, King of Sanhok, still Sam 9.
Yeah, I think this is the only team that won themselves multiple times chicken in the same Sanhok map, right? So far, there's nobody else getting a how do I say, not really back to back, more than one time sort of a chicken in Sanhok. So far, it's still sort of a random thing, but Sam 9 just shows They are more confident and more comfortable in Sunhawk. Whatever map that is, they can get in at any point. And including Sunhawk, how they master it, it just worked wonderfully well for them. It's setting a tone for the entire day. Because when you start yourself with getting a chicken for the day, you know for a fact that you have gonna be having a good day, right? So on the side of DVD, on the other hand, like, it's so close of getting that chicken once more, getting themselves a top 5. Yes, it's a good consistency, but we need to see that chicken fly.
Yeah, that chicken is, and it's also not only because of the chicken, right? It's because they need to get a top spot in the overall in order for them to survive. Putra, the MVP for this time, so it's not gonna be that. Yesterday was him, but this time the moment is given to Putra. 4 eliminations, 572 damage by this guy who used to be the top Terminator and the record holder of a top elimination in a single game in one of the PMPLs before this.
That was around season 2, if I'm not mistaken. Or, yeah, or even season 1. 79 RQ, Box, and Vaughn. And this is going to be, surprisingly, there's no Thai teams this time.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a rare sight here not to have a Thai team out there. The last Thai team to survive was FaZe Clan, but even so, it was like somewhere in the middle bracket. And this time around, looking at how they played, they didn't really manage to get those celebration points at the back. However, for Void, it's nice to see them back on top, and it is their first day in week number 3. If they can continue on this momentum, they can carry it on this level of confidence to the next round, Void could be back.
I mean, like, don't take us in the wrong way about the Thai teams. I mean, like, we had enough talking about them because they're just too overpowering. They're just such a powerhouse. It's so hard to not see them up there. I do want to see a change of a wave when it comes to the teams up there, and so far it has been great for week number 3. You mentioned about Void. Yeah, I agree. This is what the Voids look like when it comes to week 1 compared to week 2. They did actually execute and deliver those plays in the last day when they go rampant and just getting those eliminations instead of having a care in the world about their ranks. I love how they play like this. You know, the aggression shown by them. It's just incredible. We can feel the energy of the players. You know what? Like, they're super pumped up. They want to get for those kills. They want to go for more. They're not showing any sign of slowing down. And this is the point that we might actually see in the grand finals too. But I have a feeling they will hold themselves back a bit because they don't want to just show off their best card too early before the grand finals.
Or they want to have a good rushing start in this week, so they can carry on the momentum to the next week. Well, there are a lot of theories around, like, okay, what do you want to do? And plus we have like 16 teams and the possibilities are almost endless. But for 7-9, yep, another good start for them. With this kind of performance, we'll definitely see them in the next round. They're not in the danger zone, but of course, it's nice to carry on those points and those extra points across. But let's check out the points collected in this round. Level eliminations for 7-9, 21 total points. But because it's week number 3, we are interested in what's happening at the bottom.
But I'm loving how Vaughn actually secures 7, even though their rank points just 2. It just shows that they're aggressive, even though they got eliminated early. Same goes to the side of Boom. Keep an eye out for these 2 teams right now. I have a feeling when it comes to Group A, playing when there's Presida, EVOS, and Vaughn playing at the same time, and both teams and all the Indonesian teams start to rise up to the occasion due to how aggressive these teams to push them to get those eliminations instead of caring about their ranking position. It feels like this dynamic of Group B playing today just forced all the Indonesian teams to wake up and start shooting.
Yeah, speaking about BTR from the Indonesian region, 0 points this time. Very, very dangerous location for them to be in. And right now, total of 9 points for BTR. Even, let's see, Void, who just played 1 match today, is already above them. Obviously, same total points, but the tiebreaker, rank points, do go to Void, pushing them up to number 15.
Dangerous game they're playing here, BTR. I agree. Just 1 map, Void definitely got himself in 15th spot from 17 to 20 because they didn't play yesterday. This BTR playing since yesterday up to today only 9 points secured. Now that speaks something there.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Xavier played that one match, 4 points, pretty much half of what BTR has, and that is through one match. If BTR continues on like this, they'll definitely slide down. But let's give a tribute to our top performers. Zunos from Box Gaming, a top performer beside Prime Putra. If only Box Gaming got the chicken dinner, he'll probably be the MVP instead.
I agree. Box Gaming today has been incredible. Yesterday was marvelous too. They have been going on a pretty good run when it comes to week number 3. So far, Shinos has been one of the best play coming from Box, but SLD is also another level of team that we should keep an eye out. I feel like DX is nowhere near these two teams right now. They just SLD and Box definitely. Box, it feels like, how do I say it? Second half of the week 2, they were quiet and silent. But when it comes to week number 3, the first 3 days or first 2 days, they're a bit strong. They are aggressive, very proactive, but the momentum starts to die down after that.
Yeah, I remember yesterday they got in the first game 10 elimination points without rank points, and that's good enough. It still gave them like a top 3 finish in the overall points collected, so it was pretty good for Box. But I do agree, maybe they're not a team that likes to play long term. So, but it is what it is, right? It's a league at the end of the day, and they need to overcome it if they want to be the best of the best. Now, our top irregular performers, as usual, we must have Thai teams inside of that. Hill is not playing today, but instead we got FaZe Clan, who will be playing today, who's in the top 4.
Yeah, speaking of FaZe Clan, I mean, like, this is FaZe Clan, one years back. Yeah, we don't have Tony K FaZe Clan, he's entering Vampires these days. But it didn't make any difference. You know what? You put the Thai players in any team, they're still gonna be up there anyways. It's the same name up there every single time. Speaking of the Thais, what can stop them other than just their own country team, right? We saw it yesterday in the last few maps. When Hill being finished off by Vampires, or Vampires being finished off by, was it FaZe, and then Bacon. Oh no, Bacon Time on the other hand. Now this is surprising. Bacon Time, I hate to break it, but I have a feeling starting off week number 2, their progress is it's declining. It's not going upward, it's just descending.
Yeah, they're definitely not as hot as the other Thai teams though, and you're right. At some point of the campaign, they were like, ooh, really hard, and plus when they included style in it, it's like, wow, an upgrade for them in some of the rounds. But after that, it's like, yeah, pretty quiet. But if you gotta think about it, right, despite from our observation, like, oh, Bacon Time is like slightly quiet, but still they are not down there. Still, they're able to somewhat maintain it. So if that is like a low benchmark for them, can you imagine the high benchmark? And that's what like Hale Esports is doing, that's what FaZe Clan is doing. I mean, their benchmark or their level is just different.
You know, after studying and revised for a bit for the votes early on, I noticed that some teams, yeah, like in this case, usually Thais, Vampires or even Hill, usually Vampires more, and even FaZe. I noticed that sometimes there are certain maps, even though, yeah, you know what, it's best to balance out those eliminations and get the rank points and chicken as well when you can, right? But there are cases where you know for a fact you're being surrounded. So I saw that with some of the games coming up from Vampires, they realized, you know, it's how do I call this? There's like a shot calling coming up from the IGL to change whatever their objective were before. Like at first they want to balance out. Now based on the situation, how they're being surrounded, you know what? Might as well just go for the kills instead of going for the ranks, because we are being surrounded anyway. So just try to go for the objective of kills and just disregard the placement and disregard the circle in the first place. So there are times that the teams are being forced to change their formation in the last minute. You know, they have to wait on the other for the objective. I saw that when it comes to adapting, Thai is actually the fastest in certain circumstances based on their performance, and the next one it's gonna be Indonesian. I think the closest one is going to be Procedure and Void in that case.
Yeah, it does look like the case, right? Because if we talk about like the other Indonesian representatives, kind of tricky for them. I mean, up and down, but they're also like the ones really down, like BTR. But I do totally agree. I think that's a great observation there, that if you do look at like those teams that you mentioned, versatility is what they're really good at. They can go for different play styles. They can adapt, and that's what makes it tricky for the other teams. It's like they're gonna wonder, like, okay, what is FaZe Clan gonna do this round? Are they gonna play slower? Are they gonna play in the middle? Are they gonna go in for the eliminations? Are they gonna go in for rank points? And that makes other teams who studied them before this, they had previous data, they look at VODs like how you did, just to come up with their assumptions. But when it comes to that game itself, it totally changes, and it makes it really unpredictable, really hard to counter.
That's why I say it before. Funny thing that consistent is the key in PUBG Mobile, but nothing is constant in PUBG Mobile. Not a single thing. The rotation, the circle, the flight path, how the player rotates, every single thing, never a constant, never the same. But they have to keep the performance up there, always, every single time the same. Side of face. I don't know why he's shouting. I feel like maybe he's trying to wake up his teammate there. But we do. I want to mention more about SLD here. Now, we saw yesterday Parajin have been playing a lot of time. We haven't seen Pikang ever. I'm not sure when he's going to play. But I do love for the fact that Parajin has been stepping up his game with Ghosty. I mean, like week 1 it has been Ghosty, week 2 has been Ghosty. But week 3, Parajin and Chonji has started climbing up fast.
Oh yeah, multiple MVPs as well for Parajin yesterday. In fact, as multiple as the 2 chicken dinners that they got, they were the MVPs. I mean, he was the MVP. But I do agree as well. I think Gosu is close by with him. It almost feels like, yeah, you only get one MVP to choose from, right? So you have to pick the best one. It happened in Parajin. But if we were to like really like have a second place MVP, or a silver medalist, we call it, then you would definitely see Gosu up there. They still have been popping it up, and they're balancing each other. It's like if one round Parajin doesn't really pop off, and then you got Gosu really showing it. So it's nice to like have that. Okay, if you're not feeling it this round, and you have someone else, so that's cool. At least you kind of balance it out, and not everything is on the weight of one player.
You know what? It's funny. I feel like they're taking exams whenever they're trying to start the tournament here. Because you saw how they flip through the notes sometimes. I don't know why. It reminded me of back in our high school days when we started to take an exam. Everybody just focused before we enter the exam hall. And the exam commencing. And it's what happened. Everybody just get their gears up, pencils ready. But are you guys ready at home? Because we're going to head into our first Erangel of the day. Let's hit it. And let's coming into our week 3. Day number 2.
And here we go, Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. And now I can't unsee the design of this plane. But we gotta know that it's almost every day we got a different plane design. So it's probably something that you guys want to check out on your own account on probably how to get these designs, because they look amazing.
Yeah, I love this. I love how if you can change the chopper into something cool as well. But we do have on the southern side of the flight path cutting across. Fairy Pier not really on top of it, but down to Nova Repnoye. We had so much of Medusa intersection yesterday. I don't know if we might ended up there again, but if the trend of today will be the circle right on top flight path, we might have 2 islands. Sort of a circle here. SMB, Pachinki, farm area, even shelter, and the bridge in between will be in the center of the circle. You haven't got yourself any sort of a bridge circle by far yet. But yesterday was a whole day of Medusa intersection. I'm not sure about the circle for today yet, but it's going to be setting a tone for the rest of the day for Erangel.
Yeah, the circle definitely plays a big role. I am looking over at what I'm interested to see here is military base. So Team Secret is taking a break, so BTR takes on their spots. They gotta be careful because Geek Slate might want to bridge cam this if only Geek Slate knows that someone's taking over the spot over considering that Team Secret is absent today. But the circle, so far in week 3, kind enough to be in somewhere in the center of the map. This time around, the same thing. So this kind of circle, if you look at the first one, it allows Geek Slate to also bridge camp on the left bridge to try and stop BTR or whoever comes by there and pick up points for themselves.
Feels like it might be a gut feel ending here when it comes to this circle. But no hot drops just yet. So far nobody's fighting, and Rays don't have enough ammunition if you force the fight against Box Gaming. Definitely needs more on those resources. You do lines around Nova, nobody contested them so far, but here comes the rush. Pasija Evos taking out SLD. Surprisingly, we didn't actually have a glimpse on this early on.
I don't want to jinx it.
Evos is going for the hunt. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but before the game started, we did talk about Paragin, and he got eliminated first. So, yep, I'm just gonna leave it there for now. But then again, Pasija Evos, good start for them. First elimination point, they'll be looking to get back their momentum. But, oh no, now it's Kwang Ji against D Xavier. This is tough.
The Axe finding ways to take down on Chuanji. But Chuanji fights back but jumps down, going on the first floor, trying to find any corner to get out from here, but stuck himself on sort of a very difficult angle just now. Back inside and back indoors on second floor again. Chua and also inside of Lambo just finish off that. And they're playing this very, very safely, coming from the Axe. Approaching one player with 2 peekers at the same time. That's a smart move. Not to throw away their bodies willingly and taking down one by one with those shotguns going on. I mean, like, that's scary. I mean, those shotguns should be back in the airdrop, please.
Yeah, put back the DBS there for sure, and maybe every other shotgun as well. But if we gotta think about it, like we did talk about this yesterday, by the end of the day, it's like, yeah, great, SLD's up there, we do see a different region for once, but can they hold on? Looks like they're starting to slide down. They lost that spot to Sem9 in game number 1, game number 2, starting off with 2 players left, and with 2 players, it is tough. Very likely they'll go for placement points, which is not much in the current meta, so if they still go down from there, assuming that the worst case scenario for them without any points at all. FaZe Clan, if they do get a big one today, they do get a chicken dinner, decent amount of elimination points, SLD could slide down further.
I mean, like, worst case scenario, this guy's already up there for the playoffs, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's the worst case scenario. But for Sem9, 76 points for 7 maps this week. That's huge, by the way. That's going to be 10 points minimum. Like 11 points. Make it, yeah, almost 11 points every single map. It's just how consistency being portrayed with those scores. But we should worry for those teams down there. I mean, like, where Geek Slate stand when it comes to overall ranking of the bonus point? Do they actually have a shot at getting into the playoffs or not? Because they are on the bottom as well, if I'm not mistaken. Not really high up there. Geek Slate placing themselves at 14. They're playing a dangerous game just like how BTR is. GE is X16. These guys need to hit more than top 10 to secure those playoffs.
Yeah, true enough. You kind of think about it. I mean, they're also dependent on, if you're kind of like there, right, in Geek Slate's position, they're also kind of dependent on what happens below. So far from what we see, the bottom 4 teams still ain't performing. But there's still games to play, so they could be caught by surprise. Meaning that, based on your theory, Geek Slate cannot be comfortable. They still need to at least achieve a middle bracket finish for them to be sure that they will see the light of Grand Finals.
Surprisingly, when it comes to PMSL South Asia this season, right, all the big names are down there. I mean, like, not taking any credit, not taking away the credit coming up from the top teams on the first page when it comes to PMSL, but those names that have huge background, we're talking about a huge fan base, and the players that used to be legendaries, most of them are down there.
Yeah, that's a big surprise, right? I mean, it's hard to brain sometimes if, like, in case, like, some of the viewers, maybe they watch like the first few seasons of PMPL or even PMCO, and then maybe they skip a couple of seasons. Like, in their mind, it's like, oh, these are big names, but when they come back in, they're like, hey, what are they doing down there? It's going to be hard to explain this, but you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. So it will be a big surprise to anyone, especially like a brand like BTR, like Team Secret, if they don't get through. And not only not getting through, but placing themselves way below. And there are a couple of other teams that are newer than them, arguably newer. Teams like maybe Bacon Time, arguably newer than even BTR and Team Secret, and they go on top. So if you miss a couple of seasons, you'll probably be kind of surprised that, hey, I thought that team back then in the day, PMPL Season 1 or PMCO, they're pretty great, but now what's happening? Yeah, this is where they call, like, life is like a wheel, right? Sometimes you're on top, sometimes you're down. It's just a matter of how fast you can spin the wheel to get back on top.
For me, I'm very disappointed because I have high expectation coming from BTR this season, especially with their roster of players. All the favorite players that I had in the last few seasons, including Jamforce, is in there. The expectation is so high that I put up myself for the team, but their performance was just subpar, which is really devastating coming up from my side. Like, I'm everybody's fan, right? I love all the teams playing. I like how they've been unique to each of their respective team. But just BTR, this is not how we want to see. Side of DX, on the other hand, they've been working so well as a duo player. Have been very disciplined coming from DX. You know what? We can actually extend those fight. They can actually just execute on Mika, but they pull back a bit. They know for a fact they don't want to put themselves in danger. So they know where their limits are, and they've been playing it such a disciplined play and organized coming from DX.
Yeah, and they knew the Dacia was coming, so the splat had to happen anyway. So yeah, as long as they secure the elimination point, that's great for them. So that's going to be one. But okay, the Xavier and Void, do they want to take this fight? Is it going to be worth it? They do have the high ground though. We're still at stage 2, and they decided not to.
DX, I'm loving this when they're not forcing it too much. If everything calculated at the side of DX, they can actually have a really good run this week. FaZe, on the other hand, spotted out DBD. Now, we do know for a fact DBD, when it comes to reading out circle, they're like magicians. They're definitely wizards. Coming out, just know exactly where the circle might end up. But their problem's always about the last few fights. When they be close in, when they be ambushed, when they be compressed by multiple pressure at the same time, they just flunk it. They just botch it. There's no way they can actually pull it through. They have to fix those problems now because we're down to the final week to have their formation as perfect as it can be before heading to the finals. But if they can head into the finals for DBD in this case.
Yeah, I know, right? Like DBD, they really need to climb up. So far, number 9 for them, and they have some level of consistency. It's just that the benchmark for them get through as high. They need to push up more. But looking at their current condition, now they're caught with Gigslate. The good news for them is that Gigslate does not have Mika, so they are facing up against a team that has a handicap. For DBD, it's like a handicap for them themselves in this composition because they only got 2 players here. The rest of the 2 probably still making their way. We can see from afar they're coming in, but Gigslate kind of interested, doing some scouting work. So we'll see who starts the fight here between DBD and Gigslate.
Oh, but Gigslate is a bit risky move if they start to initiate those fights because DX is just behind them as well, tailing them closely. So they have to be extra careful and think it through. I think they kind of caught the glimpse of DX tailing them behind. So that's why they're a bit meticulous and careful and cautious regarding how to start the fight. Side of box, they will run and gun before, but right now a bit quiet so far. Nobody's getting those crazy amount of domination of elimination, but it will happen and start at the stage 3, definitely where the circle shrink in less than 10 seconds, and stage 4 is going to be a massacre.
Oh yeah, stage 4 is going to be tough, considering that now there's still a percentage of water, but let's see, there is still some percentage of it. So right now the fight's starting to happen. It's going to be DBD and Gigslate. But DBD, they're pulling back, so they're not going to force the fight. I guess it's also maybe the level of confidence that they have due to whatever happened before this is like they're not the best in engaging fights. So that's why they're kind of cautious about this. Plus, like what you mentioned as well, because it's kind of like an open area. You got teams surrounding, third parties a nightmare. So they're not going to really rush in just yet.
Now, DBD, this is a time for the provers that they can actually take fights. SLD on the other hand, ambush Sam 9. It's a trap. They walk straight into it. Ghosty back in the shack, but at the same time, there are some other teams that are firing onto them. BTR on the other end, taking the fight against Unit Alliance. 1-1 knock, both are trading. But Jamforce not knock entirely. They lost Liquid before, down to only 2 players to clutch it indoors. But at the same time, Jamforce will have a bit of reset. Now BTR, Satar, Jamforce and UI try to play against Unit Alliance. RRQ, on the other hand, is facing another calamity.
Oh yeah, Pasija Evos still taking that fight on the mini screen. Sprays coming out from Micro Boy with a Micro Uzi. Yes, that has to happen. And now he's not done yet. He only has 4 bullets with the Micro Uzi though, so you gotta reserve that carefully as he'll be counterfired upon by Voldemort. But on the bigger screen, we have UI coming in with a Molly.
Satar just tried to flush him out with those Molly, cutting the corners as well, clearing off every corner possible. And UI cooking up the nade, just gonna toss it over to the side of Flax and Canny. Feels like the angle perfectly will be thrown to the side of UI. Having a bit of a stalemate for both teams with their utilities kind of drying out as well. Sam9 taking on Gosu. It's going to be SLD being eliminated next. Sam9. They've been winning those fights, but at a great cost. 2 remains for the player. Pasija Evos down to 1. Yudu Alliance is 2v3 against BTR. We haven't seen the best of BTR, never been shown yet. Can this be the time?
Oh yes, looking good for them so far. But they need to clear out Kenny as well as Flex, the 2 newer members of Yudu Alliance. I'll be looking forward to see whether FaZe can catch up onto SLD. 28 points difference now. But at the same time, the zone has arrived. This is stage 3 moving on to stage 4. So it'll definitely be devastating for these 2 teams. Beautiful nade by Sata. Left with Flex all alone.
And here comes the rush. The blue zone closing in as well, burning him off. It's going to be 0.8% or 0.6% HP per second for now. But for the circle, the moment it shrinks. Void got the center. Boom is nearby. Sam9 is in the middle as well. CJ Evo's Micro Boy is going to be the last player there is. But they try to find the corners on the side of BTR. They're still in the blue zone, not too far off. It's going to be the end of wrap around. BTR won that fight. We're down to 14 and 13 teams. But in the meantime, for the side of DBD, can they pull this?
Oh, it's going to be a head-on fight here with Box Gaming. Now DBD is coming in. Echo on the other building. He's going to open up the flanks behind Box Gaming, in fact. So Capone spots him. Capone shoot. It does connect onto DBD. But then again, now Box Gaming. Ooh, Zuros needed out by 6. Beautifully done indeed. Capone tries to get 2 of them with a UMP. But now he needs to reload, and he's reloading. Managed to switch it up onto another weapon, but Levy's had to come in from the other side. Now it's down to Echo to finish up the job.
But at the same time, Sam9 is having a bit of a business in here as well. We're talking about Sam9. Never mind. You know what? I want to engage with chat today. Chat, do tell us what DBD needs to do to get those chicken. Because right now, whenever they're being ambushed, whenever they try to force CQC, it never worked. What's the solution for DBD? Because as Casa, we can't think of any anymore.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose ideas about DBD right now. The only last final wildcard is just to put in Mosgoku, but other than that, I really have no idea. So do tell us in the comment section. We'd like to know your thoughts as well. Now looking at the circle, it did move away from BTR, and the next challenge is going to be D-Xavier. But is D-Xavier interested to move, or are they going to try to hold on to stop BTR from coming in? Looks like D-Xavier is still a part of the circle, so BTR, it's going to be quite a challenge for them to get in.
Talking about DX today has been very disciplined, very well organized when it comes to the formation and when it comes to approaching any fights there. You can see they're not how they used to play. They pull themselves back a bit. and just having those team communication going first before they start to run rampant. But Frankie relay back the information towards the rest of the roster. How do they approach this fight? He's taking his time. He's not rushing straight into where they try to stop BTL from entering in. But Frankie got himself straight into the warehouse first. Prep himself a couple of nades just in case they start to rush and run. But the rest of the other teams are hovering their crosshair towards this side as well. Jamforce and Yuhai approaching on different angles entirely. Look at how Rabies responded to that. Straight away, he go at the back line, preparing for any sort of an entrance when they are docking themselves on the shorelines.
Oh, should you look at this up north? There's another team coming in. It's going to be PBE onto the two members of D Xavier in this compound. Looks like Cool is going to start it, but not Cool for Pasija Evos. At least they go up with 5 elimination points, but number 11, not the position they want to be in.
PBE, they had almost a great run last time, but a bit too aggressive. They got eliminated early. DX. 2 teams they need to have their eyes on to. Those coming up from the back, it's going to be BTR and the PBE on the front. They've been compressed. And here comes another team from the northern side as well. If they happen to pull over this side, DX might actually be safe because it's going to be a bit of a distraction of alter ego shots to the side of PBE. But BTR definitely will be stabbing them behind their backs here. But circle have to be shifted again. And it's in between two sides of a circle where it's going to be a north or south. I feel like we've seen this sort of circle before. Where it ended up in between the land of the street. Going to be the one that's separating north and south by the end of the day. But back on the side of DX, they're taking things very slow because they know it's going to be more than one team they have to deal with here.
Well, let's see. Momboy's in his vehicle, so he might prioritize getting into the circle. But if he moves up north, he has Frankie to deal with, and after that, it's going to be alter ego. So that's something he needs to be aware of. And we all know how important Momboy is to PBE. Playing the scouting work into the circle, so he's A-OK right now. He'll be the marker for his team. And now we can see shots fired between BTR. But speaking about shots fired, it's going to be Cool with the DBS.
Oh, here comes DBS plays again. What a marvelous play of DBS, right? I mean, like, this incredible dose finish off here. Frankie got it, PBE Cool on the ground. But Frankie trying to trade out with those nades and just flushing them out with those explosives. And Frankie will return and respond to it as well. But PBE, they cannot even set. And the other player of PBE is actually way behind. But Genforce start botting in here. BTR taking the fight into DX. This is what I worry for DX. They have too many angles they have to protect themselves from and have to cover. It's not enough men they have on this side. Rabies lost take of health there, and the blue zone kicks in.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to survive this, but Frankie tries to win it against Rankit, but because of the zone, Rankit will still be knocked down, leaving Monboy alone for PBE. D Xavier also has Lamborghini, but how long can it last? He has 2 first aids. Hopefully he has a vehicle, but now Monboy not having a fun time.
Stuck in between. Same goes for Octal there. Lamborghini just crossed the street, taking a bit of a leap of faith and hope he never got clipped, but Monboy stops the journey of DX in this map for now. They place themselves at 10th place, but that Molly will burn Monboy quite a bit. Lucky enough, actually still got quite a space there, but Octa kept flushing him out. Monboy have to scatter himself out of the place, and that's it. Octa just finished off the job. PBE plays himself next.
They say second time's the charm, but not for Monboy in this case. And now the two Indonesian teams going up against each other. It's going to be BTR and Alter Ego. The name will be tossed out by Sata onto the other side. Good news is that they're within the circle, but there's another team waiting, overlooking the fight between these two teams. And they got to be careful if they reveal themselves too much towards Geek Slate. Geek Slate can take advantage and steal away eliminations. That won't be the situation that they want to be in.
Potato. Octa, Fnatic and Rosemary. They have a 4 for Alter Ego. Same goes for Boom. Genforce spotted Alter Ego Potato, shot him down straight away. Rosemary on the other hand tried to take a bit of a covers from smoke. Genforce lost tick of health. He knows for a fact he clipped him quite a bit. Satar actually stalling to make sure that Genforce can have a bit of a reset. Rosemary spotted out Genforce straight away, being knocked down with a jump shot just now, going in for more. At the same time, trying to buy himself a bit more time to save Octa. Octa is his responsibility, but here comes Fnatic. He's just gonna toss those nades! It's gonna be burning them off quite a lot with the blue team kicking in. Janfos cannot be safe for now.
Oh, and they're not safe yet as Potato rained the nades down onto BTR. And that's going to be his last nade being tossed out. He still has a molly though to try to flush them out. At the same time, Gig Slate, they are waiting by the rim of the circle, just overlooking these two teams in case there's an opportunity for them to steal those eliminations away. At the same time, we can see movement here coming in by Sata. Sata will be gunned down. It's going to be Beast Mary taking him out. And that is Yuhai caught on the outside.
Wow, surprisingly, I mean, like Alter Ego, that was a really clean finish coming from the side of them to finish off BTR just now. I mean, like fighting against BTR and another team during the same time. But it's not done yet coming up from the side of Alter Ego. They got himself 4. So far, the most dominated is going to be BTR. That's leaving with 1 million left. They got 5, but that's going to be the last one. Damn good finish of UI. That's going to be Bromance dying out. And we do know how close these guys two are. Yeah. And to have damn good finish of UI, the irony of it.
Yeah, I know, right? They'll probably have some high-five moment after this. But no high-five moment between Rosemary and Stuxnet. Now Stuxnet too far away from his teammates. It's going to be tough for him to be picked up. Alter Ego played by the rim of the circle. I'll be interested to see what happens up north as well, because we got Boom Esports and Void just next to each other, probably sharing the same compound. While FaZe Clan is still in this with a high ground advantage, getting information, waiting for the right moment to move in.
A lot of Indonesian teams still have a full squad here. All 3 of them, in fact, do have a full squad. Alter Ego, Boom and Void. Just shows how good the communication is when it comes to the Indonesian teams. But Alter Ego now starting to go for the hunt for more. They want to finish off Gig Slate. They are in between. They pop the smoke and definitely give away the position for the sake of some covers. Rosemary wants to go for the push. I know for FaZe desperate for those kills, but at the same time, FaZe standing where they can see through Alter Ego and Gig Slate at the same time due to those elevation, depending on how many, what kind of scope they do have. But FaZe, all they need to do is just wait it out. Nobody can actually climb up here unless they start to take a fight. But FaZe not willing to wait anymore. They want to go for a different compound, entirely different angle. They want to start the fight. They don't want to be ambushed later on.
Yeah, or probably they're waiting for the circle to pop as well, so they know which side they need to clear first. But maybe they're going to take this advantage. Looks like it's going to be Mela moving in on the boss gaming. The name will be tossed out. Mela doing the scouting work, trying to gather information. Not able to really see where the members of boss gaming are just yet. But now he knows. Okay, here we go. Mela at the front.
With Mormon alongside with them. Going in with a double nade down to a sort of box. If it hits on sort of Capone and Lavi, that's set. So far, it's a bit short. Never mind. Mela drop a big one. Down to Levy to make the play. Mormon standing up and spray. And Levy not being spotted out just yet. But Sam9 gonna give a bit of a pressure on Mormon. He's pulling backwards. One side of Prime Putra. Levy's just right across him. Being shot down by Levy from the flank and off angle. And Mela going back for another round here.
Ooh, Sam9 they had the circle, but now they don't have the manpower. FaZe Clan, a little bit of elevation for them, and Alter Ego moving on to Gig Slate. Gig Slate, both are stuck in the shack. One nade to rule them all. Stuxnet is supposed to come out, but he loses the fight even though he has a DBS, and now down to Snipes. Snipes! Finish off as well. It's gonna be Gig Slate out.
Alter Ego. What a flawless run that was. All 4 of them still alive, but for Void and Boom, it's gonna be Lapa coming out from the back line. Bombit really low when it comes to health. Raising big shot from afar. Have no clue where the shot's coming out from, and got himself trapped in between. There's so many shots behind and on the front. Void taken on by Yummy. Lavi taken on FaZe, but it's gonna be Boom going down. They are in the open. Their backs to the side of Alter Ego. They just open for frags down there, coming up from the side of Boom.
Oh, and it is Void, ladies and gentlemen, defending their ground. Beautifully done indeed. Next, they might want to focus on the Alter Ego since FaZe Clan is on the other side. But that also means if these two teams duke it out with each other, FaZe Clan, waiting for the right moment, can come in as a third party. So Alter Ego, despite them being a team that has a full squad, They cannot look down upon FaZe Clan, neither Void.
Alva and coming up from Lapa, who's got himself quite a number with 8 eliminations in the hands of Ultimate as well. 4 as usual coming up from Rosemary. But here comes Potato. That spray almost hit entirety of Lapa there. If you can actually shut down on Lapa, it's going to be really paralyzing on the side of Void. Potato now trying to pick another fight to the side of Alva. The moment they move, they just caught the auto cue. There's somebody on the vehicle and start picking out and start shooting. Rosemary on the other end trying to cross onto the side of trees if you can get an off angle. Thematic as well, but FaZe is actually being pushed back by the side of Alter Ego on the side flanks as well. I think that's going to be Fnatic's work on that side.
Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see if Fnatic actually pull off something fantastic. The circle does favor onto FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan has a good chance, considering that Void and Alter Ego must clear each other before they come into the circle. If not, they'll shoot each other. FaZe Clan can take advantage of that. 7 elimination points up for FaZe Clan. They have the confidence. They're doing well this round. So this could be the moment for FaZe Clan to take it home.
We've got a small shack for side of Bonsons. Void, they're going to play alongside with the terrain. The one in the flat plane is going to be Alter Ego. Who will be favored by the blue zone and who will not be favored by it? It depends on the next couple of seconds. Less than a minute away. And the one that actually have to push forward, coming up from Void. They're down to 2 players being stopped by Alter Ego and FaZe at the same time. In a triangle mode, upper half of the circle, and that's it. Slowly Alter Ego proning and trying to crawl to the side of Void. But the smokes will dissipate by time. Octa spot an entry, and this is going to be the opener. Here comes one more. Alter Ego, all they need to do is just finish off Void, and now rushing in for FaZe.
Yeah, they still have the numbers, so they need to do this quick before FaZe Clan resets. But they're on foot. No vehicle for Alter Ego. Getting closer and closer to FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan with the rest of their members should be able to hold this. But Alter Ego in the middle of the circle now. And the next middle of the circle will close entirely, meaning that FaZe Clan will be pressured by it.
It's going to be a perfect one if he got himself some mollies. But here comes another knock even. Coming up from 1-2-1, Trade FaZe and Potato. Onzens and Potato both on the ground. 3v2 now. Coming from the side of Alter Ego. Got a double digit already. Secures another one. Another one. Trade. Can they get the value they need on the side of FaZe? Down to 2v2. Equal fill. Rosemary down to losing of health. Another down. Octar to pull this off the back. They had the numbers, but FaZe, they got this fight in them, not willing to go down yet.
Yeah, not willing to go down indeed, as now they're trying to even up the odds. The nade will be tossed up by Mela. Mela has 4 nades in hand. He can still continue to rain onto Alter Ego. The smoke's not helping Octa, as now Ventores, beautiful knockdown. 1 more to go. Can Octa pull off a insane clutcher? He got Mela. 1v1 versus Ventores. The multiple MVP of last week. Ventores 50% health. Octa 50% as well. They even up the odds. DBS gameplay for Ventores, but it's finally Octa taking on the chicken dinner for Alter Ego.
Look at that. Octa is like, I'm the man. I'm the alpha. Fighting 1v1 against Ventores. They had a 4. They knocked down on 1 at first. It 1-1 trade. It was 4v3 and they finish off 1-1. Each scores their value. And then 3v2 and they got knocked on the side of Rosemary. Finish off straight away. It's down to 2v2. It was Octa clutch it out for 1v2. But FaZe, Ventores and Mela, what a game just now. They had so much fight. Still scores in the last minute, taking away a couple of points from Alter Ego. But you know what, it's going to be Rosemary again. He got the most damage in elimination, but I have to give it to Octa. He won that chicken for the entire team.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Octa, what a great gameplay it was. FaZe Clan, they had 2. They opened up left and right onto Octa. In theory, they would be able to win. But somehow Octa, very quick knockdown to Mela. Then he could focus onto Ventores, and the rest was history for there. If he took down Mela slow, if it took too much time to take down Mela, then it's going to be hard for him to take down the both of them because of how the distance it was. And plus, there was a DBS as well on the hands of Ventores. The closer he gets, the more powerful he gets. But Octa, my goodness, what an insane play that was.
I love the ending. It was a memorable clip. The way he just, I did it, guys. You know, that kind of a smug that he shows off in the last minute, fighting a face on 1v1. But that was an incredible closing coming from both teams, really. When it comes to FaZe, they have consistency. And this time, we're back to week number 2 here, Cloud. The rise of the Indonesians is back. We haven't seen a lot of procedure, surprisingly, but Void and Boom and Alter Ego has been taking domination in this map.
Oh yeah, it is nice to see, like, okay, someone else or another region really challenging the Thai teams. I mean, FaZe Clan did well as well, and they're consistent generally. So it's still going to be a lot of work for the other regions too. And that final moment was just something. But of course, we'll look at the highlights overall. A lot of fights in this round, a lot of compound fights. PV was involved, DVD was involved, BTR was involved. I mean, this round is just action-packed.
You know what, back to the sort of DBD, you know, they got the compound, they got exactly the rotations right. But I feel like they're lacking of intel about what's going on the outside. They have no clue when they're being ambushed, they're not prepared. Not that they have no clue, they're not prepared when they're being ambushed. Feels like they're taken off guard every single time the CQC happens. It's just something must have gone so wrong, or they need a flanker on the other end, or this is like, yeah, I'm the man.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call me now. You know what? I'm the best. Yeah, there you go, the smug. But back to the side of LT Eager, 23 points scored for this one. You know what? It's not even surprising to come up from double digit of this team anymore. I'm waiting for them to hit those 20 marks by end of week number 3 for Alter Ego. Honestly speaking, my expectations are high.
Yeah, my expectations for the bottom team is to do well, but look at the current situation. DBD down there, 2 points. PBE only 3 points. Basija EVOS 5 points. And BTR, at least some level of improvement, 6 points. Boss Gaming as well, one of the teams down there, 7 points. Pretty okay considering that the current meta is as such. But because they are in the struggle for the bottom 4, they need a lot more points in the bag to get out of it. SLD did really well before this, but only 1 point this time. Ooh, are they starting to lose steam? This would be the question for SLD.
You know what? I wish SLD and DBD kind of merged together because of how SLD have really good firepower and DVD have really good big brains moment. We talk about the circle, right? If you combine those together, it'll be a formidable team, honestly speaking, because it just complement each other's sort of lack of areas in certain way. But Sam9 taking the podium spot has been very consistent, 80 points in the past 8 games, and they still maintain up there. SLD plays themselves second. FaZe swapping with Alter Ego, climbing out. A lot of team being pushed on first page, but the one you mentioned before on the bottom, Clown, I mean, like, the one that's not safe here is gonna be Gig Slate. I think that's the one that is really in dangerous zone.
Yeah, can you imagine if they finish up at number 20 and the other bottom teams actually perform? Then it may be a big surprise for us that Gig Slate gets eliminated. So keep your eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. The drama will unfold as we go through the days. But we are gotta give the head-to-head between these two teams, two players. I wish we got a head-to-head between Octa and Ventores. I think that would be interesting. But you know, Rosemary is just Rose Carey anyway.
But wait, the highest total throws being used before, it was around 21 yesterday. I think Rosemary break another record for now. 27 by himself. I'm not sure if there's somebody else holding the record so far, but that's the highest by far that we got it for the entire 3 weeks of PMSL. But so far, at least the flags are different, Cloud. At least we can be happy about that.
Yes, we are still in pursuit for 2 things: different flags and DBD getting the chicken dinner. Come on, DBD. Because why? We're putting you guys up there. We're putting you guys on the spot. So don't disappoint us.
Oh, man.
It's been 3 days now.
I mean, like, they are great. They are brilliant even when it comes to rotation. It's just they know exactly how the pattern works of each circle, right? But the one that closing in when they're being forced with a fight, it feels like they are like deers in headlights when they were being ambushed. They don't know what to do. I just wish they can overcome that, because if they did, that's the only thing that they need to fix for now for week number 3, and they can actually make it for grand finals.
Correct, I totally agree with you. Like multiple times we see them, okay, they can get in the circle, they can get a nice position, whether it's a compound or whether it's a high ground, but it stops at there. That's it. Nice position, great rotation, cool. But the moment someone else comes by, that's it. Especially with their kryptonite, a DPS.
Ah, man. I mean, like, you know why we're rooting for DBD? They are the only team across PMSL the entire 3 weeks. They did not score any chicken yet. All the other teams down there didn't perform. Even the last place like Team Secret or even like PBE, even like GE, on the bottom teams down there, they all got something. They at least got themselves one chicken, even though they are in the bottom of overall bonus ranking. But for DBD, they are in the bottom and didn't score anything. They need to have something to go back, just in case, you know?
Yeah, Chuchu, I can feel your passion as much, because I think we both feel the same. I'm sure our viewers feel the same as well. It's like, whichever team that they support, it's still like, guys, come on DBD. You got 3 weeks at least to get a chicken dinner, but still couldn't. It's so frustrating at some point. Oh, man.
You know, Cloud?
Yeah.
It's like no picture means you're lying, right? Give me pictures first. And the only picture that they actually will have a proof that they are in PMSL South Asia is when you get those chicken. That's where your banner will flash. If you don't get those screenshot, it means that you're lying. You're not playing in PMSL. I mean, DBD, come on, guys.
Yeah, come on, guys. You know what? If this was like with an audience, the moment they get the chicken dinner, I believe it's like, you know, that standing ovation that we have in PMPL Season 1 when Singapore finally get their first chicken dinner. I'm sure it would be that. If only like there was this stage. It was, yeah, well, that was a moment. But come on, DBD. Stop breaking our dreams.
I mean, like, this is... I hate to break it, but DBD, they are declining when it comes to the performance. If you compare with the last season and this season, yeah, it's a different format, it's a different sort of a team playing. Some teams and rotation wise very different, with DBS going crazy in these days. You know what, just delete all DBS in PUBG. I just hope that happens to see everything going again. But you know what, DBD, they are going backwards with their performance, honestly.
Yeah, it feels so, you know. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's the backwards from PMPL Malaysia. They did really well, got a second place, going neck to neck, head to head with Geekslate. And now in PMSL, it's like a totally different team for them. I'm really baffled by whatever happened. But anyway, Choo, after this, we're going to have an interview. So, who do you think it will be?
Please let us see DVD for once, so they have a proof that they are in this tournament. Just saying.
You know what? Yeah, if we can't think about it, right? Not only without a chicken dinner, I think DBD is the only team without an interview as well. It's time.
That's what I meant. Yeah, I think it's time for them to actually have a bit of a spotlight to see what's going on down there. What went wrong.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, okay, so no spoilers yet because I don't know who's going to be interviewed. So that's our hope, guys. That's our hope. We want to hear from
high
DBD.
chance it's going to be either coming out from FaZe, or I think it's going to be Sam9. Either or. But we did have Sam9 early on, so high chance you're going to get a FaZe interview based on the last chicken just now.
Or maybe Alter Ego, because of the
I mean, like, I do want
to
to have a Rosemary interview, if that's possible. To ask if we can get Yummy and Rosemary to have interview at the same time. And I want to have a question: what happens if? Do you think that you're gonna form a team in the future? Do you think that's possible? Something like that. It would be so cool.
Yeah, and that would make sense as well because you only need one translator for the both of them.
Yeah. I mean, like, they are in the same region, so it's actually like an interview. If only they can actually listen to us.
Yeah.
And answer our question now, it'd be great.
It's so demanding, right, Choo? But anyway, for you guys out there. It's not going to be the both of them. It's going to be someone else. Let's sit down with the interview. Tash, take it away.
Bombastic matches after bombastic matches. Thank you very much to casters, and we're now back here in the interview area rather. With me, I have Jung from SLD, where they have had a phenomenal match. First of all, how are you feeling after that match?
Em cảm thấy như thế nào sau trận đấu vừa rồi?
Sau trận đấu vừa rồi thì tụi em cũng không có thấy bị tâm lý gì đâu. Bọn em vẫn bắn bình thường thôi chứ.
We don't have any effects to our feeling. We still keep the same mood for the game. Yeah.
Wow, they're keeping the same mood and the same fire going on, and this is very exciting to hear as we go on toward the second half of the day. Now, you guys were at the top of the scoreboard, and now you guys are overtaken by SEM9. Could you share with us what happened in the last match when you guys came across SEM9?
Hôm qua thì mình dẫn đầu, nhưng mà hôm nay thì SEM9 nó đã đứng đầu rồi. Thì vừa rồi cái trận vừa rồi khi mình gặp SEM9 thì xảy ra như thế nào, cảm thấy như thế nào?
Ở tình huống mà combat với SEM9 thì tụi em thấy nó cũng không có gì là lạ đâu, vì bọn em bắn 4 người mà. Ở tình huống đó thì từ trước đấy thì tụi em có tìm kiếm phương tiện để di chuyển vào khu vực nút đồ của mình, thì bọn em không tìm được xe thì đã mất trước 2 người sớm rồi. Thì tụi em vào đó cũng kiểu người ta cũng đâm vào đấy để đẩy bo thôi ấy.
For me, that situation is cannot be better because at that time we also look for the transportation. However, our team is still got 2 only, so that is the opportunity for SEM9 to get it.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. If you remember, again, the circle was not necessarily the best. Of course, on top of that, the flight path wasn't as well the greatest at that time. But let's talk a little bit about the differences between how you guys played today and yesterday, as we have different groups playing. How do you feel about that?
Hôm nay với hôm qua mình cảm thấy như thế nào khi mình thi đấu á? Tại vì hôm nay thì đối với các nhóm cũng khác rồi, mình cảm thấy như thế nào, hoặc là mình có thay đổi gì?
Hôm nay thì tụi em vẫn sẽ thi đấu hết sức thôi, nhưng mà thì tụi em nghĩ là cái trận đấu vừa rồi thì nó chỉ là một cái gì đó nó không may thôi, khi mình không tìm được phương tiện đi lại. Còn những trận đấu tiếp theo tụi em sẽ cố gắng thôi.
Today we will still keep the same mood and still perform well, because just now it's just a little bit unlucky. So far we will keep our goal to hit the target. Yeah.
All right, that makes sense, because if you remember, even though there is going to be changes in these teams as well as the circles, they're going to be keeping the same mindset going forward, and that is really important as a player because it is all about that consistency. Now, in match 1 today, you guys were killed by Voin, and then in match 2, you guys were killed by SEM9. Which team do you think is the bigger threat to you, Voin or SEM9?
Có 2 đội là Voi and SEM9 đúng không? Một Voi thì nó hủy một lần, diệt một lần, còn SEM9 thì nó cũng là đứng đầu. Thì 2 đội này thì mình cảm thấy lo lắng đội nào nhất, mình cảm thấy đội nào nguy hiểm với mình á.
Thì với em thì bọn em không thấy đội nào cảm thấy nguy hiểm cả. Tụi em sẽ vẫn thi đấu như bình thường thôi. Nếu mà tụi em sợ thì tụi em sẽ không làm được.
We don't feel scared any team. We feel just as normal. We will try our best to win.
Right, so every team being the same, giving a different kind of confidence here for the team. Now, for the final question I have for you guys is, Vietnam was in the top 1 for the first time yesterday. So what do you think you can do to overtake SEM9 and maintain that top 1 placement?
Hôm qua mình đạt top 1. Mình sẽ làm gì để mình giữ vững cái danh hiệu đó và mình vượt qua SEM9?
Bây giờ mới là trận thi đấu thứ 2 thì tụi em nghĩ tụi em vẫn còn nhiều thời gian để có thể vượt qua được SEM9 và giữ vị trí thứ nhất.
Still got a lot of time. This is just start the game 2, so we has a lot of time. We will keep our performance and make sure we will get it.
All right, thank you very much, Jong, for that interview. Really excited for you guys and SLD to go back to top 1. And for now, we're going to pass it over back to the casters. Don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile coming to you guys. Bye.
Well, SLD, they keep their humility and they have the discipline. You can't give it to them when it comes to week number 3. But the one that we saw just now, Alter Ego versus Space, it was a great ending, and coming back to the next Erangel map, I don't know what to expect. It has been what a banger game. I mean, the entire day has been on fire.
Yeah, but you know what? Speaking about fire, right, I really like the interview. Like they still maintain that fire within them. It's like what I take home from that interview is that focus on themselves rather than worrying about other teams. Even like when the question where Tash asked was like, whether it's Void or Sem9, which do he think is a bigger threat? And then he's like, oh no, they're all the same, and then they just focus on themselves at the end of the day. That's my take home away from them. Very different mindset, because if you ask that question to a lot of other teams, they will give you a straightforward answer, but for him specifically, it's like, nope, we don't think about anyone else, we just think about ourselves.
Yeah, I love that mindset, you know. It keeps you focused all the time and not being threatened or intimidated by the other teams. It's actually a very good mindset, and that kind of portrays by the side of Alter Ego too, if I'm not mistaken, because of how they were fighting against Vintorius just now. If you were in their shoes and you know there's going to be face players, and if Vintorius said that, you'll be threatened by the fact, oh, this is going to be tough, I might actually lose this when it comes to 1v1, the pressure's on me. But on the side of Alter Ego, they don't care. Same goes for the side of SLD. That's why they're up there right now. Same goes for Sem9. If you have too much respect, it's not going to be great. But we do have Zilin playing this time. For the side of Geekslate, will this give a lot of impact so far?
Alright, I have an interesting stat about Zilin. So I shout it out to Papa Mwas who gave me this stat, right? He's obviously keeping track of Geekslate because his kid is Snipes. Anyway, so he was sharing with me like the stats between Zilin and Stuxnet. The eliminations per round actually favors to Zilin. So based on that stat, him as a Geekslate fan, he obviously would prefer Zilin in the lineup. So yeah, I mean, Zilin has been playing less around, so I'd like to see more from him too, giving him the opportunity based on the stats. But as usual, Boom has to do a swap.
It's a must. We do know, I mean, like, usually it's going to go crazy swaps after this, we're done with the first half, after we're done with the break. But it's a bit earlier than usual. It's back to week one sort of rotation when it comes to be only one player for the rotations in the first half. And then there's going to be double rotation later after we're done with the breaks. But when it comes to next Erangel, looking at the teams down there, I just wish they can have a bit of a push, because it feels like they need it so much. I mean, can we get that chicken for DBD already? Or BTR? Even BTR is struggling here, Cloud.
Yeah. The best round was the previous Erangel round. 6 points. Other than that, it's at the bottom. It's like just 1 point, 2 points, or even without a point. So they'll be looking forward to come back here. Bacon Time haven't been popping up as well. In the previous round, they didn't manage to get a single point, being the only team to not get a point inside of the first Erangel. So they definitely need that push as well. We'll definitely be seeing Bacon Time onto the next round, but because they are bringing the reputation of the Thai region, the standard has to be really up there.
That's true. But for Vietnam, where did the standard go? We do know for a fact they were great in 2022. That was their era. And it was the coming of big wave of Vietnam teams in an entire esports as a whole, not just PUBG Mobile at that. Remember that. But where did that wave gone?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, for Xavier, they definitely set a benchmark for Vietnam with that incredible run inside of PMPL Southeast Asia just last year. And then all of a sudden, like when it came to this year, it's like, oh, the total flip for them. And not only for them, like what you say, as a region, as a whole, maybe it's just because of the new meta, the new point system, not really adapting to that just yet. But as per SLD, that interview, they said, there's still a lot of game to go, anything can happen, but we'll start it off next. In this game before the long break, it's going to be Erangel.
We're back for our second wrangle of the day before we're heading into the long breaks, but it's always about the flight path. This time it coming out from the north, down towards the south, cutting across Pochinki. Not really even, a bit more towards the left side than the right, or more towards the west than the east, but still within the reach. Almost a straight line cutting on top of Pochinki, but it's always down to the circle. If the circle happens to be right onto the flight path, that has been the trend here today, Cloud. We might actually have sort of a Rostock circle possibly then.
I wouldn't mind that as well, because we haven't seen like inside of Rosal, and Rosal has its own tactical location. Like there's a hill just on the outside of Rosal, that's a good location as well. Playing inside of Rosal obviously is one of the key areas. There's a house on the left of Rosal which is cool as well, and if the circle did land on the Rosal, boom, Esports would enjoy it a lot. Looking over at BTR, earlier on, they dropped into military base. It's probably because of the flight path, but this time they're going on the northern side of Jogo Pool, which is an area that they're more comfortable. But tucked in the corner it is.
Yes, Naya Poliana feels like that's going to be a very heavily contested compound for now. It depends on how these guys react to and respond to the circle, really. It's not really right on top of the flight path, it's just extremely away from it as well, right on top of Stalbert at that. And no team happened to be dropping in Stalbert. That's the funny part of it.
Yeah, not the most popular of locations, Stalbert, just because of how spread out teams need to be, and for them to back out each other because of the high ground versus low ground, it's tough. So, yeah, and it's not like it has the greatest amount of loot anyway. I can totally understand that. But now, considering that this kind of circle, like what you pointed out, Stalbert could be the key area.
Yep, but they have to build up their loot first. They don't want to go there empty-handed, since you mentioned, and we all know for a fact that Stalbert's not that great when it comes to loot, when it comes to places to defense, as the third and the fourth checkpoint will be remarkable with this sort of circle. FaZe, on the other hand, taking their own sweet time here. I'm not sure who's the closest up there, but I have a feeling 7-9's not that too far either, right? They always drop on the northern side too, but it was within their reach due to the flight path was cutting as vertical as possible in the map just now. We haven't seen the best of Procedure yet. We did saw them trying to go aggressive, but you know what? The thing about Void and Procedure Evos happen to be in the same group. It's going to be a lot of hectic times because these two teams really love those gunfights.
Maybe that's why they kind of cancel out each other, right? If you kind of think about it. Yeah, because if you think about it, like Void and Procedure, points wise, yep, double the difference. But if you look at the ranking wise, they're not too far away. So maybe they're canceling out each other. In fact, Geek Slate is down there, and they cannot do anything about the group A. They will be sticking with each other till the end of the week.
Speaking of BTR, we don't have Ryzen playing here. It's going to be Jam Fast, Farfel, and Satar, and Yuhai. So far, I don't know, the rotation on the side of BTR, no matter how they rotate, it feels the same. It doesn't change so much when it comes to the performance as a whole, not too impactful. 7-9 on the other hand, I don't know what happened, but this week has been crazy good for them.
Oh yeah, it's like they're starting to get that week 1 vibes when they did really, really well. And every time they do well, obviously, well, the boss himself will do a social media posting. So I expect to see that on my timeline later on. Shouting out to you, Boss Tommy. Team's doing really well. And he's very supportive. In fact, he goes to the venue to actually support them by himself.
Yeah, I saw that. He's such a great guy, yeah. It's just he never gave me stuff. It's like, praising too much. Please give me stuff too. Because we want those camo sweater, right? It's really cool. Like, it's one heck of a sweater. I love it. I love 7-9 merchandise, but we don't get it for free, which I'm gonna break my banks just to get it. I'm thinking about it. Maybe next year it might be I'm able to buy it. But back to us a game you go. PBE on the other hand. Now PBE, the story is they are, we can call them the underdogs, right? Seeing is for side of GE. GE is not playing it today. PBE, the only representative coming up from Philippines. So far week 1, a bit of a harsh start. They trying to adapt slower start than the rest of the team. They gain so much point. Week 2 on then they start to gain the momentum. They start to adapt. Can see how they're flexing out with the rotations, and they're trying to go with some certain unusual checkpoint, force the fights in the clash, and getting those hot drops. Well, week number 3, it feels like start to go back to square one in week 1 there.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, yesterday they played, and they have 8 games in hand. On top of like the Group B teams, and look how close they are with the Group B teams. Void 1 point behind them. Even BTR, that we kind of feel that they're not really performing, 5 points away from PBE. This is big news for PBE, and if they get pushed further down, I mean, PBE, we need to book an early ticket back.
That sounds sad. But it's very quiet right now, very different from last one. Boom now happen to be crowding over the side of Sem9. They're trying to actually caught them off guard, but Sem9, they might taking up the challenge. Dap a bit paranoid about going on the back line here, calling out the rest of Sem9 to reunite, having a go against Boom. You're trying to fight head on. Both teams really good when it comes to gunfight, firepower and their gunfights. Both teams can do it incredibly well. It's split it into 50-50 percentage of winning so far for both teams.
Yeah, and we did talk about like how great this location would be with this current circle as a checkpoint, and this just proved our point, right? 2 teams eyeing the top of Starper, but Sem9 thinking that okay, maybe it's not somewhere that they're comfortable playing. Maybe they have another idea. They're just gonna leave it for Boom and let them enjoy themselves up there. But at least Sem9, because they arrived earlier, so they would have been done with loot. So for Boom, they'll be looking over scraps.
At least scraps is better than nothing. Inside of Geek Slate. Well, some teams are still going for blues, and Neither Lions included in that. BTR haven't changed so much when it comes to rotation cloud. You saw how week 1 they've been playing in the blues in so much. It haven't changed too much coming from BTR, honestly speaking. Maybe they tried, maybe we didn't see the impact yet, but I just couldn't see any sort of improvement from BTR, and they're still staying with the same sort of rotation inside of the blues, and as long as they can be. Maybe it's just the circle just too far from them.
Yeah, so the last we saw them, they drop into the areas of North Jogopul, circles on the right. So North Jogopul has all those apartments, right? So naturally you would spend more time trying to loot, and because they are like quite far away from the circle, so naturally they would spend more time like, okay, let's loot up a little bit more, it's fine. So that's probably the case for them. Not too far from the circle. Now they're passing through Saverni, but the circle pulled down.
Wow.
Yes, Naya, let's go.
No way, this circle again. This is Medusa intersection once more. It's a repeat of yesterday back-to-back wrangle, and now we're having this again.
That means the previous days were some sort of a rehearsal for this current moment. Let's see how the teams really adapt to this. So far, we still have all the players intact, and let's remember our record was no first blood until about a minute before stage 3. So we still have time on that. So we'll keep an eye on that.
You remember that? I kind of forgot about that already. You still remember
Yeah.
it. We have so many record holders so far. I agree to that. So far, that's the only one, the longest. But BTRJ was spotted out on box. Now the ones coming up from the side of Stalver start to climb down towards the southern side of Medusa intersection. We do know how this is going to fare. It's going to be an open field of a last minute fight because of the intersection there itself. DBD taking on Boom from afar. It's going to be 6 now, closing up the gap, popping off the smoke, heal himself out with those bandages and nothing else. He got nothing else except for that last bandage. But DBD can disclose by themselves. Yes, they got the 1 elimination so far at quite a great cost. But BTR around the bunker area, they have to cut across box gaming to win this one.
Ooh, Junos DBS gameplay gets one knockdown, but dedicated counterfire with a UMP from Juice will take him down, and now they can reset. They can pick up Gen Force It's still tankable, the current zone. 900 meters away should be okay for them since they still have the buggy. But for Winnie, what is he going to do? Does he want to play the gatekeeping role? And looks like a little bit of a long-range gatekeeping there. They can't pick up Sata because of this.
Box. Shunos bleeding out. Liquid taking on Shunos and finish off straight away. Down to only 2 players coming from Box Gaming. UI is being spotted out, but winning this distance is a bit too ambitious for him to clip those. It's just quite hard for him with those AKM to work at this distance. Really, you need to build this one. Not worth overextend themselves in the blue zone. For the side of Satar, I just hope they do have enough first aids now. They don't have any on the side of UI, but about Satar, how much does he has?
Yeah, not too sure. We didn't really get to see that. But anyway, I think he should be okay. Pretty sure for these players, they would have anticipated like, okay, how long they can stand this outside the zone, and plus you have an exit point behind him, so he should be alright. DBD as always. Rotation, great. They can get into good positions, they can get into the compound. But then again, if they get sieged down, it's always a big problem. Let's see if DBD needs to move in the next piece of circle, and looks like they will still need to go.
I do prefer this over the Medusa intersection, really, because we've seen that too many times. Plus, due to how many breaks, but if you ended up right on top of your sniper, you know, that's not fun either. We're talking about that heavily comprises of building compound. It's going to be tough for the players to see any angles, but Sam9 and Alter Ego have a bit of a greeting to do. Greet with warm shots of spray potato down. Didn't even breaking a sweat casually. Feels like they are, you know, bad boys is just actually on the sort of Hollywood movie, just shooting from those passenger seat and just casually finish things off. Feels that way though.
Yeah, unlike the Xavier, they're the good boys now. They'll just say like, oh no, we're not interested, we just want to get to our checkpoint. But SLD won't make it easy for the Lamborghini. Close one! Oh! Ooh, that was a close one for Lamborghini, but can't say the same for Chua.
Chua bleeding out while Frankie and Rabies have to clutch this by themselves. The rest of Pasija Eva's moving as a 3-1 formation, closing in the distance between them. But that's Boom in between as well. It's going to be a three-way sort of a fight, because SLD make it 4-5 here. Because SLD just so nearby, they can actually hear those gunshots and the audio cue. They will try to force a fight here and try to take advantage of it as well. DX on there, they're not so great now. They need to work things out. Because right now they're only working out with only 2 men, Rabies and Frankie. They only lost Chua and Lamborghini. That's going to be really tough for them pulling this one out.
Yeah, you did talk about how unfun inside Yasnaya could be. Well, it's definitely not fun for these teams because they have multiple angles to take care of, and being inside an urban warfare, you don't get the chance to see your opponents as much. You don't get as much information as compared to being in an open area. So this is going to be a big challenge here for at least these 4 teams within it. Pasija Evos, although they're just in the next building, but because of so much cover for D Xavier, Redface, he don't have the information.
Boyne getting himself barely in the line of the circle. SLD put try. Don't know what happened to Sam9. They're having a bit of a bloody time as well. 1 knockdown. Nowhere near being finished off, by the way. He's still bleeding out. A kick slate on there, then taking a different compound entirely. We're looking at things where there are no fights here. Surprisingly, there are a lot of fights in the center. We don't have any sort of information on that side still. Kick slate cutting across the big plain field, just going straight into Yasnaya where the other teams are. We're talking about 16 teams in the 4th circle. Everybody in there, and Bacon being greeted by hello for jump and finished off. Alva, slither of health remains. Managed to win that one. 1-to-1 trade with each got themselves value. Voin Alva down on the ground next. Bacon time. A bit of a winning on the side of Bacon time for now. Voin the last player. Lapa couldn't clutch it. It's gonna be the end of it. Bacon time within just less than 10 seconds.
Yeah,
secured the entire squad.
Yeah, they turned the tide against Voin, who crashed into them. They got the first knockdown, but they couldn't hold the ground against the other 3 members of Bacon Time. PBE was lurking around, but they choose not to crash in because time is not on their side and the circle did move away. So it's understandable there focusing on trying to get into Yasnaya Polyana itself, but Redkit, oh, that long range, it did not hit onto him, but it hit onto his back tire.
Rankit popped the smoke. He got himself just in the center of the warfare. Alter Ego, on the other hand, it's going to be Rosemary Octa moving away. Fnatic already in there, taking the fight into RQ's lair. They are just knocking on heaven's door here. Will be there hell or heaven? We have no clue yet. As Fnatic got chipped down quite a bit. It's going to be 3v4. RRQ, never mind. Alter Ego, they have to fight 3 ways here as FaZe Clan happen to be dropping this bullet in those windows as well.
Well, we grew from 5 teams to like, I'm starting to lose count now. Look at the amount of teams inside of Yasnaya. We got a couple of teams still on the outside. The circle might be centered around the Yasnaya compound. Alter Ego taking this fight against the next team. But 9 Noise takes down Putra. So that's going to be 7-9. They're probably on the outside somewhere else. They came down from the hilltop. And they should be somewhere on the outside of this compound. But Raimon, PB who just arrived, got knocked down. As long as he's in the compound, he should be alright.
And so they split into 2-2-7-9 widespread out in the open field. Now whoever actually in the field not so great, they got those smokes to cover for a bit, but SLD, they're watching like a hawk. Even Bacon Time couldn't pick out, and 7-9 stuck in between there, being compressed and hammed down by 2 teams at the same time. FaZe Ventura been shot by the side of RNQ, but 7-9, here goes. Touch taking a 1-2-1 fight, but still on the side of 7-9 being eliminated. This is one of their worst rounds so far for the entire week 3 coming up from 7-9.
Yeah, with only 1 point it seems for this round, allowing opportunity for SLD to catch up. SLD now with 2 eliminations, so their gap between 7-9 is only 8 points. But to break the tiebreaker, they need 9 points. But SLD, considering that they're in full squad, they are in the circle, they have a building, still looking good for SLD.
PUBG Mini 14 might actually spot out Bacon Time if you can actually see through what's going on the other side of those hills. It definitely just missed Touch, Armstar, just within seconds. Now definitely spotted out Touch and Noise now. There goes the tap, but nothing connects. Paraja is so pivotal for him. He's the anchor for the team to make sure Bacon Time cannot pass through. But he couldn't hold the ground. And Bacon Time on there then walked himself into another 3-way war. Yudu Alliance and Kick Slate the next fight here.
Oh, and it's going to be tough for Bacon Time. It's likely that the circle will move away. Look at the amount of open space between them and safety. Now we get a clear view of where the circle will move. And it's going to be Yasnaya Town, Bacon Time, Yudu Alliance. Open space in front of them. That's going to be the next challenge.
Yasnaya right on top of it. It's going to be urban warfare as well. Splitting the map into 2, which is going to be in the center, the road itself. Dividing the buildings on the north and the south side. Trong Zen and the rest of SLD try to get themselves as much compound to play along with the buildings around them. Trying to dominate on the left side, right side. But FaZe, on the other hand, fight against BTR straight head on. DBD trying to take advantage from the side flanks here. UI trying to just get back up on the feet of Liquid. Here comes Jimmy OP. Can they be sneaky about this for DBD?
Oh, well, that nade connected, but no knockdown just yet. But at the same time, Echo being shot down by Gen Force. Ooh, DBD. I mean, not the Masters of Fighting, but Masters of Fighting utilize has arrived. Are they look now? Critical situation. Shamil gunned down as Boom Esports holding their ground.
Pombit prepping up those nades. Utilize. Wait, what? Look! Kenny and look at the worst time possible. Why did you knock your own teammate at the worst time possible again? The entire week come up with wait! What? Raisin Pombit!
What?
What is this?
What is this? I need a written explanation for these 2 teams. But we'll discuss that later. As Yudo Alliance eliminated by Boom. Yudo Alliance! Oh no, that was a disaster for them!
They were in the worst case scenario where the top fragger both being knocked down by own ally. And that's just the worst timing to be having those accidents. I mean, like, we can't avoid accident when it's meant to be happening, but that is in the worst case scenario when you were fighting in the same building there. Backs on the side of FaZe, they're taking a lot of fights but only secure 1 eliminations. The one that we should watch out for, which can be Bacon time. They're working as a trio, but they scored themselves 6 eliminations by now, but the one actually do score quite a number, which can be Boom, but they only have a duo for now with 5 points.
The nade curse isn't stopping inside the PMSL, it seems. Hopefully it won't happen to these two teams, SLD and Pasija Evos. Pasija Evos, they need the points, but SLD, they'll be looking to take back the #1 spot. At the same time, we can see fights happening everywhere else. Bacon time, 3 touch, knocked down by Gig Slate. Gig Slate has a circle advantage and beautiful nade by Snipes to take down Style.
Oh boy. Damn good, got himself an outbreak. Here comes, oh no, RRQ, he just steals it away from Gig Slate. That's gonna hurt their pride here, for these boys have been putting so much effort to finish off Bacon time, and they just cheekily taking it away from the back line.
Okay, but Pasija was not going through the back line, they're going through the front line with Gosu with the DPS. He is prepared for it, but now he's super duper low. He needs to reset himself, but then again, Pasija Evos, they're going to come up, and Pasija Evos managed to take down Parge and finish him off. Gosu is still alive, and Gosu will ensure the point out of Luxy.
It's going to be 1v1 between these two teams there, but SLD, if they finish on Luxy straight away, down to Gosu to pull the clutch, but never mind. Trong will be next one to finish off. Red FaZe got himself scored 3, but he has to give every faith they have for Pasija Evos towards Luxy. Down the stairs, it's going to be the stair fight. DBD on the other hand taking so long to actually go aside of Box Gaming side, but they finally make it in with an ambush, but still have a bit of a trade. And that, wait, what? That's not even supposed to happen. They were picking at the same time.
I know, right? Just right in front of each other. But anyway, DBD still won this fight, but Levis has a nade. He's prepared to nade Ziggs down. So Ziggs gotta be prepared. Levis cooking up the nade. If it lands onto Ziggs, that's it. At the same time, BTS on the outside, they might push it anytime soon, but the nade onto Ziggs, it will not connect. Ziggs is still protected by the wall. He's A-okay, but for how long?
Box Levy spotted out BTR players, trying to flush those actually in front of him as well. He's cornered down to a really small space by himself here. PBE across them, but coming up from behind, BTR taking out DBD. I mean, like DBD. They had a 4 before. There were nobody contesting them, but they're still in the same sort of spot in the same corner, not moving. When they had so much advantage to backstab people, and being a third party did take it into the matter of their hands.
Yeah, it's a tough...
Boom taking on Gig Slate. Gig Slate finished off on 11th. I mean, what is happening in this map?
Probably because between Gig Slate, they had the Sniper Tower on the outside, Yasnaya, and between the Sniper Tower and Yasnaya town itself, too much of an open space. And we can see teams starting to look on the outside, so they were gate capped by other teams. But for DBD, oh man, again, it's going to be a tough position for them. Only 2 players left. They're dependent on this building now as a shelter. Good news for them is that BTR chooses to come in from the top, so they're not going to focus on the building where DBD is at. But now the worry is if the circle moves away from DBD, what they're going to do.
This is quite unusual from Alter Ego. I have to pull that away for a bit because they didn't score any from the side of Alter Ego. It's so rare for them to be at this stage, this late at game, without any sort of elimination points. Well, FaZe, each one of them scored. Look at how teamwork plays its best here coming from FaZe. Every one of you gets something out of something. But on the side of DBS, this is like, yeah, you mentioned about them earlier on. There's no good way to say it right. But BTR, Gen 4 spotted out. Momboy PBE is still there. They secured 1 elimination. They still have a full squad. Same goes for RRQ and FaZe.
Momboy took a big risk to be on the rooftop because this kind of circle you expect a lot of teams around, and you'll be shot by multiple angles, and rooftops are quite open. But now Rosemary tries to turn into a Beast Mary, almost getting a knockdown there, but not able to secure it just yet. Right now the circle will close, so teams at the edge, they'll be biting their nails. How far do they need to move? BTR, they gotta move as well, and they're gonna face up against PBE, but PBE has the man advantage against BTR.
When it comes to skills, it's all down to the last wire, really. But PBA do have a 4-man as well, but it's going to be BTR versus 3. We've seen that before, they can pull it off, but at the same time PBE, this is their opportunity to score 1 for today. They haven't scored any chicken yet for week number 3. And on the side of Alter Ego, you call him Biz Mary. For now, I call him Peace Mary because it's too peaceful on the side of Alter Ego. There's nowhere near about getting those shots fired. And this is what we don't like about Urban Warfare. There's so many angles, so many buildings in between. It's so hard to land any of those shots because so many corners to clear.
Yeah, that's why we got 24 players still alive. But GenForce could make it 23 as he's been kneaded down. Now Levis, that is it for Levis, taken up by Yen. So DBD, they crafted out some space for them to move forward, and they need to move as well. But it's going to be BTR next against DBD, round 2.
PB wants to be part of those fights. FaZe taking on Yen. That's not great. Down to the last player of DBD. Again, they caught themselves in a trap. An Alter Ego FaZe eyeing out to the side of DBD with PBE focusing on the side of BTR. FaZe, they are splitted into 4 different teams now. Victorious keeping the tags on the side of Alter Ego. Moment on the side of RQ. Onzen on the other end, whatever you can see that's moving, is going to just shoot it down. BTR struggling to just stay alive while PBE pushing on their side. They do have to deal with also FaZe on the other hand. But BTR, they still can make it in. There's still a lot of loot they can actually gather while they're transitioning to one building to the other, at least for now.
That's the good thing about Urban Warfare is that you can take your time, move from one building to each other to another, and then if you see loot, feel free, help yourself. But of course, it's going to be scary because that also means that a lot of teams are really close to each other, but it's not necessarily they know where the location of each and every player is at. And that nade from Deuce, that should open up space for them to charge onto PBE, but not yet because they know PBE has a couple of other players on the other building.
Yep, Ranked and Cool keeping an eye out, but never mind, they're still going to go for the rush anyway. Cool trying to shut them down, but here comes the push. Raimon responded that valiantly, just keeping their toes on, and Raimon have no sort of fear whatsoever, giving the punch back of the DPS in their face. On the side of GenForce, BTR, they did not calculate the response coming out from those indoors. They just calculated Cool and Ranked responses. But now Momboy's back up on his feet, and Raimon, that's going to be his clutch there. He bought so much time for the team.
Oh yeah, Raimon, definitely the hero for PBE. But that's going to be FaZe Clan against RRQ. RRQ all on the 2nd floor and also the 3rd floor. But FaZe Clan, despite the ground floor play, managed to get knocked out to Napeko. Could this be an opening for FaZe Clan to move in? But they're still cautious. They still know that there's a lot of footsteps. They heard the audio cues. They still play this cautiously. And they have the circles still so they can hold their ground.
You can see the players getting frantic due to the gunfires are sounding and the audio key is just so close. Due to how many buildings they have to keep on moving to guard all the entrances and the exits. Make sure they're not being breached in. But Rosemary now taking on Momboy, DBD next, and 2 teams maybe going back to back here. On the side of FaZe, still showing the compound with the side of RQ. BTR having a problem there. They're down to last player, and Sata finish off by Octa. It's going to be Rosemary. I'm calling him a goat right now. He's slaughtering people. Back in the days, the goat being slaughtered by people, but these days, goat is just something else entirely.
Okay, I mean that's a nice analogy there if you want to put it. Well, greatest of all time, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're figuring out what that goat means. But anyway, so PBE, okay, 18 players remaining, Chuchu. We don't even have our top 5 yet, and this is the final moment. Circle close entirely.
Gosu on there then, the furthest one away. I mean, like, he got himself a DBS. But at the same time, it's too far for those DBS to work. Octa with Scar L spraying over the side of Yummy. Last tick of Valve. Pop the smoke, open up the bridge and the circle. I think this is the most team we got ourselves in stage 9, right?
Oh yes, it is record breaking. Normally in this stage 9 we would have that bar on top of us with the top 5, but this time not yet still. But definitely we will see it very soon. Probably between FaZe Clan and RRQ or any other team.
But Gosi, feel like it's hilarious, but here comes the DBS games. You know this gonna end with a lot of DBS. A Peko Mod, bit of exchange with FaZe. I don't know what's happening, but it's nasty. FaZe losing that one with RRQ, have to flee out, leaving out the players that are dying outside. PBE, the same situation as well. What Boom trying to just open up the space they're living with the duo. Rosemary using AKM, different from the others. Not the DBS, but the DBS ate him alive anyway.
Again, it's always a DBS gameplay, this time by Rankit, and Rankit will take out Rosemary. We're back to Boom. But now we're packing it out to PB. Fights is happening everywhere. Rankit is like super duper low. He needs to reset himself, but Octa is there. The hero for the Pure Self for Alter Ego. We'll finish on PvE.
Octa done it again. He's deserving the MVP this time. Come on, give it to Octa. If they won and winning this chicken dinner for once. But RQ beaten by the side of Boom. It's going to be another skirmish of DBS all over again with a yummy laugh when Voldemort and Mort do have a duel. Octa on the other end. SLD goes on the other. SLD goes needs to jump out.
Yo!
Yeah, there you go. Finally get use of that DBS. But the moment he jumps in, he got a triple down. SLD Goosey. What a perfect timing. And he got another. Wait, what? Goosey?
Goosey still manages to get an elimination point before he gets taken out. It's going to be Boom. Esports. And how we miss him. Yummy became the hero for Boom in the final moment with the DBS gameplay on the second floor. Yummy for Boom. He is back. He could be the MVP with that sort of gameplay.
I mean, that's going to be all my favorite players ended up in the top 3 just now. Boom, Yummy, there's also Rosemary, and there's also Octa, and that's also sort of Gosu. It was incredible. I mean, like, Gosu holding on that DBS the longest. I think he secured 7 just now. He almost break another record. I'm not sure Yummy and the side of Rosemary, how much they got. Do we get a new record here when it comes to the individual most highest eliminations?
We'll probably find that out later on, but we find out now that looks like it's gonna be Razy being the MVP and not Yummy, just because of the amount of eliminations or damage he dished out. 982, only 18 shy of the 1,000 mark, but versus the amount of eliminations, this guy been working his socks off.
I agree. Razy have been one of the pillar coming from Boom. Aside from Yummy, yeah, we see Razy sometimes always there to give the support to the side of Yummy. That's why Yummy is being so good as well. On the side of teams to watch when it comes to our third map of the day, we're halfway through our day number 2 in the final week here. Boom, SLD, Alter Ego, and RRQ. So far the entire day, and mostly on the week number 3, we've seen a lot of Indonesian team and Vietnam and Malaysians up there.
Yeah, I mean, at least for today, right? So far, it's a different showing, and it's nice to see that other region teams really stepping it up, because, well, it gives us an interesting storyline as we go through the day. And that this time around, it's going to be Boom with the highlight moment in this round, and what a circle it has been inside of Urban Warfare. The most players / teams alive in stage number 9.
It was really a massive fight, you have to agree. There's so many self-ally, your own ally just in the small alleys being naded, and then there's also within the same indoors. It's not just one team, we're talking about 2-3 teams having to be nading their own teammate, where things are really hectic inside as well, being rushed in. But DBD, I was a bit disappointed just now. They got the opportunity, they got the time, they got the space to actually push in, but they're just too hesitant. We can see their lack of confidence just manifest in their gameplay here.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, they came in at first, the first clear out was great, but they lost too many players, and it was hard for them to hold their ground that long. The good news is that because it was a compound circle, so it kind of bought time for them. But of course, it's the same goes for other teams as well, so they kind of cancel out. Now, what matters is of course the points gathered. I'm looking over at DBD. If you think about it, after all that hard work, only 3 points.
At least they got a point. I mean, no rank points, but we did saw that was one of the slowest fight there, is due to how it ended up in urban area on top of the city. But 9 eliminations coming up from the side of Boom, but the one that actually closes behind is going to be SLD. Gosu had pulled so much for the side of SLD just now. He pulled off 7 by himself.
Oh yeah, 7. But it's not the most yet. But if you gotta think about it, yeah, 7 out of 9? Man. Definitely something there.
Yes.
Oh no, so sorry.
Gosu,
7 out of
SLD,
10.
7 out of 10.
Yeah, 7 out of 10.
He got... Oh, I think it might be more. Because last time I saw before he started the fight, it was 7 when Boom was still alive and there's also Alter Ego still alive. I'm not sure about the exact number that SLD player Gosu actually secures by himself.
Okay, this is where it matters. So SLD back on top, just like how the interview, they're confident, they're focused on themselves, they just want that number 1 spot back, give them 1 round, and they're there right now, pushing 7-9 to number 2. But of course, because it's week 3, our page 2 will be very interesting. So Geek Slate still down there, not even hitting the double-digit mark.
But at the same time, Void has pushed upwards again, but this time tied with the side of PTR. But I have a feeling for the next round, if they got themselves a good run, they might actually catch up to even the 12 or 11 place. What we do have on the side of her first page here, some teams already finished off 9 matches. Put a note on that. The only team that without 9 matches on the first page is going to be Hill, but they're not playing here today, so they're slowly being pushed down there. So the moment they got themselves playable tomorrow, it's going to be a different story, because this is surprisingly the most total points coming out from only out of 6 games if you compare it with all the others out there.
Yeah, and fun fact as well, Void with only playing 3 games, they already overtook BTR. So this is also very, very worrying for BTR. And Void, based on their current performance, not to say that they're greatest in their best form, but then again, it's still enough to overtake BTR. It just shows the benchmark here. 3 games versus 9 games. That's 6 games difference.
Yeah, I agree. And also the gap coming up to the first page is not that far either. For them, it's within their reach by end of today. If they can score themselves a crazy amount of kill volume, right? Even like we saw it before on the last few days of week number 2. If they can pull that off again, they can easily just push on the first page.
Oh yeah, they definitely can still do that. I mean, we've seen that potential in week number 1, right? So that's doable for Void. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, after this, if you just joined us for this season's edition of the PMSL, well, we'll be taking a longer break in the middle. That's going to be about an hour to allow all our friends to break fast after this, and we hope that you have a good dinner as well wherever you are at around the world. So we'll be taking this moment to break fast. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you back after this 1 hour break.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
A brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it, for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Air Angle and Libbet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Air Angle. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Ambassador is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
The type metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, इट्स मी सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम डिआरएस नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी पब्जी मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ, हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला। थ्याङ्क यू।
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish you PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija Esports dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima, dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. I will be Chicha, and this is going to be your commentators for today, including Sir Cloud. It's this side, swagging as always. But yeah, we're down to the second half of the week, of our final week here, Cloud.
Yes, so far, just to recap a little bit what happened. 7-9 this week, the King of Sandhawk, 2 chicken dinners. Yesterday was Sandhawk, today is Sandhawk. Of course, today 1 chicken dinner, that is. And we got 2 from the Indonesian region. 1 is from Alter Ego and Boom Esports, getting the chicken dinners inside of Irango before our break.
Yep, and so far we don't have the storyline where we do have different flags waving here today, because Indonesia just shows that they have supremacy when it comes to day 2 in the final week here. But at the same time, the Vietnam is not going down neither. We're talking about 2 regions now rising up the occasion, which are going to be Vietnam and Indonesia, which has been consistent the entire day.
Yeah, so SLD will be looking to maintain their number 1 spot. But for how long? That will be the question. And after this, of course, we will our regular routine. When we come back, we'll have an interview. So far we will be getting interviews from the top teams or those who perform well before this. I do hope that we get to hear it from DBD, because I believe they are the only team that has yet to be interviewed so far in the PMSL. And I did see in the chat as well that you guys are also rooting for DBD to get the chicken dinner. Now that today, so far, we don't have like mixed varieties, so hopefully we get it from DBD today. But you know what, Choo, we'll be jumping into an interview really soon.
Boom.
So
Yeah,
it's going to be a
it's
mixture
boom, right?
here. Let's go, Tash.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the interview section where things get really heated. With me, I have 2 Indonesian teams with us. It is Boom Esports as well as Alter Ego. And if you guys didn't know, even though today started off with Sem9 getting the chicken dinner, we are seeing the rise of the Indonesian domination, where back-to-back in a row, we had Boom Esports and Alter Ego Esports get the chicken dinners. Now, with me, I have Okta as well as Rezi to share what happened in those 2 matches. So let's start off with Rezi from Boom Esports. Of course, we have dear manager here with us as well. If you guys don't remember, we interviewed him before. How you guys doing?
Great. We're doing good.
You guys are doing good? Clearly, you guys got chicken dinner again today. And the other day, they said it was a Tash Bunny buff. And, since I'm back here again, it has to be. It has to be. So let's talk a little bit about that. So congratulations on getting the chicken dinner with 9 eliminations on top of that. And from yesterday's game, wasn't so great for you guys. Today, bouncing back crazy good. So let's talk a bit about how you guys performed well and managed to get into the top 5.
Kira-kira ada adjustment apa nih? Karena kemarin kita dapat 20 poin. Kemarin tuh hari yang bukan hari yang baik lah untuk kita. Kira-kira ada adjustment apa yang ngebuat kita bisa bounce back, bisa balik lagi ke titik kita perform sebaik hari ini?
Mungkin kalau dari aku, kita improve diri sendiri sama timnya dan saling mengisi kekosongan di role tersebut, karena mengalah itu penting buat tim.
We improve ourselves individually, and then we try to fill the gap inside of the team. So because sometimes we need to, understand that not everyone gonna be the hero, right? So yeah, I think that's the point.
All right, so no hero players here from Boom Esports, and they have to actually fill up those gaps. And I love to hear that actually when it comes to that. So you guys always change your player lineups, and is that one of your strategies?
Is it gonna be me or him?
Any one of you guys is fine.
Kira-kira kenapa kita sering-sering ganti line up tuh?
Kalau itu nggak tahu, tergantung coachnya.
Tergantung kepada coachnya?
Yeah, depends on the coach, and the coach is me, so yeah.
Oh, okay. So do you want to share it?
Nah, it's secret.
Oh, wow. It's a secret, guys. Okay, I guess you guys have to find out from Boom themselves. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about your scores. So to achieve better scores in the upcoming matches, what do you guys think is needed to improve in terms of your performance?
Untuk dapetin poin yang lebih banyak lagi, kira-kira apa nih hal-hal yang bisa kamu improve untuk dapetin poin yang lebih banyak intinya? Buat tim kita.
Ya, sering-sering nonton replay mungkin sama main klasik atau pastur.
Okay, so the point that he made is prepare playing classic and all this kind of stuff. But once we are here, we are ready for everything.
Okay, so being ready is also one of the most important things to do. So now let's have a conversation with Octa now. Thank you very much. Okay, so Octa, Alter Ego, you guys did really well today. So you guys got a chicken dinner on match number 2. Congratulations for that. On match 2, you guys almost didn't get the chicken dinner. It was too close for comfort. And it was the same as last week. So do you guys feel that you guys can overheat or go overconfident?
Jadi di match tadi kan kita akhirnya dapat chicken tuh. Tapi kayak tipis banget kan sisa kamu doang yang nge-clutch. Nah, itu apakah karena overconfident, terlalu pede atau gimana?
Iya sih, terlalu pede, kesalahan individu juga. Kesalahan individu juga terlalu pede sih satu sama lain.
So yeah, basically overconfident and some individual mistakes.
Okay, that's totally understandable. You know, because I feel myself, I can go a little bit aggressive as well. So let's talk a little bit about your performance yesterday. It was a little bit inconsistent, but you guys still managed to go up to the top 4 just by playing 3 matches today. So can you share with us a secret on how you guys managed to do that?
Kemarin kan kurang bagus tuh, tapi hari ini dari 3 match aja kita udah di hashtag 4. Apa tuh rahasianya kira-kira kok bisa bagus hari ini?
Mandi hujan bareng sih kalau nggak main Mobile Legends bareng. Nggak harus semua tentang PUBG, penting bareng, satu tim.
I understood that, but let him explain to you guys.
So basically we shower in the rain together, play Mobile Legends together, everything together. We do everything together.
So that means it's all about the chemistry and the teamwork. I love that. Look, I love how his voice just went up, like he was so excited to say it. Okay, so let's ask you guys about currently you guys are in top 4. And do you guys think that you guys can make it to the top 3 today? How confident are you guys?
Kita udah di top 4 nih, masih ada 3 match. Bisa nggak kita naik ke top 3?
Pede banget 1000%, unlimited. All in untuk semesta.
We basically believe that 1000% we can make it to the top 3.
Wow. Well, I think that if Alter Ego made an ad, you know, for your team, it has to be him. Like, it will bring you guys like this fire.
I
I really like hearing that.
I agree.
Okay, so now we have 2 Indonesian teams here. You guys are, you know, head to head with each other. So to Boom Esports, to Risey, what do you want to say to him right now?
Mau ngomong apa kamu kata ke mereka?
Good luck untuk Indonesia, Indo Pride.
Aww, all right, I like that.
Everybody's understand.
I think everyone can understand that. Here, okay, so now Risey, what do you want to say to Alter Ego, to Octa? He's right here. He's right here.
Untuk Indonesia aja, semoga di week 3 kita bisa di atas semua.
Aww, you guys are too nice to each other. You know, I was expecting like, you know, Boom Esports going down or Alter Ego number 1, but you guys just love each other, and that's exactly what I love about this. So for now, that will be the end for the interview. Thank you guys so much for watching. More PUBG Mobile PMSL SEA Spring 2023 coming right after this. Let's see who goes up first, Boom Esports or Alter Ego. I'll be the one to pit them against each other. Bye.
Thank you so much, Tash. Yes, sometimes everybody, especially Tash, get a bit aggressive. I mean, like, that's the whole point of the interview that I get. But also, Raisin mentioned about his compromising. It's actually good. You have to be tolerating and especially compromise into a certain spot when nobody else fitting into the role. It just shows that you have to work with each other. No matter how much you hate or you like that certain post or that certain role, you have to take it in.
Yeah, but you know what? The golden question was answered about the Boom Esports substitution, and in the end, it's a secret.
Yeah.
So sorry, guys, we didn't really get an answer.
I think that's the reason to it. Maybe it's going to be the grand final thing that we're waiting for. But so far, for our top performance, based on today's overall performance, Gosu stays at number 1. This guy is just a beast here. We mentioned about many beasts in this tournament right now. We do have Yami, Octa, and 9 Noise. I mean, like, this as a whole can form a really crazy super team already as 4 players.
Oh yeah, so the other day we were talking about like, oh, who would you want in like your fantasy team, right? I think this is it though. You're right. Gosu, Yami is back. Glad to see him getting those celebrations because he was kind of quiet yesterday. But like what in the interviews, it was mentioned, right? Like, okay, you gotta find like not like you don't have like superstars. Like everyone pulls their own weight.
Yeah, that's true. And also, when it comes to today's performance, they're too dominated by the side of Indonesia. Alter Ego and Boom having those chicken alternatively, but both in Erangel. Now, down to the last Erangel of the day, we don't have any Thai teams on this lineup yet. We're waiting if they can make sort of a comeback in the second half of the day. But speaking of the teams just now, you know what? It's great to have an all-star team that all of them are fraggers, but that's where a bit of a problem. We saw that before, like some teams that kind of form. It's gonna be for rivals here, but we saw that before. It didn't work out quite right. So everybody have to respect their own respective role. In this case, you saw the top performance of Nine Noins and Octa there, right? Yummy and Goose. I mean, that's gonna be definitely the entry fragger, but we need somebody to be on the flank, be the eyes. I think Noise is very suitable for that, and Octa is so good at support too. So this is like perfectly well balanced if there's ever be a team down there.
Yeah, true enough. So, in other words, you gotta give homage to the supports as well. So, yeah, they might not be up on the stats because they don't do the sexy stuff, but they do the important stuff. And that's where it all matters. Even like our top assist is, let's see, Tony K, another fragger. So yeah, love your support, people. Without them, the fraggers won't get the frags.
I mean, you lost me at the ass stuff, but yeah, I got it entirely wrong in my head right now, but okay. But okay, speaking of the next map here, we're heading to our last Erangel. We do know for the second half of the Erangel, or the last Erangel of the day, is going to be really difficult, extremely challenging circles, plus unpredictable. If you compare today, so far a lot of Medusa intersection circle we noticed when it comes to the entirety of Erangel as a whole. Second week and third week especially, not so much. First week, a lot of SMB. There's sort of a pattern here we noted when it comes to the entire PMSL. Now today, how it ended up be, will be still on the Medusa intersection or kind of in between Kaka and Rosehawk again.
Yeah, I think I'm done with the nice circles and somewhere in the middle, Medusa intersection and all that. Give me back my military base circle. Now I kind of miss it.
Yeah, I agree. Just now it was a sort of anticlimactic ending with, I think it was just Naya just now. For the ending, and it was an urban warfare. It's not great, you know, that's the thing. I mean, we got 9 teams, if I'm not mistaken, 9 teams remaining in the last circle as well. This was the 9th circle where there's no more circle left. That's just how slow things can get when there's too many buildings in one very small area.
Yeah, I know, right? And plus, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the thing where we kind of anticipated if it is a urban warfare at the end, you would expect that amount of number. But like what you mentioned, that was the most of all the final circles that we have seen. It was just insane. And when the circle starts to shrink, it just goes, oh, everywhere. All the fights are happening. And naturally, you will see like some attempt of third partying come in, and they're just like in the next building. So everyone is really timing their run really, really well, trying to stall as much time as possible, because the theory is that if you start the fight first, then you might lose, especially if there's someone else. So it was really tricky for the players. But for us as viewers, well, I guess like for me personally, I prefer an open fight.
I mean, I just saw DBS till the end of it. I don't see anything else. I don't see a third party. I don't see anything else. It's just DBS. Like, what team is that DBS team? Might as well have a new team entirely for the next season. Put a DBS team out there. I don't know what you mean. Don't break what? Don't break. I don't go to that word. Don't break.
Savages.
Yeah, there you go. Sandwiches. Yeah, whatever that is. But speaking of don't break your dreams, which can be DBD. Didn't score any chicken yet. Now I'm starting to have a bit of my faith losing out for them, honestly speaking.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same as well. So, yeah. I mean, 3 more games to go today. We're still going to give it today, right? We're still going to give it today. We're still going to put that support inside our prediction that DBD has the opportunity to get the chicken dinner, but please don't break our dreams. If not, tomorrow we're switching back to our regular prediction. That's it. We're done. Like, the door is that way for our predictions.
I mean, I agree. Right now, today is my last straw to actually put a bit of a faith in the side of DBD to score those chicken at least just one time. The only team that don't have any chicken so far. And Bacon time has been really quiet for the entire week 3. I'm surprised how they're just so different if you compare to second and first week. Maybe they just want to feel it just make it into the grand finals and just choose to portray their true colors during the grand finals.
Yeah, and DBD, at least they're not as quiet, but again, it's a struggle for them to win fights. But hey, I'm glad to see the inclusion again of Olio back in the lineup. I think he missed most of the week 2. He was replaced by Shinzi, so now he is back here. I want to see the full lineup again, just to have a little bit of a refresh. Okay, yeah. So he is going to be
Adik
playing.
Luke. Yeah.
Adit Luke, is it there? Yeah, Adit Luke. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Kenny.
It's Repo Boy playing.
Nah,
I don't
Repo
think
Boy
so.
isn't. Still taking pro.
Now, I personally want to see Olio and Flax to be in the same lineup, if that's possible. We never had that before as well, right?
Olio and Flex.
Yeah.
I think we did in the first week. Or did we not? No, that's not the question. Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
Only a couple of times, maybe not too much. But for the side of DX, we do have Duke playing, and Chua have to be subbing out this time. I'm not sure what's the strat coming up from the side of DX. Definitely, they have to make a turn. They have to flip the tide right now, because right now it's just not working out for them. So I want to see if this swap will actually be impactful for DX or not. They are close. They are in the middle bracket. I'm not too worried so much when it comes to grand finals for the side of DX, but we haven't seen the best out of them yet.
Yeah, it's not like that Xavier that we know of that can just run down teams back in the day and can do impossible chicken dinners. The one that I really remember was like the Gakka Mountain back in the PMPL Southeast Asia. I think it was the last few games, and they were at the lower bottom, and then the final team was at the top, and then they somehow beat the odds to get the chicken dinner. That was incredible. I remember the arena went wild with that. And at that point of time, it was like, yeah, they're pretty much champions, but they can still push it on. This is the champion mindset. You don't let it go to the final game. I'll be hoping that they'll be able to pull that off, that sort of performance, that sort of entertainment for us in the grand finals. But before we get to the grand finals, we gotta get through the week. Let's head on to our final wrangle today.
We are back for Rango one last time here today on the second day of final week here. 3 more matches to go, including this one, the flight path coming up from Jogopur down to Milta Power. A bit long journey to a sort of SMB, but we didn't reach yes, and we do want to see if there's any sort of hot drops early on.
But since the flight path is going to be further away from SMB, like what you mentioned, BTR won't be dropping there. They'll be going back up to North Yogopur. So they'll be one of the earliest ones to drop and arrive in their compound. It's going to be a big compound, lots of buildings. They'll take their time to loot. But it also depends on the circle. If it's an SMB circle, then it's going to be a challenge for teams that like to drop up north, especially Sem9, who that kind of circle used to be their kryptonite or their bane. Other than that, I don't think we'll see a challenge again inside of Pachinki. We did theorize it that maybe the Xavier might want to challenge Bacon Time inside of Pachinki just because they want to set it up for the grand finals. But so far, no, we don't see that. So the Xavier, they're happy to let it go.
But for the side of BTR, I have a feeling they might go up to Zaki because they do know for a fact Fix has been in the South Jogopur, and it's a correct decision they made. But if they go too much into shooting range, it's going to be Sem9 taking over that side as well. But the circle seems like a very northern side, but it's unpredictable. We do know for a fact it will pull downwards or to its south in the last minute too. I'm not surprised we ended up right around nearby Roshawk or in between this river, Roshawk. But speaking of teams, the box happened to be alone down there. DBD, DBD, it's just DBD. Now, yeah, I do notice about the chat going on. Yes, if you guys just joined in PUBG Mobile recently, DBS used to be an airdrop like long time ago. I think it started coming out, was it 2 years ago, Cloud? I think around there somewhere, DBS, or was it last year? I think it was 2 years now.
It was there about 2 years ago.
Yeah. And then the first one to actually pull off a DBS strat was actually coming up from the Japanese team. I forgot which team was it again, but it was one of the games that we start casting as well. And it was in the globals. And that's where they start to play those DBS and those CQC and around the corners of the compound. And starting from there, start a bit more popular with the players to play around DBS. And since then, DBS, after that, not being dropped in an airdrop anymore. They just, I think that was last year, if I'm not mistaken, or end of 2021, or in the middle of it. That's where they start to just release it as a whole because it's not too famous being picked up by airdrop. But nowadays, look at how the damage done by the DBS side.
Yeah, thanks to Blue Bees, they started the trend. And yeah, back then it was like, yeah, despite them starting the
Blue
trend.
Bees.
Yeah, Blue Bees from
Thanks.
Japan started the trend. And back then, even though when they started out the trend, but because like what you mentioned, the DBS was still the airdrop, it was still like, we don't see that much because yeah, it's in the airdrop, right? But the moment it went free for pickup, it changes the game entirely. Now, whether they will nerf the DBS or not in the future, or maybe even put it back into the airdrop, like what we kind of like wish for, well, we don't really know that yet for now. But I can say it makes very entertaining social media content.
Honestly, I feel like the moment they put it back in the airdrop, that's when Micro Uzi starts to pops in again.
Yeah.
I mean, I just hope it actually more on the sniper side. We don't see a lot of sniper plays, maybe due to how fast the rotation of the players and the circle these days. But I do wish we get more of sniping moments in this game as well. We don't get to see that as much.
Yeah. The answer for the sniper thing is it's because that if you have an AWM and you shoot, yes, you get a knock, but because of the reclock is slow, so to end the opponent is not that easy. The person would have crawled back or something like that, or crawled to safety, so it's very difficult to end the opponent. That's why it's not a favorite weapon. Instead, if anyone wants to go for a long range, they would rather go for maybe even a Kar 98K, not even a Kar 98K by now, but it's a... Ooh, suddenly I forgot what's the weapon's name. But you guys know which one it is. Oh man, suddenly I just lost it.
Winchester, was it?
Yeah, even the Winchester is better.
Yeah.
But the damage is low.
I miss speaking of DMRs rifles, I do love VSS. I mean, like, the only one that actually love VSS is going to be Mud Toy, I think, one of the players that love to use VSS. Not much being used around these days. I mean, I personally love the 4x scope of VSS. It's actually equipped with VSS already. It actually plays a big part of saving your looting time instead. But not so popular, maybe due to the damage output given by VSS is not so great. But yeah, you know what? I think when it comes to sniper, I get the idea of how the execution will be really difficult, but it's really fun if you can actually form a 3-1 formation with that. And just deploying another 3 players on standby to finish off the job nearby. But the one that have to be the opening is going to be the sniper. It's a bit difficult to pull off because it requires a huge amount of team comps to make it happen. But if they actually do pull it, it's quite invincible, really.
Yeah, I had to fact check that weapon. So it's a Mini 14. Yes, thank you. I mentioned it so many times, but it just slipped my mind.
Mini 14. Mini 14 is DMRs. I mean, like, the Mini 14 is pretty good with mid to long range. Yes, I agree. But also the reload and the tapping is easier. The barrel is easier to control. But we don't see a lot of the players use it during a wrangle. Maybe due to a lot of buildings. The BAS I think still use on top of Miramar.
That's because the DBS spoiled the meta.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, DBS.
Yeah, thanks, DBS. Basically, DBS overrode, back there was the AWM, and then you had the Micro Uzi era. You even had the UMP era.
UMP era was one of the first few. I mean, we stayed here so long, too long, in fact. Every era that passed through our minds, right?
Yeah.
But I remember now why I said, I remember it was Japanese. I forgot it was Blue Bees. Because remember when you call it like Dragon Ball Shoot or something? That time.
Dragon Ball
Here
Savage.
comes Spray. Yeah, Dragon Ball Savage. There you go. You remember that. My God.
We got so many great moments casting together. I remember even the chew boxes.
Oh man.
man.
The airdrops that don't not even for the players in the first place. At least these days, the airdrops is not dropping somewhere you can't even reach it, right? Remember how the players actually tossed the nade just to drop this airdrop to make sure, and they wasted so much resources for that.
Yeah, and just to open, and it's like, oh, it's not something that I want. We call that fake hope, ladies and gentlemen.
but those were good times. Bacon time, Amstar spot out Yummy, both top fraggers of both respective teams, having a bit of exchanges fire. A face happened to be there. I'm surprised how a lot of players happen to be dropping their scout, and they seems to be everywhere alone by themselves.
Yeah, probably spreading their possibilities because we're still in stage 1. But of course, there's a risk to that, right? But then again, it's also a necessary job. So, you know, we did talk about like love your supports, love your scouters as well. They do all the dirty work, putting themselves in danger at the front, trying to find an entry point and all that. But they also risk themselves being knocked down. So
yeah, and not getting those flashy highlights and nobody
Yeah.
actually trying to shout out for their name. Come on, we saw that. Razy was kind of sad. So he's like, he has to be compromising with the team. So even though it's not like something that you want to do, you can see that there's sadness across his face. And this is one more thing, Clark, about the interview just now. The players are a bit tense when their coaches seems to be next to them.
yeah, even for Boom, he was like, I cannot answer this, my coach. And then the coach was like, oh, it's a secret. The coach must be waiting for like, I hope you don't answer this. It's supposed to be a secret.
It's like he winks, and the way he look at the players like, don't you dare. But just now we notice about the pop of a circle again, like we mentioned early on. It might be around Rosok area, just around the river area, not so much on the north. It actually pulled back towards the center. And we do have a couple of teams happen to be sharing compound already. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Bacon Time versus DX. Now, the Xavier's put in Duke instead of letting who was it they're swapping in here? Rabies, Lamborghini, Frankie, and
Chua.
Chua, yeah, there you go, Chua.
Yeah, so a tactical switch for them, considering that Xavier, just look at where they are, right? Only 9 points. And they played, they only played today. But of course, this is not the standard of Xavier. Not only that we know of, but for them as well. They know that this is not the standard. So, necessary change, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, you know what? I feel like they're just warming up for the grand finals now. It feels like all the players need to play a couple of rounds or a couple of days before they head into grand finals, because they're definitely up there coming up from DX. These Xaviers, where do they stand exactly? I think they are in the middle pack. They are on 13th spot. Actually, not too safe either.
Yeah, now that I think about it, right? But the saving grace is that the bottom teams are not doing well, like BTR, like Team Secret, are not doing well. So that's kind of like the trade-off there. But I just want to point out another thing, Choo. Remember that our first split, the longest one so far, was before we get into stage 3. We're actually almost getting there.
How much was it again?
Let's see. It's around here. So I think we are breaking the record now.
Okay.
Okay, knockdown.
That's going to be, it depends on the execution. If you can actually finish it off, it's going to be the first record here. Red Face. How many meters is that? I can see it's over 200 meters, yes. But is it 400? No clue. Alter Ego from afar being ambushed by the side of Procedure. Evos, Ruins, and Rossart will it. Shrinks, yes. It's going to still in between here. We do have DX Bacon Time taking the center. The others, BTR coming up from shooting range. PBE coming up from school. But you do lines from south up north. A bit of a clear path coming up from the southern side. If we got himself an upgrade of loot, a Sam9 taken, boom. And Dap again. And they going in for the rush. Left with Yummy here.
Yeah, that's going to be the longest first split so far. Record broken. And now Yummy, big man here for Boom Esports. But going up against a big team, especially today. They're hot. 7-9. Yummy first DBS. Second knockdown.
No way!
They want to finish up the job, but wait.
No way!
What?
This is
what? Yummy!
Savage!
What? Oh! Holy smokes, Choo-Choo. What happened?
Oh, just nerf this gun now. I mean, like, that's nasty. But it was 1v4 clutch, and Sam9 willingly throwing their bodies off to Yummy. 1 by 1.
Wow.
This is why DBS is broken. You know for a fact the radius of DBS is like 5 to 10 meters of that radius. It's more than enough to cover the entirety of that stairwell.
Yeah, and you put it in the hands of Yummy. I mean, we know the potential of this guy, and today he's been popping up again. Oh man, I really want to see the player cam right now, like how his reaction is after that clutch.
Oh, they thought they had it, but they underestimate the power of one player with the 1 DBS. But it's actually not a bad thing to have DBS though. This is where the moments where you can get to see a lot of 1v4 clutches. I mean, like, this is the most of all any tournament we casted that have a lot of the highlight of 1v4.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's all of them is through DBS gameplays, at least to the best of my memory.
Most of them.
Yeah.
I mean, like 4 out of 5 possibly coming out from DBS. There are some clutches coming out from hand grenades. It was crazy. You had times like that. But I agree, 99% is out of DBS, honestly.
Yeah. So this just shows that nerf DBS moment. Hashtag nerf DBS, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, but good for Yummy though. 4 eliminations at the back. That's an extremely good start. Just that they traded it off with 1 player, but that's okay. I mean, that's a great highlight for Yummy, and I'm glad to see him back performing again because he had an off day yesterday.
I do want to have an interview with Yummy and Rosemary and tell them to choose another 2 players if they want to finish off their lineup from their perspective. I mean, like, we don't get to ask them questions. We're not the host now. Tash, I'm envious of you with your job right now because we've got so many questions to ask, right? But Ross, here we go. This is going to be a difficult one due to how we do have the small patches of island coming up from on top of Rozhok. Not just that, it's divided into 2 sides with those small river in between.
Oh man, I can feel the players having a migraine now. And like what you mentioned, that small island, who knows? If the circle really ends there, that will be a super duper hard circle to play. But let's see how PBE goes up against Procedure EVOS. Definitely not a team to push over, not a pushover team. So now Procedure EVOS at the high ground, nade onto Zuxi. Zuxi counters back with his own nade. Only the smoke is blocking his vision.
And the water tower as well, but Rankit still plays around it and he hops into his vehicle knowing for a fact it's a bit too risky based on those elevations at ground. But Gig Slate challenging you to Alliance to give away this flat field here. Olio trying to go for the angle, got mega down. Olio almost entirely got chipped down there, but another one is going to be 1-2-1 trade. Never mind, it's all trade to the side of Yudu Alliance. He got great value over this.
Oh, okay, Shamil is here now. Can he provide enough backup for his teammate? Zillin buys time by the molly. And now Zillin, he has 1 molly still, but will that be enough time though? Okay, it's going to be Shamil. Kenny is still active. Olio can still be picked up. And now the name from Kenny. He will toss it onto Zillin. It should land nicely. Oh no, that terrain blocked it.
A bit too short on the side of Kenny. If that's turned, okay, I think that's going to be done. But Kenny's side being pushed down from the back, and Zillin managed to secure the job. But we do have DBD still in the way, every single one of them from the back line. Now DBD is playing smart. I'm loving this.
I'm loving this. They still need the points. So now they're going to come in. They want to do the cleanup. Shamil is still alive. Zillin can still be eliminated. So now the name from Jimmy. But then again, Shamil will get away. He will focus on survivability now that he's the last person for Yudu Alliance. But boy, is there Shamil! Run, Shamil, run!
Last health coming up from Shamil. I'm not sure if he got himself any first aid right now, but dominating on the side of DBD. Ooh. This is a different DBD. I'm loving this. Instead of waiting for something to happen, they make something happen. And they start to step up the game here. I just hope it's not too late. Right now they secure 5 domination of eliminations. Boom got it at 4. The others not so much. Voin on the other hand, Max has managed to first aid himself till the last minute and just gonna flee. Now they will bump into DBD. Can DBD close it with a CQC? Ooh. Now they're being forced to take up the fight, or just Voin parting ways.
Oh, PBE could take advantage of it, but then again they're on the other side. They still have vision. It's going to be Monboy, but Ranky gets a knockdown to Echo. Oh, here we go, Shamil. He has to win this fight against Jimmy OP 1v1. Yen is currently down. I hear the DBS gameplay and Jimmy goes down.
It's going to be their bane here for CQC. DBS and DBD just don't gel well now again. Shmil with the DBS. You know for a fact, you see a DBD, just put up a DBS. They auto instantly be finished off. I don't know why. It's just that's it. If they got themselves a bit of a long fight, they can actually pull it off. Like how they just take 5 eliminations, come out from those distance, and 6. Is that the last player of DBD finish off? Yes, I think so too. So it's going to be down to 14 teams. DBD, sadly, even though they have a really good start in this map of last wrangle, but they didn't work out quite right. But PBE on Yudu Alliance still have fires exchange and still have the fight in on top of Shaman's performance. He managed to steal one more.
I hope it's not the casters, I hope it's not the casters because that takes out DVD. Just when we thought that they're doing well. Procedure Evo is the team that does well, especially in week number 2, going up against PBE. Still a full squad, but one boy down. Red face with a nade onto the other side. That nade should land. Rankit knocks down Luxy. And now Procedure Evo is down to Red face. Red face! That was a close one.
Here comes the nade. It's a perfect angle, perfect timing of cooking. Dagger's almost knocked entirely down, but Ratface couldn't actually land on top of him. Now leaving the only Micro Boy coming on the side of the team. Can they still survive here for Procedure Evils? PBE on the other hand, Playbook Esports, having another round of fire against the side of DX and another team across them. Now PBE, they have to flee, they have to cross DX, like it or not. BTR on the other hand, Liquid knock on the ground with SLD challenging them across those small hills of terrain. UI not so well. This is go to never whiffed.
Yeah, and he will not make a mistake in his pursuit of taking out the U-High, and that's going to be another point there for them. But BTR, only 1 point this round. We'll talk about that a little bit later on as we watch the Xavier now being shot down by Bacon Time.
It's a fish wall out there for Void. They just managed to flee and get out from those terrifying blue zone. Now have to face against Bacon Time's gatekeeping this side. Procedure Evas with one last player of Microboy managed to squeeze in, but for Bacon Noise, they would not let them go. The small shack, the moment they get out, they try to hop onto the vehicles, even though they got the smokes. He will not stop shooting. On the side of Void, yep, they're being eliminated. I think it's going to be Bacon Time finish them off just now.
Yeah, perhaps everything happened that fast. But speaking about Bacon Time, now they have Box Gaming to deal with the knockdown to Joas. That will give them the advantage, and 3-touch with the DBS again. It's going to be the same story with the DBS. Levis on the other side, and Levis, well, with again another DBS.
Armstyle try to finish off Levis straight in front of him, but never mind that DBS make a lot of work. Here comes Levis versus touch, and that's it. That's the emptying out the magazines of those DBS. And works wonderfully well coming out from the side of Levy. He carried the heck out of a team. 5 eliminations just by himself.
Oh yeah, and Jonas and Capone can still be picked up. So that was a quick finish there by Levis. Now, moving over to Alter Ego and RRQ. And they have SLD behind them. But SLD is on the other side. But the name for Microboy onto Potato. Where is Microboy? He's off screen.
Somewhere on the east-south of it. Roshawk ended up with SLD. Chonji got in at first. RRQ taking on Alter Ego on those elevations. They have to wrap things around because it's going to be the only fight here on the eastern side of a circle. This is going to be the most crowded place there is on the eastern side. But Microboy spotted out Alter Ego from afar. He still got those eliminations. He still gathered himself a couple of knockdowns. But PBE, they want to shush away Box, flushing them out and get this compound for themselves. It's going to be 4v4 between these guys, but Paragon taking on Boom. That's going to be something happening in the center of the circle. But Box and PBE, non-stop nade warfare.
Yeah, they're going to run out of nades soon because now the nades actually entered the building. So, yep, okay, so that's 1 onto Levis. But nade after nade, how many nades do they have? That is like insane. It's like infinity nade. Infinity amount of nades there. But time is on their side. Choo-choo, right now, they need to go and fight.
Oh, they are fighting right now. But here comes the Nate Law going on and on again.
Whoa!
But, Capone in a 2 and discount of 1. Why not? Here comes the push. They made a bit of a small error, and they gone. Look at this flying DBS from above and finish off. You know what? Can we just don't have any other guns than DBS all this time? Can we do that for this map?
Yeah, I think we might just have only DBSs, right? Since everyone's holding a DBS anyway. But here we go. This is still stage 6, but we already got 5 teams left. This is total contra from the previous round. Total opposite. But now it'll probably be another team down. Just waiting for the right moment from RRQ to toss that nade. Aiming onto Fnatic. How is Alter Ego going to get out of this?
Stuck in a corner. That's literally a corner. Fnatic. Oh man, we can see this coming. We can see how Mort just exactly knows the perfect angle to toss that one out. All he needs is just time it perfectly well. Cook it up to 3 or 4 seconds. Just drop it right on top of Fnatic. And there's going to be a perfect one right on top of him as well. But Alter Ego do have another player at the back line. Can they actually try to force it out? Well, Alter Ego have to cut across RQ either way. He has to stand up.
Yeah, it's because it's very likely that he won't get the circle. So the moment he stands up, that's it. Going up against the high ground where you have a full RRQ squad, not the most ideal situation. One of them managed to move, and that's going to be Octa, but Fnatic is not going to be a move of muscle. But since that's going to be a staring contest for now, we move onto the left side, whereby we have Boss Gaming and FaZe Clan.
FaZe, not really swimming, just treading on the water. But Box, on the other hand, one of them being almost knocked down, but they got victorious first. The back line being shut down by FaZe, by Box Gaming. FaZe a bit paralyzed on the back line. Slowly their limbs taken off one by one and start to crumbles into pieces, while SLD taking advantage from off angle. Now FaZe kind of hammed down between two teams. Box and SLD eyeing them out. Both Vietnam team are crushing FaZe in the center, while RQ, Mort and Asa were not willing to give even Fnatic an entrance at all. There goes the nade drop right on top of it. Mort just drop it right on the spot before we switch over to back on RRQ versus FaZe versus SLD versus Box.
Oh, okay, that's going to be a short story there for Octa and Fnatic, as they'll be out at number 5 without a single elimination. RRQ still holding this area strong, and they still have Box Gaming. It's in front of them, but SLD could sneak up onto RRQ.
It's trying to swim over that side and get on the back line instead. FaZe kind of stuck in between. They are in a pickle right now. Stuck in a corner, no way to get in. While RRQ taking the reign over for this high elevation. So we're talking about Asa, and Asa just loves those high grounds, but he's not exactly in the circle just yet. But on the side of Mormon and the rest of FaZe, there's nowhere to move because Box keeping this pressure on their side. SLD on the other. RRQ start to tuck into a certain corner to just get those eliminations or extra steals in this case. But Paragin, I'm not sure what SLD is trying to prove here. I feel like they are trying to cut downwards from RRQ, hoping the latches will hide them for a bit.
Ooh.
Since RRQ don't have a vision on them, but who shot down? Mela coming up from FaZe. They are firing back, Cloud.
Yeah, they caught them sneaking behind RRQ, so FaZe Clan sort of did RRQ a favor. And look at where Mela is at. He's in the middle of the river in the vehicle, and he got that knockdown.
RRQ taking back on Onzen. Zaza finish off Mort on the side of Onzen as well. It's going to be RRQ slowly taking FaZe out from the equation. Voldemort want to push in. They need to start to move here because they have no clue if the circle will be on their side or not. But they resort to swimming. For FaZe, they can heal up when they are in the vehicle. So that's going to be one of the reasons why he's in there. But he got only 3 first aid and that's it, he's done. SLD start to close the distance, but Box is too near for SLD to close up the gap between FaZe as well. But the Blue Zone creeps in, and Mela will be one of the first 2 to be burned off by the Blue Zone.
Ooh, will he get it just by the edge? Ooh, will it stop? Looks like it will, so he has still some time. But the next one, he definitely has to come out. Paragin is spotted out by Mela. Shots fired by Mela. That's gonna but not enough to take him down. Now Mela is forced to swim into the zone.
Goes to knock down. Here comes a rush from RRQ. They want to finish things off. And DBS it is. Let's go DBS games. And who cares about all the rifles? There's no rifles in the game. What do you mean? It's going to be DBS of Super League here. Let's go. Lavi with M416. Spray onto Mela. Got it secured and clean. Almost. He didn't actually be finished off. Mela. 1% HP left.
Wow, so close for Mela. gets back into the vehicle. Oh, there's another buggy there in the water, so he used that to reset himself, but that buggy is on the outside of the circle. Now RRQ moving in as Kwang Ji goes down to Mort. Long range for Nepeko as well, takes down Zonos.
Nepeko wants to go for more. But Lavi on the other hand have to scout on the side of FaZe and have to be aware of RRQs closing in the distance. Talking about FaZe, Box, SLD, RRQ, SLD down to only last player. Lavi that randomly shoots in the smoke, hoping it will connect to either Mormon or Mela. Mela got back up his feet. Mela is just a zombie right now. It barely dies. It never goes down.
Oh, what does it take to take down Mela? Man, maybe this nade? We'll see. The holy nade might land. But Nepeko keeping eye on the levies. Oh, there's nowhere for him to go. Such an open area. Nepeko holding it well in that area. But Capone on the left is still active. They don't know Capone is there. Hopefully Capone don't sneak up and be the kingmaker of this round.
Capone! Back to a side of Asa with one nade to finish off Mormon. Finally, Mela back in his vehicle. Back in the water. Even toss something from inside of underwater city. What is happening on the side of Mela? I still do some plays even though he's drowning. But Asa taking on side of Mormon with those DBS and what else. But back to the side of RQ. They actually have a great shot at winning this. They have the most men.
Yeah, I mean 4v1v1 at this point. So now Capone is spotted out. The Baker knows exactly where he is, and at least it's not a DBS elimination, but still 9 eliminations for Box Gaming. Now it's between Paragen and Mela, who can hold longer than each other to at least get those rank points.
It's the diver skill now, but there's gonna be more the diver skill because these are the Marines. RQ Asa spotted out Mela. He's just gonna finish off with a bang.
Oh.
And there goes as a spray. What? Mela just drowned himself. No! I refuse to die to you. I have my pride, and that's RQ winning over this back-to-back of Indonesian teams. Getting those chickens for today. Alter Ego, boom, and now RRQ is here to stay.
Yeah, Mela smartly denied this point, but that also means that he gave away his potential second place finish to SLD. But it's alright, that's alright. Definitely want to take that as well. Anyway, RRQ getting this chicken dinner, meaning that Choo-Choo, today's Irangle, Indonesia is the king.
I agree. They are the kings of day number 2 here. Yummy that pulled up with that DBS 1v4. DBS make it so well for the players, being down to only one person squad to clutch their entire team. At least you have to give credit for DBS for that. And Yummy, that good start before, also contributing to a sort of boom. But RQ, their teamwork as a 4. Yeah, pose it up. This is the proof that he's playing in PMSL.
Yeah,
when you got this chicken, this is the proof. We don't have that for DBD.
Oh, ouch. But you know what? This is also like kind of like the sad award. Like 1 elimination but 1,000 over damage. I think that is the biggest gap, or the biggest ratio now.
Imagine if the MVP is 0 kills, but they got themselves thousands and thousands of damage. We've seen that before. We've seen that before, Cloud. Don't pretend like you've never seen it before. But when it comes to teams to watch, yeah.
Okay, I never seen it before. I'm pretending now.
Oh, we did. But okay, we're going to recap that later. But PBE, for the travel distance, 12,000 so far coming out from the Philippines. They actually grind themselves in. Look at the utilities being used, including box. 45 smokes there is to be used there to last so long to shut down on FaZe. But FaZe will be the bane for them because Mela just denied his point before, and it was after Box being eliminated, right? So on the side of RQ, it was definitely a good win for them, well deserving because they work as a 4. It was a flawless run for them, but how much elimination did they actually secure?
Ooh, yeah, gotta check that out later on. But if you gotta think about it, Choo-Choo, teams to watch, no Thai teams. Just putting it out there. Despite Mela survive until a 3rd place finish, but I guess it's because they didn't get many elimination points. That's why the total points collected didn't really favor them. So this time around, it's going to be everyone else, almost, except the Thai teams.
I'm going to refresh your mind about the 0 kills MVP time. Remember, I think it was SEA Games, possibly.
Yeah, one of those.
One of those. It's definitely on sea level. It's not a regional thing. There's definitely sea level. And we were like, wow, this guy MVP got 0 kills. Yeah. But he got the most damage dished out. On the side of Procedure Esports, they really tried. But BTR, the rotation caught in between. This is what we mentioned earlier on. It's all about timing from them. Procedure Esports, they had it going at first, but down to Microbot. Their rush was a bit of a fail that time, but you have to give it. Yummy, after they got their clutch, it went quiet as well on the side of Boo. But the one that's coming up really strong this time is going to be RRQ. They know exactly where to stand when there's sort of a circle.
Yeah, this kind of circle, pretty much like if you're inside of Rosa, it's great. Even though the circle moves away, you still have that high to low ground advantage rather than, okay, you're at the bottom and we just saw like how much open space between like box gaming and trying to get into the circle, especially with that kind of area. So that was a disadvantage location for them. But anyway, we still got to give it to RRQ. 12 eliminations. So we did had the question of like where FaZe Clan is at. So they only got 3 eliminations. So that's going to be 8 points for FaZe Clan.
At least they lasted long enough to have more points than those eliminations, but definitely because of the circle just now was so deceiving. It's just so hard to predict when it pulled downwards all the way, the hard shift just now. A lot of players already go on top of Stalbert and shooting range, and they're coming off from the northern side phase, and they have to cross those rivers. And this is what we mentioned about how difficult it is when the hard shift happen to be in between those rivers. But Gig Slate and Bacon Time, the questionable week here.
That's one. I think it's also a questionable day for Gig Slate. If you notice, yes, we do see them, but we hardly see any action from them. And you also pointed out that Gig Slate is actually not 100% safe.
That's true, and same goes for BTR. I mean, like, no, Void definitely, they kind of secure themselves, that they have to get extra points from that. They have to maintain in the at least top 15. They are barely at 15 right now, but back to its side of SLD, they back on number 1 spot with FaZe pushed down. And that's going to be due to 1 round of a difference. I'm loving this. The gap is not so much.
Yeah, especially at the top 2. So let's see here. 15-point gap between FaZe Clan and SLD. Yeah, that's 1 round's worth. 7-9, same with FaZe Clan. And then you got RRQ, only 4 points difference, and 1 point with AE, and then we can go all the way down. So it's nice to see like the gap is not that huge yet. But of course, to be fair, we don't have the big powerhouse Hail Esports playing today. They were phenomenal yesterday. But of course, but seeing that it's week 3, right? I'm still looking at like teams on page number 2, especially at the end.
But I'm loving how PBE trying to push himself up this time. This is the first time we have a DBD player up here. Jimmy is up there. Now this is a proof. At least Jimmy is playing the league, right? Lavi, Yummy, and Ranked Jimmy. And they make themselves a name up there for the top performers or last Erangel map of the day. But look at the damage difference. I mean, I like to call him Levi, but Lavi got 1,300. That's more than how, if you add up all the numbers, it's all the other 3 players, it's equivalent to Levy damage output.
Oh yeah, it shows that he's been really popping off today. So good for them. So right now, so Yummy came up there as well, despite them going up okay early, but because of that clutch, maybe he got a lot of damage. Top Miramar performers. Miramar will be our next match. So let's see, out of this, only Vampire isn't playing.
Yep, they are in a different group, which is going to be A group playing tomorrow, and tomorrow will be C group on the rest. But on the side of FaZe, Semna, and Voin, we haven't seen the best of Voin yet. I think this might be it, because Voin do love Miramar a lot. If I recall last week in the last minute, Voin did actually make a big push in the last day, which is going to be the last map as well. And speaking of 7-9, they have been quite okay, quite consistent. But for the Malaysian, it feels like they are in the middle bracket. If you compare right now, if you ask me personally, I mean, like, this is the team without chicken yet still. Okay, we're gonna go with this the entire day. But so far, I'm like, sorry if you guys hate this, but I'm gonna just being very honest. So far, the number 1, I think the top tier right now is gonna be Thais and the Indonesians. They do have a bit fair share of different qualities, but both are bringing best standards. Vietnam is right close down there. So far we have seen the best of them, except for SLD. And maybe sometimes Box. Not so much, nothing coming up from DX yet, except for Lambo. Now Malaysia kind of just there, down there, just a tiny bit there. It kind of in the middle bracket. PBE and GE, I mean, like, they are very new in C League, so I'm gonna cut them some slack. I feel they can actually push up there as well.
Yeah, I'll probably give them like the next Southeast Asia edition, and then we will see something significant because of, well, it's sometimes about experience and just getting to know your surroundings a little bit more. And it's two factors, right? One, like you mentioned, it is Southeast Asia level. Second, it is played offline in a venue. So that could be a factor as well. Yeah, because that was what mentioned in GE during one of the interviews.
And speaking of offline and online, we did actually notice some difference of performance. Some players do prefer to play online. Maybe it's a bit more cozy in their very comfortable place, their own space, their own bed, or they can actually lie down and play. And now when you're offline, you have to sit uptight and you have to actually be sure that you have to be sitting and have to wear this big gigantic headset as well to muffle up your ears, not to hear anything coming from the outside, right? So it's gonna be a bit uncomfortable. It's actually quite pretty hard to be a pro player.
Yeah, it is. It's never easy. Like, there's so much they need to do. Like right now, where we see them, they're already like there. They magically appear, like, from our perspective. But actually, their journey to reach this peak is really, really difficult. Like, they definitely went through a lot. I'm sure if we get to like interview, but no, we don't talk about like that. Like, that interview doesn't talk about like the game, the current things that's happening. Interview them about their past. I'm sure we will hear a lot of interesting stories.
Yeah, I mean, like, you guys, I mean, yeah, we get it. You are a big fan. You definitely have a lot of expectation, but you know what? Not everybody have the same sort of background to have a kickstart in their professional careers. So some of them really having it very hard. Some of them were barbers, some of them were dispatch back then, some of them even food delivery boys. But now where they are at, they definitely put a lot of effort in it. I'm not going to take the credit away. These guys are deserving to be in South Asia right now because they are the best in this region. But now we need to have a representative that can present us and bring us way up there in the globals. Now, who's the best shot? The best shot so far we've seen is going to be coming up from Thais. But I do want to see some other contenders of different regions in South Asia to give a bit of it's not really
variety,
a threat. Not really a variety. It's sort of, when you think that you're number one, but suddenly a newcomer just happen to wake you up, slapping you with reality slap. You realize, you know what, I need to push forward now because I cannot be complacent.
Yeah, give those teams up there a challenge, right? Yeah, a challenge. I mean, if you kind of think about it, week one, Void was that team because they're like, oh, where did they come from? Oh, PMNC straight to PMPL, and then they were challenging in week one. But week two, a little bit slow. Week three, so far, a little bit slow. But hopefully, like what you say, Miramar is their favorite map. So hopefully we'll get to see Void as what we've seen in week one. A single player, multiple players, different players inside of Void, able to pull off the clutch.
Back to a side of alter ego. You know what? I'm not gonna say it anymore. I'm like Rosemary. I'm your biggest fan down here. So definitely, if I'm there in the venue, I'm gonna fangirling and just find Yummy and him together and ask about the lineup. I cannot wait to see if that's gonna happen or not. DX, team that has been quiet. They put out Chua just to put in Dirk. And right now they are breaking their brains about how to get for the next one. And now Stuxnet is in. Gig Slate have a lot of rotation going in today.
Yeah, they started off the day with Stuxnet, and then they put in Zillin, and then now Stuxnet is back. So, back in conclusion, will we say that Zillin really gave a big impact? Honestly, I don't think he did today, at least. So, looks like they're falling back to maybe something that they're a little bit more comfortable with, because Stuxnet, he did play more games than Zillin in overall. But not only Gig Slate, Void also make a change, looking to come back in Miramar.
I think this is the first time CL is actually playing in this piece of PMSL. We've seen Vince before, we've seen Keenan, we've seen Maxius, Alva, and Lapar. Usually it's going to be those 5 players rotating, but they do have 6 players in the stack. So this time, the first time ever, we're looking at CL playing, surprisingly. and we haven't seen him perform ever. Before this, he's known as the player coming up from Victim. And ever since then, he's been joining in a different team for a bit, and then now in Voin. So, for Victim, I've seen their games before, but yeah, they're okay actually. I do want to see how the lineup going to turn out to be.
Well, yeah, I guess that's why he merited himself to join such a good team like Voin. So, PMNC champion to PMPL second place, really put it on head to head that time. And now on to PMSL. These are like boys living the dream. Yeah, I love you too, Shamil. Yeah.
And they're super shy with the camps though. I think Luke just not gonna have his head looking upwards. You do Lions. They are in the middle bracket. I think it's more than enough to say that they are safe. So far, the only two teams that is not safe coming up from Malaysia is going to be DBD and Team Secret, and then we do have Box Gaming and PBE, as well as the wildcard including Genesis Esports and BTR. I don't think they're safe either, because the gap between Geekslate and BTR is quite a huge gap if you compare for the bonus ranking point.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, we talk about this time and time again, right? Like BTR really needs to put on a big performance. But you can't think about it. A lot of other Indonesian teams doing well, except for BTR. Man, this is devastating. Plus, looking at the teams from your same region, it's I know there's a form of there's a level of demotivation as well, because like, oh, everyone else like speaking the same language, they're doing well, but that just had to happen. Boom, not too bad as well, and no surprises that they make a substitution.
And at the same time, the subs are actually working out quite right when it comes to second and third week, and they are safe to get into the playoff. I can actually say they are very safe now. But aside of BTR, yep, I mean, they are the least performing team coming up from Indonesia if you compare it with all the others up there. I'm not sure what happened to BTR. I mean, the players are pretty much veteran enough to actually know what's happening here, but it's just not working out. And this the 1v4. I'm loving this. We got a highlight for Yummy. Thank you. And the DBS makes so much work. And look at how devastated 7-9 was. They just, what happened? And they actually look over their booth as well.
Oh, we had to see it like twice, right? Oh, this was another one. Which one? Which game was that
game? The game before that they won themselves the chicken just now.
Man.
But yeah, Yummy is a great asset from Boom. I mean, if they let him go, it's gonna be something ridiculous to do.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this guy, how many times he has clutch here? It's like multiple times. I'm starting to lose count already, but definitely Yummy, the key player, despite him having an off day yesterday. And I think that's normal, right? Like, if you're a player, yeah, consistency is difficult. Sometimes you have an off day, but it's all about how you come back from that off day. One day off for Yummy, he got swapped out once in a long time, and then swapping back in didn't really work out. That's okay. That day ends. But when coming back to today, wow, it's like he rejuvenized himself. In other words, this is like the modern lingo. He went healing, and now he's back.
Yep. For the Vietnam team here, other than DX, I'm not worried so much for Box, even though they are down there, because their performance in the entire week has been consistent. Bacon, not so much. And we saw early on SLD, even though they got themselves quite high up there in the #1 spot, they're taking the podium spot, but I do know for a fact they're not happy, not satisfied with their own performance, due to they can actually do get a couple of chickens out of that, and they got a bit in a scuffle early on, stuck in between because of how they were tunneling vision on face on this river before. But this is going to be an entirely different map this time, Cloud.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, it's going to be wide, it's going to be open. Inside of Miramar, there are a lot of high grounds here as well, so it's going to be very, very different indeed. And maybe that's the reason some of the teams make substitutions. 7-9 still staying with their same lineup, looking over at FaZe Clan, so it's going to be the same lineup as well. Despite them not getting a chicken dinner, but it's still hard to move FaZe Clan players. I mean, all of them did pull their weight together.
FaZe, now back to a sign of DX. these players are getting themselves into the lobby as we speak. You see they put their headgears on. They are focusing on the small screen of those mobile phones. Definitely they are ready to get another go. But DBD, I have to say, I just hope this is not too late, but this is their best performing week in the final week.
It is though. If only they had this kind of performance like in week 1 and then in week 2 and then they would be somewhere in the middle, then they would definitely be safe. But because week 1, week 2 was kind of disappointing for them, and only week 3 they kind of found the formula, I worry it's a little bit too late. So I mean, it's going to be heartbreaking, like, oh, week 3, all of a sudden you can perform, but you still don't get passed by. It's going to be the worst feeling ever. But anyway, hopefully it's not going to be the worst feeling for all of these players, but someone has to be traded back. It's going to be Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, day number 2.
Heading back to our most biggest map, that is 8 by 8 kilometers, 90% of land. Man, I wish the early days of PUBG, you know, when it was the first tournament, right, Cloud? They even give us the stats of the map, like how many percent, how many towns. The most town back then, it was actually Vikendi. They got itself 16 towns, if I'm not mistaken. That's the most town in a map. Compared to all the biggest ones, they are actually way more compact than the big maps like Miramar. Now, speaking of Miramar, we did talk about how much land they have, but sometimes the circle just happened to be right on top of Impala. We've never seen Lost Eagles yet. Never seen Lost Eagles so far. Is this today? Because we had quite a number when he casted a wild card back then.
Oh yeah, the last time we saw it was in wildcard, and that was an insane circle. I remember FVE, they were one of the first one to enter Lost Eagles, but they still couldn't get any eliminations and they didn't get a single point, so that was really unfortunate for them. But we're not going to get an unusual circle. It's going to be something that we've seen before, around the areas of Craterfield, El Pozo, and that means we've seen it before. The high ground just beside of El Pozo, that will be the key area.
I do see Box and Boom actually dropping around Campo Milita. If they happen to be having the same timing of rotation going into Craterfield, they might actually bump into each other, but Duke and the rest of DX just landing themselves down with Simon already parked themselves in the compound. They do have one player of DX sharing, not really, just hovering around with those parachute, just gliding over that side. So DX definitely have sort of intel, I think, against M9 for now. For how Duke dropped himself early on. Bacon time still flying.
Yep, that's going to be a chill glide there.
Yep.
But if Rap is like, oh, someone's there and he takes the shot and UMP is not too bad. Yeah, it's going to be scary. Okay.
I mean, at this state, Mini 14 and VSS is going to be perfect as well.
Oh, yeah. But then, okay, his prayer is answered, so he is safe, and he got a vehicle at the same time, so he'll grab that and get back to his teammates. A-okay.
So far, no hot drops, I think, based on the drop coming up from each of the team. But we do have a couple of teams dropping on the northern side. So I assume the rotation will be really hectic when it comes to the second circle onwards. It's down to the circle whether it's going to shrink in the center or it's just going to keep on moving northern side. If it happens to be on northern side, every team that is on the middle ground and those coming up from around Chumacera area, they have to only move on to its one side, which is going to be north. If that happens, it's going to be a lot of skirmishes in between the third and the fourth migration of the circle due to a lot of teams are moving in the same direction at the same time.
Yeah. We've seen this a lot, right? Like if the circle gets tucked into one corner, like for example, like what you mentioned, if it goes up north, meaning that all teams will like go to one direction or similar directions, that's where we'll see all-out warfare happening. And now, of course, for us, it's going to be entertaining, but for our observers, maybe for them to catch the action, it's going to be hard.
I feel sorry for the observer, especially coming up from the Yasnaya
circle
just now when it was right on top of the city. Imagine how to spot the players who's fighting. They are on different level of stories of building as well. It's really difficult to see as an observer. I mean, like, give props to observers and production team. They are a great team of people to work around, and incredible patience that they have in them. We have to give credit to them. On the side of the team so far, Boom taking a DBS is a must, regardless of whatever game or whatever map you are. A DBS is a must these days.
Yeah, it's like finding a Christmas present, and you just gotta pick it up, right? So definitely DBS. Pretty sure if we like hover around, maybe those like Adik look, he's not holding a DBS yet. It's just because he haven't found it. But if he finds one, I'm pretty sure that he'll swap out the swap out the weapons for DBS. So the common combo right now is either it's an M4 and a DBS. It's M4 evergreen, never leading the meta, so it's going to be there. If not, it's going to be a Mini 14 and an M4. That's normally the common combination.
I mean, that if you got the luxury to choose, right? There are some teams that don't have the luxury of even choosing. They have to just settle with what they can get. So in some cases where the teams are not having enough, usually AKM will be okay as well. And I think the thing about now, we haven't seen a lot of playing DP28 these days too. I love those pizza guns. It has been in good days back then when players actually try to aim and shoot.
Yeah, and the amount of bullets with it, it's good, right?
Not really. Micro Uzi didn't go aim and shoot. After the Micro Uzi meta, it's kind of broken the skills of a player. They don't need to aim anymore. It's just down to DBS. You still need to aim, yes, to make sure you can maximize the capacity of the damage that you can provide towards the enemy. But if you compare with sniper rifles, if you compare with even Mini 14 and SLRs, definitely requires more focus to drop those bullets right on top of your enemy, right?
I'm actually wondering how they're going to move a monster truck, but okay.
It won't fit. It won't fit those.
Bruh. Okay.
It won't fit. It won't fit the fans.
Yeah, just like when I went clothes shopping recently, it won't fit. Anyway, 7-9. Great position for them. They immediately take this high ground. I'm trying to figure out. I think this is just beside San Martin, if I'm not mistaken. So one of the nice key areas to be in.
Some nice spotted on minivan cross. FaZe is on top of that as well. Power grid will be very saturated with players here. FaZe and DBD happen to be wanting the same compound. DBD, they have to keep the distance. They are like GE in some sense. They don't they cannot just wrap things around when it's CQC. When it comes to long fights, they're really good at it. You saw how they were just stealing off those eliminations from afar. But remember, they're just being ambushed by these players. They were thunderstruck by it. It just cannot respond accordingly.
Hopefully it's that and not starstruck, because all these players are stars. Definitely earning themselves the right to be on PMSL. No doubt about that. They're great players. Yep. Yeah, RRQ as well. The Peko not his first showing in
monster truck.
Yeah, stuck again. We saw that. Thank you.
I mean, like, it's time to just leave this monster truck because it's not working right for us. I think that was FaZe just now. Twice in a row that monster truck got stuck here.
Yeah.
It took so much time for it. The dedication to just being loyal to those monster truck, man.
Yeah, at least we know like what's the downside of it, looking at how the pro players are doing it. But it's interesting. Okay, I find this kind of interesting though. So the buggy, T-Duke took the buggy, sent his teammate up, and then he leaves his teammate up there without a buggy and he goes down, meaning that his teammate cannot go down at all without the buggy. And kind of bad news because the circle shifts up north like what you said.
Oh man, what are the odds? I feel like, you know what, you just jump down. We're gonna revive you. That's the case for these guys. But SLD secures one elimination coming out from the side of 7-9 from afar. And I love how Paragen and Goose has been playing the past few days. They were incredible, just incredible plays coming from these guys.
Yep.
They barely whiff up. Yep, Frankie. I mean,
You said it. It's faster to just jump down and revive.
And just being revived. But hopefully nobody is trying to pass by. If that happens, it's going to be worst case scenario for the team.
Yeah, and it's Xavier because they're now down there, so it's not the spot they want to be in. But not the spot that maybe Euro Alliance wants to be in as well, because M9 has the high ground. So we got Depp on that one side. Not pulling the trigger yet until now, and Depp onto Olio, the substituted player into Euro Alliance from the round before. And next could be Shamil.
Close enough for Depp to secure 2 knocks. Here comes another. Depp's finish off the job here with Adik Luke just crossing over the other side. Shot down. Shamil next for the target. Oh man! Running out of those magazines. He swapped in the last minute for those UMP, but the UMP is down to only 65 ammunition. That's it. Putra will actually follow up. Yudu Alliance, they're left with only 1 player with slither of health remains. It's going to be Shamil. They going in for the rush. They're committing to this. They want to go for the hunt.
Yeah, they're confident there's only 1 player left, so might as well finish up the job while the circle is still kind of big, so that the possibility of another team actually crashing in is a little bit lower. But surprisingly, Semna is not interested anymore. Or maybe they're grabbing 2 vehicles so they can enter through 2 different sides. But for Yummy, my god, it's not stopping yet.
Yep, nope. I'm not sure if that DBS talking or just the rifles. This time it's gonna be rifles. I'm loving this. Yummy just stopping SLD from moving towards wherever they want to go or wherever their plan is right now. But there's gonna be another team RIQ. Surprisingly, RIQ, BTR, and Boom happen to be having the same sort of a trail again. But on the side of Sam 9, Shamil prepared himself with that DBS in case he needs to clutch this. But they're going to go off with those nades because they know for a fact if they go straight for CQC, those DBS, they learn from their mistake from Sam 9 and they use the grenade instead.
Yep. Even a DBS can't save Shamil from that, so it's going to be 0 points for Yudo Alliance now. Opening up space for PBE, Bacon Time to actually catch up to Yudo Alliance and push them down further. And Yudo Alliance, not a great day for them.
A very slow start coming from Yudo Alliance, I agree. If you compare with last week, they were brilliant. They were one of the top teams out there, and the only Malaysian team is actually in the top 5 overall across the board in the bonus ranking. But if they keep this going, they might actually be pushed down by the other teams instead. But we do have crater field. It is for our next circle. We do have uneven terrain. But look at Procedure Evils. They're splitting into 2-1-1 there. And they're just taking over the southern part of the circle mostly. If they can hold their ground, this is going to be a big, big hunting time for them.
Yeah, Procedure Evils in the prime position. But now for DBD, let's see if they can overcome Xavier. Yen goes down. There's a trade back there. But Yen is still not out. They can still save him. But DBD needs to win the fight as Jimmy OP tosses a nade. Will it land onto Xavier? He will miss that nade. But Yen is still alive though.
Yen, Duke, Zix, Jimmy OP, DBD versus DX. It's quite confusing since their colors are the same for the name tag. But DBD Yan still can be saved. Not the side of Frankie. He's being finished off early on. Rabies now cooking up another nade, dropping right on top of Zix. It's a perfect angle, a perfect trajectory. It's going to be the perfect one to just stop DBD from moving. But Rabies got knocked instead. DX, they are in dire need of help. Down to only 1 last player here.
Yeah,
2 of them knocked down. Lambo to just clutch this. There's no way other than just clutch it. That lucky enough he got time to revive Duke.
DBD got some help from Procedure Evos from afar. It's off-screen shots. Took down 1 from Xavier. I believe it was Rabis. And that could open up space for them. But look at this. It's going to be Boom. Harajin, 2 knockdowns back to back. But no, it's actually from Rosemary somewhere else.
Oh boy. Seems like a 4-way war here. We do have another team across them, which is going to be Box. But Boom, Alter Ego, Rosemary, and Octa. I'm loving this duo. They're just keeping everybody's business like everyone is in their pocket. Rosemary in that mini 14 spotted out Boom. He knows exactly where the others are for the side of SLD, if I'm not mistaken. But the DBD and DX skirmish is not done yet. Back to square one. 3v4 again.
Ooh, nade by Ziggs. Connected onto Rabis. Rabis down to 40% health. A second nade from Ziggs. Will it land onto Rabis? Nope. This time Rabis managed to find refuge behind the structure. So he's going to be A-OK. But might not be A-OK for these teams because the next phase of Circle might not favor them. Let's see where they are. They should be alright now inside of Crater Fields. But we'll get a confirmation really soon. But it's unlikely that Pasija Evos will be shaken.
For now, there it goes. Yeah, they're gonna be okay. Due to the circle, it's just so hard to predict, right? But look at the spread coming up with CJ Evils. This is confidence at its best. They got themselves all the high grounds. There's nowhere people to come in here. And they can just take away all these points from above as well against Sem9, against DX and DBD. But Red Face have to be extra careful not to be discovered by these guys. Void happened to be in the pits as well, Cloud. This is going to be a huge crate and a huge hole in it with a lot of grenade tossing.
Oh, and the happiest with Pasija Evos because they can see whatever that's happening inside of there. So they might take advantage at some point. But boom! Oh no, what happened to Boo Boo Crew? Boom! Eliminated number 15, 2 elimination points. So that's the second team out in our first Miramar today. Now within Crater Fields, we got 3 teams with Pasija Evos on top.
Side of DVD, they're opening fire to those teams on top of them. But that gives away their information to a Sem9, to a side of Void, to a side of DX. As too many teams on top of Craterfield right now. Putra trying to go for the back line, finding any sort of a loose end from the side of DX or DBD. At the same time, Void is pushing them back as well. So they will be kind of clustered and hand down if they don't try to separate themselves away from those teams. Gig, Slate and BTR on the other hand, having a bit of a bad trade for those high elevation grounds and for the middle grounds. BTR Liquid getting themselves a bit of a glimpse towards Gig Slate, trying to out-corner them every way possible. Look at how they just try to wrap around Gig Slate on top of them.
Oh yeah, and with that advantage, they could probably take out Gig Slate. They're going to take out Success first. He's going to be first to go down from the side of Gig Slate. Momo on the other side got knocked down by 3 touch. And now Damn Good could be taken out by Gen Force, but Mika is going in. Low ground against Sata.
Oh, he's cooking up the nade for the side of BTR. It's going to be a really incredibly dangerous game here, what Mika is trying to pull off. Gig Slate forcing themselves up while Sem9 taking on Void. It's going to be a Crater Field, but Gig Slate and BTR having a bit of a heated up battle. Gen Force is shut down on Snipe. Damn Good next.
Here we go.
And this is it. The last member, Sata, secures 2. And the entirety of Gig Slate decimated by the hands of BTR.
Still without a double digit for Gig Slate. It is only day 1 for them though. 1 more round to go. But now it's going to be SLD, the team that's currently on top. If they get taken down, it's going to be opportunity for Sem9. So Box Gaming going up against their countryman. Parage with an 8, throws it with a DBS. Still have the circle, but Box Gaming not going to let them go.
Here comes RRQ. SLD and Box need to wrap things up really quick because RRQ start to butt into this business too. Pasija Evos also taking part of Sem9 versus Void versus whatever there is, DX and DBD. Box and SLD finish off the last member. Just now it's going to be last. Paragin trying to pull it off. Random spray. Playing around the corners. Ring around the Rosie Capone. Could spot him out. Outplayed and outflanked, but Paragin try his best. Valiant effort by SLD, but Box knows it better to close the CQC.
Yeah, he was surrounded back and front, so pretty much no exit for him. But hey, look at this. Pasija Evos still has the circle with the high ground. Same goes for the 3 teams inside of Crater Field. But for the rest of them, pretty much most of them need to move. So I can see that Face Guy is going to go up against Pasija Evos. Not going to be in good position for them because Pasija Evos, just look at the position. They can oversee the entire Crater Field.
Oh, see everything! Oh my goodness me, Luxy. Here comes another one behind. He got so many angles to cover here for the side of Luxy. There's a lot of responsibility and you have to work so much. They really put this man at work here for Pasija Evos. Red Face taking it on Alter Ego. Luxy, the only one that actually got to his 3 teams here. Sem9, it's going to be Face. There's going to be another one across them as well. And he just kept the pressure on. I just hope he don't run dry on those bullets. Redface and Zuxi. Now he realized, you know what? Wow. Okay. He made it. Landed on all 4 wheels.
PUBG Mobile physics for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Bacon Time and PBE. Oh, PBE. We still got a couple of them on the outside. Ranked will fill the wrap for the blue. That means that PBE, only 2 players inside. Bacon Time coming in and cool down right now. Bacon Time traded it back by Boss Gaming from the other side, but the fight's not happening, not over yet as Mobboy takes down Armstyle. Mobboy with a great position to take out Bacon Time.
Questionable position picked by the side of Bacon Time. They are they parked themselves in the middle of crossfire between 2 teams here. They caught themselves in a trap. Alter Ego Box having a bit of a trade just now. PBE taken by the side of BTR, but there's always going to be those in the high grounds. I'm waiting for Procedure Evos to start making some noise. They got themselves 2 from those elevations, but on the side of BTR, they keep it going. We're talking about them secured 4 eliminations by now. Same goes for Sem 9 and Box Gaming as well as a 4. BTR scout PBE with those mini 14, trying to get them off the ground, trying to get them out, but the blue zone will actually squeeze to a side of PBE like it on. They have less than 1 minute to just part ways here.
Oh, DBD happened to hit onto BTR too, so BTR loses 1 to DBD. DBD at this moment still a full squad, but for Boss Gaming not the same, as Capone now will be shot down by RRQ. RRQ secures the 2 elimination points. The other 2 on the other side of this hill. Asa is getting closer and closer together with Mort. He's opening up the flanks. Winnie tries to find cover together with Levis. Levis right now, they need to find an exit point.
Asa, when it comes to high ground, he got himself quite a skill there. Trying to go in with a UMP. Might actually spot it out Box right across him. Levy's right in front of him. Here comes a spray. And he got one. Now secures another maybe. Winnie managed to just exit out in time. He spot himself an airdrop but will not pull over for it. He needs to reposition himself to get a bit of a more view, higher grounds, and just play undercover for now. But at the same time, BTR just there. Liquid spot him out. Winnie almost got another one. He knocks one more down. That's going to be last member of BTR. Satar and Liquid down at the same time. Is that the entirety of BTR just now?
Yeah, that's the entirety of BTR. So number 11 for them with only 4 elimination points. I mean, if they are somewhere on top in the overall, that's okay. But because in their current position, 4 is not going to be enough. But last time we saw the circle, Procedure Evo still has it with the high ground. There's still a percentage of creative field in it, so teams can still stay in there, but some teams need to move anyway. But speaking about teams that need to move, it's going to be PBE, and Boss Gaming spots them out.
Winnie got himself quite an upgrade there. If only can spot one out to get an headshot, it would be great, but at the same time, Winnie is playing it solo. It's going to be difficult for him to pull off those long range, long fights. Red Face taking on high grounds. Procedure Evo's definitely got a vintage view. We're talking about prime spot here. Definitely got the highest ground there is. But the problem is, it's too steep. He can't see them down there.
Well, let's see if FaceClan can take advantage of that. Red Face. Okay, he still has a nade though. Okay, so that's going to be Micro Boy. Nade on the FaceClan. That will not connect. FaceClan, they know that someone's above them. Pretty obvious by now. They'll definitely try to toss a nade on the outside. But then, Mela taken out by Micro Boy. Now Ventorius is pressured to pick up his teammate, or should he take out someone before he does that? But
But Zaxi wants to go for the push. Look at how Ventorius just prep up the nade. He definitely pulls out the pin already, I think. But back to the side of he was Ventorius! The moment he dropped, it was right on top, even though it was against him. When it comes to gravity-wise, Ventorius slowly tried to just stall the time for the rest of the team while he slowly make it in for the sidelines as well. Umdans trying to spot these guys out. You know what? The best way they can go is just popping up the smokes and keep dropping those nades while pushing forward. And that's what they're planning to do. Moment already climbed slowly up. Ventorius taking a different angle. It's a triangle formation again coming from face. But Procedure got the better view. They are right on top of a Micro Boy. Have to really running ground determination. And Luxy as well. 18 bullets left for Micro Boy. Oh my goodness, moment.
yeah, that one need to knock 2 off Procedure Evos, and that is needed in order for him to get into the circle. because he's still on the outside. Now he managed to slide through it. But Momon, he has a second nade though. He probably kind of knows exactly where they are. He can toss it to the same location. That nade cooked up too much, and it will not explode onto Pasija Evos. But now coming onto the other side, we have RRQ. Rankit is still alive for PBE, but Cool is not.
Rankin, I think there's going to be a last play coming from PBE, spotted out, but still managed to secure on one knock. Secure those eliminations as well. Rankin will not go down easily. Here comes the rest of RRQ going in for the purge. The entire cavalry have to commit to this. And finally, DBD steals it away right in front of the noses of RRQ.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like heartbreaking. It's like, that's supposed to be my point, but now they want it back. They want that point for themselves. But speaking about wanting points for themselves, it's going to be Alter Ego. And this time, Choo-Choo, that hill is not within the circle.
It's going to be really difficult for these guys to climb down. DBD, you know what? They don't want to waste any more time. We're just going to go. And Winnie, on the other hand. Oh, nice try, Winnie. You're being spotted out.
It was kind of anticlimactic for Winnie. Well, now it's going to be climactic. Well, literally now. The Alter Ego needs to climb on top to take over Pasija Evos. But Rosemary! Rose carrying!
Here comes Rosemary again. Out of nowhere, Alter Ego just happened to pop on the off angle. Chasing the hag off Pasija Evos when they tried to climb down for the micro boy. And it's going to be Oxa knocked down fast. Zaxi finish off the job, making sure they still can secure those eliminations. Down to Potato and Rosemary. Micro Boy sit out Valve remaining. Potato secure those Micro Uzi with a shot. And now next is going to be Zaxi. Zaxi, I think that's going to be last player. Still a bit of a trick to do. Rosemary spotted on one. Red face still there. But it's down when it comes to his health. Down to Rosemary to go for the clutch. But Rosemary ain't running. He's gunning.
I mean, it is Rosemary for you, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely will secure these 2 elimination points. It's going to start it off with Micro Boy. Definitely Zaxi, but before they're focusing on the Red Face, if we can get Red Face, 2 points for him in the back for sure. But Zaxi, stolen away by Asa from RRQ. Red Face still survives.
That's so far. RRQ and DBD has been very witty, ingenious placement by them, but DX caught DBD just now. Yen on the ground. Sam9 on the other hand caught themselves in a bit of a trap there. There's no way out from this blunder. Void taking a Sam9 fight after such a long time. They are fighting, they stay going at it. AKM versus DBS, maybe a Scar L there. But DBS definitely in depth hand with the UMP. RQ taking on DBD Echo and finish off. DBD feels like the entire team went down just now.
Just as when I thought that we might see a DBD Chicken Dinner, unfortunately they're out. And number 7, Void, however, still a full squad. But we have RRQ from the high ground putting pressure on the point. Now this Void versus Sam Nice. No longer only the both of them, but also RRQ putting in from afar.
Void trying to just, you know what, shooting them from above and from the outside. They caught themselves in here in the first place for Sam9 the moment they jumped down. There's no space for Sam9 to run anymore. Those mollies, those grenades will hit them, but lucky Void don't have any more utilities. So they can actually pick back themselves up while trying to figure out how to get out from here. They can actually buy a bit more time, but at the same time, they're barely making it into the circle. Void split it into 2 formation. Another 2 Lapa and Seal will have to got to a side of Pasija Evos at the back line.
Pretty much all of them need to move, so time's on their side. As we'll see the circle move in 3 more seconds. Sam9, how are you going to get out of this? You're kind of surrounded. Even high ground, there's someone looking at them.
There's no way out. Sam9 still managed to secure on Void. RQ, here we go. Rosemary is there. Sam9 knocked down again in the crate, and it's going to be at dips left. There's no way out with DS coming in. Void Alva. He starts thinking about double thinking and just doubting now whether he go for retreat or not. But Sam9 definitely will burn off by the Blues over RRQ. Closing in from the back line. There's so many wars going on. We still have 6 teams here. Lapov to get on Prime Putra. Down to only Adibs to make the call.
Oh,
and Adibs. Oh, he's put down DS.
Yo!
Lamborghini is way faster.
Ah, Choo-Choo, that was close. If only he kept focus on the smoke, he would have gotten it first. Lamborghini reacted later. But anyway, that is it for Sam9. Now D Xavier, by the edge of the blue, by the edge of the circle, spots out his opponent. Red face, nowhere to go as he will succumb himself to the blue.
It is surprising. Precision Evos, the one team that we actually see is like, you know what, this might be it. They're chicken because they got themselves a high elevations just now. But on the side of Asar, when it comes to long range and got those elevation, RRQ, I'm loving this. Their teamwork were flawless. They just got themselves last chicken. Are they getting a back-to-back here with 2 different maps?
Oh, it's looking good for RRQ now, but they need to finish out the job. They need to be sure. But Xavier is definitely no pushover. We have T-Duke. He has something to prove because he's been substituted in. And nice one starting from T-Duke. But the counterfire coming from the Pico. Now it's down to Lamborghini. Can he pull off an insane classic coup to get this chicken dinner now against 2 more from RRQ?
Lamborghini trying to call off the shot by himself here. Really difficult to find inside of RRQ, but Asar still managed to take covers from those pixel shot. But Nepeko versus Lamborghini, the top fraggers of each respective region and team. Trying to show who's the alpha here. Lamborghini running over and DX! Finally making a comeback. And Lambo was really low when those ammunition got 1 more magazine to go. 54 clips remaining on that reserve.
And that was a difficult chicken dinner. Oh.
It was really difficult.
Yeah. Because Nepeko had the elevation and Lamborghini was a little bit more open. But Nepeko, I think he missed a couple of the first few shots. And then Lamborghini, he didn't whiff it. He didn't make a mistake on his shots. It was all on point. And they got the chicken dinner. Guys, be happier, guys. You just got the chicken dinner. Lamborghini. The face of Xavier.
Imagine if Sam9 at Dips actually shut down Lamborghini early on.
Yeah.
It's going to be a totally different story. But Lambo, his tenacity to just stay alive till the end is just such a remarkable resilient coming from this player. RRQ almost clutch with another chicken. They're just having one of the best teamwork there is. Every single time there's a top 5, RRQ always stays alive with a 4. You have to give credit on the side of RRQ as well. Precision Evils, they got the high grounds. But sadly, the circle just shifted away from them. They couldn't make it out in time when it comes to the blue zone shrinking into their side. But DX, I'm loving this. The full squad time was the least if you compare with all the teams out there except for Sam9. They're just having 12 minutes in with 4 players and then it's just a duo out till the end.
Yeah, it's remarkable that they can still survive that long considering how populated inside Creative Field was. It's also, of course, they were given the circle, so that's okay for them. They still managed to last that long. But RRQ, because they are placed in the first graphic in front of Xavier, pretty sure they would have gotten more elimination points in total, giving them the amount of points to top Xavier as a whole. So RRQ, considerably, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but the points do matter at the end of the day. They are consistent today.
You know what? Back to the side of how DX getting those chicken. It was really a grind from them since the start. I want to tell how much elimination they actually secured to the last minute because they were fighting DBD at first, right? And then there's another come by. I think who was it again? There was like 4 or 5 teams surrounding DX, including Precision Evos was right on top of DX early on. They couldn't even pick out. So it was really tough for DX to get this chicken. It's well deserving. It's just how well when it comes to their communication and exactly what they want to do and what they want to aim for. Because they were in a pickle since the start, Cloud. If you look at this island, I swear to God, you can see they're being surrounded all day long.
Yeah, just looking at it again. And for the fact that they could overcome it, it's crazy. It's amazing. I mean, I guess that's where they thought that, oh, we could have gotten more, but because like they didn't have a full squad for long enough, that's why they couldn't get it. But anyway, it's still a chicken dinner, so they should be happy for it. I noticed the players, you know, maybe they expected more, but of course it's Xavier. You put up high standards for yourself, and naturally you would have wanted the points and chicken dinner, everything in one package.
And another thing we should note it on DBD versus DX, remember how Lambo was the last person remaining against DBD at first, but DBD just couldn't go in for the push, and Lamborghini managed to revive back the rest of the teammates. After, you know what, MVP definitely well deserving for us, Lambo. He just kept on supporting the entire lineup, reviving back to back for Duke and his teammates. If not, the entire team would have gone down way earlier than that. But this time, we have to give it on the side of RRQ. The elimination, that was a scary number. We still have 19 on our most elimination record.
Oh, and the Baker, we could have seen that. We saw his disappointment that he knew he had it in the bag. But, well, anyway, it's still 20 points for RRQ in total. Great job for them. Very consistent for the last 3 maps. But now, again, Choo, Gig Slate. They always got eliminated early. So early that we hardly get to see them today.
Same goes for Bacon Time though, honestly speaking. This is rare to see Bacon Time down there multiple times with 0 points. And FaZe joining in as well. I mean, like for FaZe side, we saw for a fact that they are in a crossfire. We're talking about a huge crossfire, not just 2 or 3 teams. We talk about 6 to 7 teams that happen to be in the middle. But when it comes to the points here, it's just 1 point shy. Between RRQ and SLD, this is just too close. Sam9 is chasing. But if you compare with week 2 and week 3, I'm definitely loving how week 3 progressed because of how the gap is even smaller now.
Yeah, it's nice to see a smaller gap here. That means anything can happen by the end of the week. But the gap at the bottom is small as well. Like Pasija Evos, Bacon Time, same points, and they got Xavier 26 points. Even Team Secret 26 points as well. They're not playing today. BTR went up to 25 points, so it's fairly okay there. But Gig Slate has quite a gap between them and the one above.
But at least they don't actually play as much game as BTR. Now I worry for BTR right now because they are one of the teams that actually playing non-stop for the past 2 days, but they just down there the bottom 3. But on the side of our top performers, Asa, Asa, this is the guy you need if it's all about the long fights. You know exactly where to push in. But all the other players down there as well, those are the regular names. We saw the one that actually bring huge clutches for the team. And you saw Luxy and Zuxi, I think it was Luxy just now, who guarding over one certain angle against 3 teams at the same time.
Yeah, and how often, now that we see this graphic, how often do you not see a Thai team in this graphic?
Oh, this is the first time.
Yeah, it's super rare, right? Get a screenshot. Unless, of course, one of the Thai teams do it in the final game, then, but it's rare. This doesn't happen all the time.
I agree. But the fact, even though they didn't land that any chicken coming up from the Thai teams, but they're still quite consistent when it comes to overall rankings there. So we have to give them respect of that as well. But this can be the only team. You know what? This is last for today. I mean, like, if DVD didn't score any for those chicken by end of today, we're done. We're so done.
Yep. So DBD, come on, don't break our dreams. Ah, my goodness. I don't know what else to say, right? Even after this, then they would have 2 more days, 12 more games to get that chicken dinner. The only team without a chicken dinner.
True. But wait, I'm gonna have to review for a bit on the side of VTR. When is they're gonna have the break tomorrow? But honestly speaking, I worried so much for them right now because the overall gap when it comes to the overall bonus ranking is too small. Plus, they're nowhere near about the top 10 here. We're talking about the least you can be is like 15th place and above. But they just... And they played one of the most teams today. If you want to compare with Gig Slate, I mean, like, Gig Slate starting off today is their first day.
Yep, it is. Yeah, so if you want to get the benefit of the doubt, then yeah, it is their first day. Although it's only 1 point so far, but yeah. Out of the first day teams, let's see. Yeah, Gig Slate is the lowest out of the first day teams. You think about it.
Yeah. Other than DX, yes, I agree. Other than DX, yes. Both these teams are actually pretty much in the same spot here, DX and Gig Slate starting off today as their first day. Not too big of a gap still if they want to catch up, but they really need to not have any room of error starting from next game and tomorrow. But we do have Bacon start to discuss about. The coach do have 5 minutes to have a bit of a hurdle with the team to have their next rotation in the next map, how they want to actually do it. So it's only 5 minutes of downtime for the players to have a reset and discuss. And speaking of Bacon, right, this is unusual. Bacon, they never not perform like entire week. We're talking about 2 days straight now. We don't see any sort of Bacon yet.
Yeah, I know, right? This is a very different Bacon time as compared to like before. Like before this Bacon time, they're I mean, Thai teams, typical Thai teams, right? Like always on top of there, and Armstar popping it off. But this time around, something's missing with Bacon time. So, in general, yes, we very high possibility that we'll see them in the grand finals. But it's just that you have the reputation of being a Thai team, so I can understand why that they put themselves up there. Like, okay, we cannot. This is already a losing streak for them, and you don't want to bring that mojo into the grand finals. You want to find that level of consistency, so you feel good when you start the grand finals.
Agree, and the grand final is not too far off. It's going to be next week, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be less than a week downtime for these guys to have a bit of a reset. It's going to be like, what, 4 days gap before they're starting off the grand finals. But that's going to be step number 2. First and foremost, you have to think about to get into grand finals for 4 teams down there. I feel like it's something to do with the grand finals. It's just something they want to keep it to themselves till the last minute. They are testing some strength there on the side of Boom to call out the strongest formation. Like they're trying to have a variety of strategy in case their plan A they work. At least they still have numbers and letters after A, right? To see if things gonna be matching up or not. For the side of Boom, they are pretty okay when it comes to the overall rankings, if I'm not mistaken. So they can actually test things out. Rebel Boy is in this time. So this is a rare sight. We did have Rebel Boy played back then in week number 1 for a bit. And then you remember the interview I had with their coach and manager as well, which is going to be Sultan. And he mentioned about the performance. They put the rotation based on their performance instead of strategy-wise.
Yeah, totally makes sense. So, totally makes sense because like Rebel Boy, he's a IGL, right? So he definitely has his own ideas. What I do notice about Rebel Boy's playstyle, or at least his style of leading the team, is that they like to play a little bit slower from the outside. But if there's anyone in front of them, they will take the fight. They will go and just crash into the compound, clear out the compound, and then do pretty much rinse and repeat for the next round. They're not like a team that likes to play. At least his IGL-ing is not like go straight to the middle. So he has a very different approach. And that's nice to have that kind of swap. Because we see that happening with like FaZe Clan and all that, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, but it's called opportunists coming up from these guys. If they can actually have opportunity while being safe at the same time, why not? It's like a double insurance for the team, right? Just in case they didn't score any eliminations, at least they score something out of a rank point. But the rank point, we do know for a fact it's not going to be as much compared to those eliminations. Now, another team we didn't mention enough is going to be Box Gaming. And Box Gaming, I love when they were in their week 2. I love when they are right here, right now with us, even in week number 3. But when it comes to the bonus point standing, they are on the 17th spot. They have to finish off top 10 by end of this week to make sure themselves to got themselves those grand final slots.
Yeah, Box Gaming, because they are a little bit in trouble, right? But so far we can see that Box Gaming not too bad though. So there is a possibility that there's a brighter possibility as compared to like BTR, Team Secret, and those kind of teams that they can get out of this kerfuffle as long as they can keep on consistency. And that's also with the factor that teams below them don't really perform. And if we talk about teams that are not really performing, like BTR, you see on screen, like PBE as well, still not really showing up. And one more point about PBE is that it's been quite a while since we saw Demigod actually playing. So he played only like a
yeah.
couple of games. I think it was in week 1, and then he went. I wouldn't say he went missing, but they didn't sub him in. So I don't know. Maybe it's also time for them to do a little bit of a refresh and put Demigod in.
Yeah, I think we saw him play like only a couple of times, or maybe a day or two. That's it. And so far, a lot of plays done by Ranked as well. And Monboy has been clutching since last week. So we're gonna have to wait and see if that's gonna happen in the last minute, or maybe they're just trying to put in the last minute too. I just hope it's not too late when that happens. And some teams really need to have a bit of a refresher when it comes to their lineup. They need those subs coming in and out because it's 3 weeks long, Cloud. And some of the players actually fasting for the non-Muslim. They are okay so far, but even those are not fasting can feel the exhaustion kick in now.
Yeah. That's a really good reminder. It reminds me of when I was doing the league as well with my previous team. It's like, oh man, by the time you reach week 3, you'll be like so exhausted. It's like so much on your mind. You feel that you're kind of dragging yourself to a certain extent because of the exhaustion, not because of interest. So I can definitely feel it. And plus, if you kind of think about it, also shouting out to the coaches and managers behind the scenes who work really hard for the teams. I totally empathize you guys. That's because like when the teams, the players, priority for them is like to get good rest back in because they need to play the game tomorrow. But for the coaches and managers, they'll be staying up. They'll be doing their research because when the next day the players wake up, that's why they're like, okay guys, welcome. Grab your breakfast. Now let's do a catch up. They will start to share like what their findings were from the game yesterday or the preparation for the next day. So I can imagine that the coaches and managers, they sleep the least. Players get a little bit more, but of course players, they have to play. And speaking about playing, we'll be playing the last game inside of Miramar as usual. Let's jump into it without further ado.
It's our last map of day number 2. Some teams will only have 2 more days to play. Some of them will still have 3 more days to go. Now we're down to the final week here, and this time we do have a bit on the southern part of a flight path, dropping around Minas del Sol, cutting across Los Leones and La Bendita. We did have the circle right on top of a flight path, quite a number here today. And is this the same case here? We did ended up around Crater Fields before. Is it going to be still on the northern side of the circle or not? And yes, you know what, Cloud, I agree. Imagine if everybody else like watching this, right? How hard it is can be a pro gamer. I mean, like, you just play the game. Do you know how much study they actually have to do? How much lesser sleeping time they actually have to go through? How much scolding they have to actually hold it in? You have no clue. So, you know what? Shouting out to all the players, coaches and managers, everyone behind the esports scene, including production crew. Nobody has been sleeping well the past 3 weeks. We have 1 more week to go for the grand finals, but when it comes to final week, the league, we're down to only 3 more days starting tomorrow. Oh, Crater Field again.
Are we watching the same game?
I feel like it is.
Oh man, it's gonna be that again. So we might see a repeat of some of the key positions like Pasija Evos, high ground beside the Crater Fields again. Maybe a couple of teams going inside Crater Fields, the 3 teams that we saw earlier on. So this is like a repeat. And the earlier one was like, oh, that wasn't a real round, that was a rehearsal.
Dry run. A dry run. It's a dry run. But Lamborghini, I mean, like, this guy pulls so much for the team. He's breaking his back, carrying the heck out of a team. And maybe they are in a slump right now for Frankie Dick and Rabies, but Lambo, you know what? This guy, he's such a nice person. If you actually get to meet these players, try to have a small talk with them. Don't just ask about their games, ask about their life too. You'll be surprised how much they have been gone through the entire life just to be here today. And I talked to Lambo. He's a very good gentleman. He's a very shy person, but he's a very good gentleman. And he is the one that actually pulling off so much weight for the team. You saw the last game. They were dying for DX, but he's the one that keep them alive.
And he's definitely premium like his name. for the Xavier. Every season, like he will pop up. Like in the other seasons, you might see like, okay, you got a Frankie moment, you got a Rabbids moment, that's great. And you still got a Lamborghini moment. But now, as time goes by, like what you say, Lamborghini now still standing out. Despite like however his other teammates are performing. So gotta give it to this guy. This guy is definitely inseparable from the Xavier. And you know what? I can't think. Like, can you imagine that he continues to perform and then one of these days or one of the seasons they'll be like, hey, SLD asking him to join over, or Box Gaming asking him to join over because he's like super performing.
Yeah,
and that would be a big move, and that's gonna be huge for the Xavier.
It feels like Mela moment and Nuzi and
Yeah.
Tony K, right? Yeah, that's exactly it is. But speaking of Lamborghini, I just hope his performance just now just give his teammates a slap, showing that, you know what, we should not give up easily, and that what he brings to the table here today for the side of DX. That's a wake-up call for the entire team. And speaking of the teams, right, Cloud, we always talk about same region, but what if, I mean, like, language barrier is a real thing, yes. But what if we can mix and match all the regions to make up a solid team of Southeast Asia? Who would you put in then?
Wow.
Different regions. All 4 players have to be different regions entirely.
Okay, we're gonna go through. Let's go through one by one, right? So we started off with Thailand.
The best player. Only one player from Thailand. You can only pick one.
Mela. I'm an Infinity fanboy, so I definitely go for Mela. Sorry, Nuzi. I love you as well, but yeah, it's gonna be Mela now. I'll for, let's see, Indonesia. I'll go with Yummy. I love his gameplay. Awesome guy. For Vietnam, well, has to be Lamborghini. The guy's been popping up. For, let's see, Malaysia. For me, I'll go with Damroot. I mean, this guy has IGL brains like none other. Despite their points down there, but it's a team game, right? At the end of the day, do you want to go for wildcard as well?
Yeah, of course.
Wildcard. Ooh.
You put them. Okay, I give you 5 players. 5 players.
Okay.
Since we have to think about rotation, right? There might be exhausted other players, so they have to swap in and out.
Okay, yeah, we got to do the boom esports too. So, maybe Monboy.
Monboy.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a hard one, but maybe Monboy. How about you?
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting choice.
What would you
I'm kind of torn between hill players and also coming up from shrubs. I mean, like, vampires definitely go for shrubs.
Okay.
Because I see the potential in shrubs, but it's not popping off, that's it. But for hill, it's going to be get slow. So I have to choose between these guys. Definitely going to go for shrubs then.
Okay.
Then definitely it's going to be Rosemary. There's no question on that. And then coming up, I'm probably going to pick Smile from GE or West. Is it West or Smile? Oh man, so tough. Those 2 players, I think I'm still going to go for Smile.
Okay.
And then maybe coming up from...
Vietnam.
Who else I didn't pick? Vietnam, Lamborghini, what do you mean?
Ah.
Okay. And one more to go. Maybe I'll pick Malaysia players. But that's going to be damn good, I guess.
Oh, okay. So we have the same 2 answers now, Lamborghini and damn good. I mean, I'm so used to calling damn root that sometimes I forget.
I prefer damn good. Because if not, I feel like, because the players always call him Adam, right? His name. So
his name is very
I'm
different.
cursing him. Yeah, I know, but I feel like his name should be Adam. But at the same time, PBE ranking. Speaking of PBE, Suxy on the ground, bleeding out. Finish off easy peasy lemon squeezy from Ranked as a clean execution for the first blood.
And it's going to be back to back now. So Hexas knocked down, Repo Boy knocked down. Oh man, Repo Boy, he just made his debut here. Hopefully he don't get eliminated. That will be tough. But Leon, nice sharp shooting there. Dropping down Yummy. Starman for Boom.
How do you even see that? But Cool getting on one more. Procedure Evos slowly losing their man here. Picked off one by the hands of PBE. They cannot go for separate ways anymore because PBE is on the hunt. You do Alliance taking on Boom. They were taking such a long fight here. We're talking about how did he even see through?
Yeah, I know, right? That was like super duper. I mean, from our screens, it's like we hardly see anything, but well, I guess that's why these guys are playing. So it looks like Boom they will lose. Okay, they still got it. They still got Yummy. But Boo Boo Hoo in a dire position now. And so Leo not letting him go at all.
At the same time, way to invest on the side of UD Lions in this blue zone here. Should we worry for all the teams, including Boom? They had a really good run here today for Boom, and there's gonna be a response coming up. Greeting from the back line. Razy and the rest of Boom's not happy. Olio, you reap what you sow. And feels like Olio will be left by the rest of the teammate unless Ripple will. And one by one, Yummy is there as well. Oh boy, the response came up from Boom. They are not happy. They want to just eliminate entirety of UD Lions of how they want to get back their revenge against the side of their teammate. But DX happened to be here as well.
Ooh, and the circle, pretty similar like before. We still have Crater Field, we still have the high ground, but this time it's not going to be Pasija Evo, it's going to be Sem9 taking the high ground. And inside of Crater Field, we got FaZe Clan together with BTR inside of it. But now, focusing on the Boom, looks like Shamil is down. Hexa should be able to reset himself, but Razy, not so lucky.
This is bad news and dangerous game for all the three teams. I'm not sure if DS gonna stick around for or not, but for UD Lions and Boom, even though one of them will actually win this fight, and or eventually both teams call it a truce and part ways, the moment they just get out from this blue zone, they're gonna go in the blue zone again because the timer ticks. And now the blue zone this is way too deep in the blue zone right now.
Oh yeah, 2,300 meters away from the zone. And both teams still not letting go of each other. Now Boom only left with Yummy and Hexas. Udo Alliance has 2 as well. It's going to be Ripple Boy, Adi Luke, the 2 long-time players who played together for the longest times in Farm Legends. Ripple Boy, how's he going to get out of this? Just to point out as well, Ripple Boy has no first aids.
It's not great. He definitely knows for a fact he needs to get out. There's going to be a third stage here. There's no way those bandages will work anymore. Yummy realized how dire the need for them to actually get out from here as soon as they can. Because the moment they step out, the war is not done, Cloud. We're talking about gatekeepers at the other end. For the side of PBE, they are going for the hunt. They are trying to find every single member of Procedure. They spotted out Micro Boy. That spray knocks. This is going to be the bane of Procedure Evos. PBE just killing them slowly, and now left with only Luxy left.
Oh wow, he only needed that one headshot just to get that knockdown, and will be taken out, of course. Looks like Gigslade and D Xavier, they're taking out each other now, as D Duke will be out of this round. Prestige Evo spending time in the blue. PBE on the other side. Luxy wants to find revenge for his twin brother.
This is definitely not what you want to teach for new players in PUBG Mobile. The blue will not heal you, they will burn you. In this case, so many teams actually inside of a blue zone still. Look at how more than half of the stats on the board right now in the blue zone.
Yeah, oh yeah, now that you mentioned it. One reason is of course because Circle is like up north, and second is that, well, we see other teams just not letting go of each other. And now we go on to the next stage. The blue definitely will be painful. Let's see who will succumb themselves to the blue. It's gonna be a difficult moment when that happens. Definitely won't be able to survive it at this stage. Gigslade still spending time in the blue as well, despite not really engaging with another team.
Boom and Gig, I mean, like, even if they happen to clash, there's no way they are pulling over because they're both actually in the same boat of dying now. They cannot afford to lose here. PBE Gig, and never mind, Boom just got finished off one of the players of Gig, and now leaving with only one last player. I'm not sure how much HP he got left, but Hexas managed to just part ways, getting a bit of advantage in the front, but on the side of Damn Good, he got himself a mat kit, so he can actually use it. And the will only use this once, because right now he doesn't have anything else on his hands. Void got himself on top of Crater Field. Feels like a deja vu here. Exactly where they parked before, and they got it again. The same place, same time, same strat.
Oh yes, earlier on was Pasija Evos taking that spot. Now it's going to be SLD. Oh, they are swapping teams now. Bacon Time OnStar knocked down. Void! Same spot as before, but this time different outcome. Sem9 instead on the high ground onto Void. They will love that revenge.
Feels like Procedure exactly where they were at Sem9. back then in the last game only. FaZe now going in against Bacon time. Sherty S have to face the wrath of FaZe, who's rushing in left, right, center. Mormon taking on Noise, one knockdown. And now they're trying to go for Sherty as well. They have a 1-to-1 trade equal value, make it 2 for FaZe, 2 knocks. And Mormon try to just bring up the numbers again, but Sherty lost health remaining. But Alter Ego?
Oh, okay. They're on the other side. So they take advantage. And they're stealing away elimination points. Taking out of Shirley. Bacon time in another 0-point round for them. This is very unusual for Bacon time. We'll talk about that a little bit later on as Alter Ego. It's going to be Rosemary as usual. Trying to take out members of FaZe Clan with Mormon picking up Ansons.
Oh my god. Feels like both ties being outplayed by the side of the Indonesian teams today. And the Indonesians, this is one of their best week ever. Back to the side of Mormon and Onson. Mello will be picked up by the members of the team of FaZe Clan. Sam9 keeping an eye out to the side of Craterfield, which could be Void Lapa bleeding out. And that's it. Finish off by Sam9. Just now we saw Boom being eliminated due to how deep they were in the blue zone. We mentioned that earlier on. But surprisingly, Geek Slate managed to scrape through and got himself a full squad, even though they are in the blue zone, just like how Boom were before.
And finally, they got themselves double digit at least. It's going to be 11 points as of now for Geek Slate. But they're on the side of where SLD is at. So SLD with the high ground. But the high ground, not as much value this time as it moved up north.
But at the same time, SLD do have value standing there because the circle will shift. Might have a chance to shift to it as a bit of southern side. So if they happen to be on top of it still, it will play a big part later on. But Luxy, you know you want to pull that trigger. He got himself that trigger discipline, not giving away his position as well, while waiting for the other teammates of PBE to show themselves first, to relay back all the information. But DBD is right behind them. Feels like another three-way war here again with third-party DBD coming in.
Oh, but PBE on the outside. I want to see if there's any third partying, considering this composition. Yeah, BTR, they started off on the one boy. That's going to be a long range. And BTR, they want to secure the elimination points. Cool. Getting on to U-High. There was a close one there. But look at the spread there by PBE. They just need to buy time to pick up one boy. But Dedicated Time's not on their side. Zone is closing. PBE should be okay considering that the terrain still favors them.
For now, the moment they step in, it's going to be entirety of BTR waiting at the end of the circle here. We're talking about DBD also fighting against BTR. Now they happen to be clashing, BTR and DBD. Do they have DBS? There's a question for BTR right now, because if they do, they have a high chance of winning it. But for DBD, can they prove us wrong? Can they prove us the moment they have they're being ambushed, they can actually take up the fight?
Oh, that nade from Sata, he could land nicely on the DBD. Yes, it did hurt them. But it's going to be Onsen for the other side that hurts the most. And Ziggs will be down. Now Jimmy will be down as well. Thanks to Mela. It's going to be FaZe Clan stealing it away by GenForce. Knocks down, eliminates Ziggs. At least at now, sharing points out of DBD. DBD, only one active player left.
Oh, it's not great. Ham down, nowhere to go. Echo again, the last play coming up from DBD. All bleeding outside of DBD. The rest... just really difficult for them to actually ham down by two sides, entirely different angles at the same time. BTR, they want to go in for the rush. They want to clear off those elimination points. But Pasilla Evos, this is going to be the last player here. The entirety of PB is still on the hunt. They've been running and chasing the heck of Pasilla Evos since the start. That is loyalty and commitment coming up from PBE.
Loyalty and commitment towards Luxy. Not the loyalty and commitment that Luxy would like. It's going to be Mon Boy. As always, my pick. Getting that elimination to be Pasija Evos, and that is it for them. No elimination points at all.
Casually flexing it, Cloud. I saw that coming. But speaking of PBE, I mean, like, who would have thought they are gunning down Pasija Evos and just not having anybody else? They auto lock. They just lock on the side of Pasija Evos and nobody else. That's it. And their mission accomplished for now. Now, who's the next target for the side of PBE? We have no clue. We have to wait and see, because they're coming up from the southwest side. Next, going to be nearby of PBE is going to be Sem9 and BTR. But on the southern part, we have Sem9 as well as Geek Slate and Void coming in. SLD coming in with those elevation. Now, that's a huge advantage if the circle shifted to their side. But we gotta have to wait and see who's being favored next.
Okay, I'm holding my breath now. Oh, SLD still has part of it, but look who's in the middle. We have D Xavier there. Can they get a back-to-back?
All down to the player really as a team. Can they communicate between themselves well? It's all about team concert in this battle royale. Any sort of shooting games, it's down to team communication. PBE each taking their own respective building, trying to just take down Sem9. But look at Putra trying to outflank them from behind. Are they aware of this for PBE?
Well, looks like they are now. That's why they're trying to clear off Sem9. But both of these teams on the outside. But you know what's worse for the both of them? Yeah, it's gonna be BTR around. And BTR, they have the circle advantage as well. So it's not looking good for neither side. But PBE, they have no choice. This fight, they cannot avoid it. They have to clear out Sem9 to get in.
For the side of PBE, it's going to be two angles that have to secure themselves, because BTR shooting from afar. And BTR gatekeeping this side as long as they need to and as long as they need to be. Sem9 and PBE both will be the victims coming out from the crosshair of BTR unless DAP and Nadir start to rush in. And they manage to stop BTR going on the gatekeeping duty. Is going to be a different story. At the same time, we do have FaZe coming up this side as well. Now, that's going to be interesting. I'm not sure if FaZe are interested, but what is that with the monster truck? Monboy and PBE!
Well, that is why he is Monboy. Monboy, monster truck, get it? But anyway, that was the biggest splat that we have seen. That is the first splat with the monster truck. So that's a new record there for my boy.
That's scary. I give you that. That's really scary. BTR going against PBE. In the meantime, cool just open up those smokes to make sure they are confusing this side of BTR to know where exactly the position of PBE players are. Sem9 is there as well, and the Blues is closing in less than 1 minute later on. We still have 1 minute 10 seconds for now, but DAP spotted out the play, spraying for a bit. Sem9, they are kind of clustered in the center. BTR Gen 4 taking on PBE right one. That's going to be the entry frag, but the moment he got an entry frag, FaZe just crush in there.
Gen Force ready for it. 2 knockdowns back to back. Beautiful defense there by Gen Force. And look at his life. Just a tick of health left, and he managed to clutch it up. Beautiful done. But he's not done yet, though. He's not out of it just yet. Momon with the nade. Will it land nicely on the deuce? And right now, Yuhai is going for it. We can see the monster truck coming.
Here comes Yuhai. He got himself 6 eliminations by now. Spotted out Mormon. There goes a spray, but not enough. Gen Force giving a bit of a support fire from the side flanks. He got himself eliminated. FaZe. Nice teamwork coming from Gen Force and Yuhai. Finally, they see the end of the light. At the end of the tunnel, and a bit of a light coming up from BTR. 10 eliminations right now, dominating across the board. Whilst SLD taking advantage of the high ground, they only secure 1 elimination for now. Have been going against Voin's CL, the first one we actually see to play today. Here comes a couple of tap come from Trongzi with that mini 14, but SLD, if they use this wisely, they can just farm those kills. Quite a number finish on 1 knockdown. Can he secure and translate it into 1 point?
I hate to break it, but DBD saw the end of the day as well. So looks like, well, the door is that way for our predictions. No chicken dinner in sight for DBD today. Pretty sad. But SLD, they will be sad. They'll be happy with this position. They can still take their time to find those elimination points. But Void still on the outside. How are they going to get in with teams looking over them like that?
SLD need to move now. They're not inside of a circle, and the circle just shrinks again. They have less than 10 seconds to make a move. When they step out of their comfort zone, they will have to go in there to fight. But Prodigy secures another one. Sem9 out. They're taking away those shots coming out from the side of a player right across them, which I'm not mistaken was Void earlier before. SLD, they cannot be comfortable. They have to move as well, and they're attracting so much attention and taking advantage of whatever they can. But Void got back while they're being stolen before. Rosemary taking out BTR. Where are those shots coming out from?
You know, I like it every time Choo Choo says Rosemary. She has a nice tone to it. Anyway, yeah, someone got to record that, you know, make a ringtone or something. SLD, they're having fun up here, just tapping onto Void, not allowing it to come through. And the blue will arrive on the Void, and Void now popping out the smoke. They will need to make a run for it.
SLD, they got themselves 2-2 formation right now with 2 inside of a circle, the other 2 playing in the outer circle. For Void, on the other end, they're kind of stuck. They got themselves there in the first place. They selected those spots, but unfortunately, it's not inside of a circle, and they have to deal with that right now. SLD, on the other hand, taking the higher ground still on their side. They're not climbing down any near time, but I'm not sure if they got themselves vehicles to work around. They do have the monster truck. Potato coming up from Alter Ego. Out of nowhere, Alter Ego starts shooting, and nobody's actually watching them.
He just got a text from a certain someone who regularly texts us if a certain team gets chicken dinner. He says Tony K for him. But anyway, so now it's going to be Void. Oh, they somehow managed to slip by. Wow, that's going to be the great escape if they can actually do this. But they're not out of it just yet. That's SLD. Not only SLD, PTR as well. That is it for Void.
Oh man, Void, they caught himself in a trap there. If only they got himself playing on the outskirts of those compounds, it's going to be way better than how they were at before. RRQ now trying to flush out the entirety of box with this warehouse going in for the flush. RRQ, when it comes to teamwork and team comps, they know exactly how to flush an entire team out, but can they do it? Because box are more than ready to take off those shots. They were prepped the nade. They got themselves covered. They know exactly what to expect. Here comes Capone from the flank.
Oh, Capone, can he do it now? Because his teammates are dropping down like flies. Zuras is still alive. Capone has a nade. He'll toss a nade on the inside. Could this be it for RRQ? The Molly as well for Junos. Molly's left with someone. That someone wants to push in. Junos tries to shoot through the gap, but no one is there. Junos loses the fight.
Now down to Capone. He missed those grenades before, but not being shot from where? It's going to be coming up from SLD and the Axe at the same time. Capone, he cannot even stand up.
Wait, what?
But Capone nades finally landed double down. Now going in again. If he can pull off 1v4. If he pulled it off, it's going to be 1v4.
Oh, the Pico being sneaky there, but the Pico goes down and Capone is still alive. Can it pull off the incredible here? One more to go, Capone. And it's going to be Voldemort, but he's going to buy time with the smoke. He's going to pick up his teammate. He's going to prioritize on that, but Voldemort won't give him space. And now Capone! Clutch!
What a clutch with very low ammunition on the end as well. He got only 50 more reserve for those bullets. And he called it right. Box Gaming, they lost one player and the other still alive. But SLD still have a 4. Alter Ego want to take advantage of this. They're down to 3 players. They lost Rosemary before. Now they're going in, but will it be a bit too late now? Because Box got themselves a bit of recuperation done. DX on the other hand playing around the slopes of the hill with SLD climbing down those elevations and start to bring the fights to a sort of DX.
Incredible by Capone. That made me start to question my pick now. But anyway, leave that discussion for later. Lamborghini is still in this, but now SLD up on top of them. And can't think about it, Choo Choo. We got 3 Vietnamese teams in the top 4.
Yep, it's Vietnam and Indonesian teams there when it comes to win number 3. But DX got himself in a pickle. They've been surrounded, but Alter Ego, their widespread view will give them a bit of advantage. But Potato barely hanging on. We're talking about Potato might be burnt off by the blue zone first. You have to push forward. Micro Uzi in his hand. Octa cooking up the nade. Might drop right on top of Chunos. Feels like a perfect angle. Waiting for the right time. It's gonna hit Kobe.
Ooh, man. No Rosemary. No problem if you got Octa in their side. And now Octa starting to move in, but then again they're being shot at from the other side too. They need to be careful not to go on the outer side. Potato gets a knockdown, finishes off Junos, and that's going to be a beautiful one by Octa. Grenade elimination given up to him. Potato not letting them go just yet. Needs to move in a little bit, but he should be okay.
Capone, he managed to clutch with an AKM before, not even a DBS, okay? And can he do it again with only Winnie by his side? You do have SLD. Gosu is trying to turn around the corner, but spotted out by Lamborghini. DX have to climb down now, but DX is stopping them. Box trying to take the advantage at the same time, playing on the lower grounds while DX holding the middle ground. We do have those highest ground on side of SLD, but they have to bow out from there. They definitely need to exit, but where to go? No other place, and they're just cutting across DX here.
Oh, as much as SLD has a good position now, unfortunately they don't have the zones. They'll be forced to move down, and they'll need to take the fight against D Xavier. That fight will be super duper important for SLD. If they can win the fight against D Xavier, they'll be in a good position. But D Xavier, they will hold their ground definitely. 3 players still active. Trongzin finds it difficult to move down now that Alter Ego has moved to the left.
Side of SLD, they are in a predicament right now, but at the same time make use of what they have. They're trying to shoot down whoever they can actually see that's moving. They will start shooting. Potato a bit separated from the rest of Alter Ego. He hasn't crossed himself from the street yet. Caught the eyes of Trongzin. He keeps the pressure on. Octa being spotted out by Trongzin as well. There goes the spray. Connect half of it down. Box is shooting on the other end. Capone is making so much problem for the team in the center. And he will do it. Capone is knocked for now. Finished off by Fnatic, but a nade! So close!
Ooh, that was a close one. Almost taken up Fnatic, but Capone, your contributions will be remembered. But anyway, now it's going to be SLD moving down. Trongzin is still on the high ground, providing cover support. But Trongzin, shot by Rabis! Rabis came out to the flags. He didn't know what hit him.
Yes, can they pull this chicken this time? And Rabis keep up pressure on the side of Winnie. That's going to be last play of Fox Gaming. Rabis spotted out by the side of Winnie, but Frankie and Lambo want to go for the push. They're going in. They finish off. Frankie seals the deal there. There's going to be 3 teams left with Box placing themselves at the 4th place. Alter Ego have a 3. DX1 not. Can they revive Rabis? In the meantime, Alter Ego start to bridge on the other side. SLD Project and Chuan G will be across the side of Alter Ego. It's going to be a triangle war between these 3 teams, with Lamborghini taking those elevations, but Chuan G, SLD, and Alter Ego will have a go at first.
Oh, and Rabis has been revived, so D Xavier, they will recover as a trio. But now Alter Ego, between 2 teams, look at the huge nade from SLD. Almost knocking out Octa together with his teammate Fnatic. And now Potato swap places together with his teammate. They only have this monster truck as their cover for now. At the same time, D Xavier have the high ground advantage still, but now the zone will close entirely. They gotta make the choice quickly.
Chun-Chi dropping a huge one, and it's dropped on Potato. Fnatic were forced to push anyways. He needs to evade from those explosions, but caught himself in the eyes of DX. Nowhere to run. Fnatic and Alter Ego only left with only 1 player. Octa can have to make the clutch here. Lamborghini and the rest of the X burnt off by the Blues, and they need to start to move. SLD spot out Octa. That's going to last member of Alter Ego down. It's going to be Vietnam versus Vietnam 2v3. DX with the 3 players.
Oh yes, they still have the advantage. This could be double chicken dinner for D Xavier. And that's the moment. Unless Qualia could pull off an insane clutch, but it's going to be DBS right in front of it. And none other than Lamborghini sealing the deal. This time around, they look happier.
Finally, they are back. Without Lamborghini just now, they can pull their own weight. Lambo have been putting so much work in the previous game. He's exhausted. Now this time he's passing the baton towards the rest of the teammate, and they made a chicken out of it. This is what we call rising up to the occasion. Finally, DX is joining us in week number 3 after such a quiet 2 weeks prior.
Yeah, they were missing, and we definitely missed them. So it's great to see D Xavier back in the fray. I wonder who's the MVP. I see some thumbs up there. Maybe it's going to be Tiduk. Oh, it's going to be Rabis. Okay, Rabis getting the MVP for this round. And it's a rare occasion that someone else other than Lamborghini. But that's also a great news for D Xavier, because Lamborghini, like what you said, a little bit exhausted. It's nice to see someone else taking the mantle at once.
With 300 damage, this is not the highest. It's going to be average distribution to a sort of DX. Hence, I'm expecting for all of them almost having the same numbers, but they've been traveling quite a number of distance. If you compare with all the others, the full squad time, which is going to be when Lambo starts to being finished off, they start working as a trio. There's going to be 10 minutes and 30 seconds when they start to lose Lamborghini. But BTR, SOD, Alter Ego, BTR, they were caught in the crossfire. SLD got the high ground advantage, just like how Procedure Evos did before this. but they didn't gain as much elimination. But Alter Ego was super smart. Their bullets coming out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, it's just that they're let's see. I think their dreams were broken by Capone. That was the only thing. But
oh yeah, Capone.
Capone, yeah. Oh man, Capone. I'm starting to lose count how many clutches we have seen in PMSL. I mean, the standard of these guys is just amazing. I also want to point out here, again, another round, not in the teams to watch. It's a Thai team. We don't see them there.
Oh, this is the first time we ended up the day without any Thai teams getting those chickens.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is a surprise. Okay, so it's a confirmation now, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm pretty sure they'll be back strong tomorrow because we got Hail Esports tomorrow.
Yeah, or maybe they just downplay until the grand finals. We've got to wait and see there. Because I'm kind of worried for the grand finals. Everybody have their secrets and trading secret not to be traded by all the others. On the side of SLD, they got a lot of a knockdown. You have to give it to them. But it's just because of the distance, they cannot secure those eliminations. RQ, I love their teamwork, but you have to give it to Capone. He clutched 1v4. That double nade down, giving so much opportunity to get a bit of redemption for the rest of Boss Gaming.
Yeah, that was amazing. And it was against RRQ. And RRQ, they are on form today, but to lose to that, oh man, that was a whole new news for today. Anyway, it's going to be Xavier. We talked about them multiple times, how much we miss them. And it's nice to see them back here getting that chicken dinner. And not only that, well, not the highest on elimination points, but still a chicken dinner to celebrate. 16 points in total.
And also you have to give credit to Capone because it's not DBS. That's an that's an AKM. You require a lot of skills to control the barrels of AKM. You have to focus and shoot precisely where you want it to be. But BTR, they secured themselves double-digit clout, 12 eliminations. You know what? They just go for the eliminations now. I think that's the best case for BTR. Their firepower is just amazing. But if you want to balance out, I feel like it's not their strength. They didn't play to their strength if they want to balance with the ranking.
Yeah, maybe they're trying something else, like what your theory says, right? Like this week is a week for some of the teams to really try something else. I don't know, but let's see. Anyway, it's great to see them back as well. But I'm looking at the overall, of course, because the focus this week on who's going to be the waterfall. Geek Slate, at least not 0 this time. 3 points, but they're still number 19.
Bacon is ended up on the second page at the bottom 4, but when it comes to overall bonus ranking, they're not a threat. They're not in sort of a critical zone at all, so I'm not worried for Bacon. But Geek Slate, I'm not sure if they can actually get into the playoff. That's the question right now. But on the side of DBD, will it be enough for them? They have to get top 3. Top 5 will not be enough. They have to get the top 3. That is provided barely make it in.
Yes, they still need to push it on, but at least good news is that DBD today has been, the past 2 days have been pretty decent for them. This comes to if only, right? And nothing can change whatever happened in the past. It's like if only this was done in week 1. If only this was done in week 2. They'll be okay. They'll be somewhere in the middle. They'll be fine. They'll be comfortable. But now if they can pull out this with this current rate, I would consider this the great escape.
You know what? It's funny to know that GE and DBD are actually in the same boat. When it comes to CQC, they have a bit of trouble with it. And GE realized that sooner. And GE realized that on the first day of second week. And they fixed it instantly. If you compare it with DBD, they realized it a bit too late when it comes to week number 3 now. I'm not sure if that kind of enough for them. But Mela close enough. Hitting those 100 marks. I think tomorrow. Will they be playing tomorrow though for FaZe?
Oh.
They're not.
Oh.
Okay, they won't be.
Okay, so that number 99 will stay for another day, that's for sure. But if can anyone else catch up to him? I think there's quite a gap now. I need to double check back because I saw some people that actually keep track of the stats. But anyway, your favorite, you gotta say his name one time.
Rosemary.
Yeah, boy. Clip that. That's your new ringtone, ladies and gentlemen. And Tony K, despite Vampire Esports not playing today, still there's no one else taking his spot.
I agree. I mean, like, you can say he's one of the best fragger there is, somebody that texted you, but he's more on support, that nobody can actually replace him. I'm looking at the top number of eliminations when it comes to the player top 10. I think Tony K is one of the team that nearby. He's hitting at also in the 90s. So I'm not sure if he can catch it up to Mela by tomorrow, because they will be playing tomorrow for the start of phase, if I'm not mistaken. No, they're not playing. He's the vampire, so he'll be playing, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry,
right?
Tony K. So confusing.
Yeah, because he grew up with Face Clad, right? And we say this name so many times with it.
Same goes for the twins. It's like, my brain cannot even. I don't have brain. My brain just running dry. I'm like, sorry guys.
Yeah, I know, right? It has been a long day for us, and we've been with the show, so it's been fun. Not gonna lie, it's been fun. We enjoy your company as well in the chat. Some of you text us personally, for those of you who have our contacts. We totally appreciate that you actually enjoy the show together with us, and we hope that you feel the same as well.
I need to update you on the text about the players, right?
Alright.
That person actually saying that damn rude, so I don't know.
Oh, he said damn rude to you? I'm seeing if there's an update from my side. Okay, it's still Tony K for me. So he's giving us different answers. He's like one person, one answer, just so that we can. But you can't deny damn rude though. Despite Geek Fan being down there.
Yeah, he's really good. I mean, like, if only you can form a team that's really one of star players, then also the team that can actually compromise. You know what? Even though people are saying, Newsy was not supposed to be this and that, including Mela, but how they compromise Newsy and Mela getting into the team, you see how they swap roles, right? Like, remember the interview earlier today?
Yep.
How Razy said, you know what? Not everybody can be under the spotlight all the time. You have to compromise with the team to make what needs to be done or what needs to work.
Yeah, and I think Newsy is a good example. Like, multiple MVPs, multiple top eliminator, but he's willing to take a step back for a support role. But you know who else is supporting us, Choo Choo? It's gonna be Tash Bunny. So we're gonna head on to the interview after this. So without further ado, no time to ask. Let's just head on to Tash Bunny. Let's go.
Explosive matches amongst explosive matches. And once again, I feel like I'm here with you guys all the time. Boom Esports of Kent as well as Yummy here. And it's really exciting because today their run was actually pretty impressive. They started off really strong there with a 1v4 and then another chicken. So that's always really exciting. So on match 5, just something I've always wanted to ask you guys. You guys had a 1v4 and you guys clutched Sem9. What was going on in your head? How did you manage to do that?
Ya, jadi kira-kira apa nih yang terjadi di pemikiran kamu? Kenapa kira-kira kamu bisa lakuin hal tersebut 1 lawan 4 lawan Sem9 tadi?
Ya, nggak ada yang dipikirin sih, cuman ya pasti dalam pikiran bisa ngelawan dia karena udah pegang the base.
It's like nothing going through his mind. It's like probably it's like in the flow state because he doesn't think about anything. He just like because he got DBS, he's like very confident about fighting everyone.
Because he had the DBS.
Yes, sir.
Wow. I don't know what it is about DBS in you, but okay. So basically, like no one was in behind the scenes telling you what to do. Literally, it was just all you.
Ada nggak yang ngasih shot call, lu lawan aja atau enggak tarik aja gitu? Atau emang udah lu pede aja gitu?
Nggak ada yang ngomong sama sekali ya. Emang udah pede aja karena di situ cuma 2 orang doang.
So just silent. The comms is silent. It's like focus on his thing.
Wow. So literally Boom Esports was like, let him cook. Just like literally let him cook. Okay, I love hearing that. Let him cook. And I think he made some, what did you cook?
What do you mean?
What did you cook? I mean, like if you had an Indonesian meal out of that, what would you cook?
Apa yang bakal lu masak kira-kira? Kalau bisa masak.
Masak, makan. Ya, mie.
Okay.
Everyone
All
loves
right.
Indomie.
Everyone loves Indomie. That's a classic. Okay, so you guys also used a lot of grenades today. I noticed, especially during match number 3 against Yudu Alliance, and you eliminated 3 with the grenades. So can you share with me like how you guys managed to learn how to Kobe your way through these matches?
Kobe's way. Oke, jadi kan waktu ada tadi lawan Yudu Alliance lo dapat 3 grenade kan. Nah, kira-kira apa sih gimana sih caranya supaya bisa jago tuh main granat atau ada latihan spesifik yang Yami lakuin atau Haikal lakuin?
Ya mungkin belajar timingnya terus presisinya lah. Kayak harus pas ngebomnya sama yang penting sih itu doang sih, paling tahu detiknya.
The timing is very important. If you want to be precise, you have to like understand the timing of the grenade itself. So yeah, I think he practiced a lot with the timing and the precision of the grenade.
Okay, I have another question for you. Are you good at geometry? Is that why you know how to angle it?
Kamu jago nggak geometri gitu, cara kamu mengukur hal-hal gitu, kamu jago nggak? Kemarin SMA jurusannya apa tuh?
Enggak jago sama sekali. Ngegambar juga nggak bisa.
You can't even draw.
Okay, that's exciting for me because I was really bad at math. So, you know, that's a relief. That's honestly a relief. Now, coming back to, you know, your thing just now with the 1v3 and the DBS. So there was a lot of questions and it was kind of trending. Are you scared of the DBS?
Ya kan lagi trending banget nih DBS, bahkan ada orang bilang banned aja DBS-nya gitu kan. Kamu takut nggak sebenarnya sama DBS?
Takut sama DBS, apalagi kalau orang Thailand yang make udah ngeri banget.
It's a bit scared, especially when Thai people, Thai teams use it.
Okay,
It's a bit scared.
So it's only scary when the Thai players use it.
Apakah cuma karena orang Thailand aja? Yeah, because of the Thai teams.
Okay, so when the Thai teams use it, it's scary, but when it's the Vietnamese teams, the Indonesian teams, the Malaysian teams, it's not scary.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that we can all know that the Thai chili padi or the bird's eye chili is extra spicy when it comes to the DBS. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I will be checking that out. Okay, so last questions of the day. I think that for today, your run has been phenomenal. It's a really great comeback week from you guys, at least for day number 2. To your fans out there, what do you want to share with them and what do you want to say?
Kata-kata.
Dukung kita terus Boom Esports di PMSL ini, semoga bisa jadi juara di PMSL.
So always support us and hopefully we're gonna be champion at the end of this week or next week. Yeah.
You know what, this week and next week, it doesn't really matter. Boom Esports really showing us what it's like to be not only the top of Indonesia, but also here coming into the second day of week number 3. Thank you so much, Yummy, as well as Ken, for being here. And I think that will be the end of day number 2, week 3. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 3, and we'll see who goes home and who continues. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Tash, and all the players. But yeah, we're stuck here still. But speaking of Yummy, right? The moment you mentioned about, he's like so random. Why you told me to cook masak, makanan, and like food? Really? He lightened up instantly. Me, it's like noodles. So cute.
I know, right? It's a good personality, it seems, when it comes to interview. But I also want to say that I love his shirt. Coach Ken or Yummy, if you hear this, I want that shirt, okay? I love it so much. But looks like Choo it's going to be the end of the day. We're going to take a break until tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Who will be eliminated? Like what Tash says. We still got a couple of days. So that'll be all for us today. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with amazing Choo. We'll see you tomorrow. Dadah!